Harlequin by Bernard Cornwell, read by Sean Barrett. Many deadly battles have been fought, people slaughtered, churches robbed, souls destroyed, young women and virgins deflowered, respectable wives and widows dishonored. Towns, manors, and buildings burned, and robberies, cruelties, and ambushes committed on the highways. Justice has failed because of these things. The Christian faith has withered, and commerce has perished, and so many other wickednesses and horrid things have followed from these wars that they cannot be spoken, numbered, or written down. Jean II, King of France, 1360. Harlequin, probably derived from the old French Harlequin, a troop of the devil's horsemen. Prologue. The treasure of Hookton was stolen on Easter morning, 1342. It was a holy thing, a relic that hung from the church rafters, and it was extraordinary that so precious an object should have been kept in such an obscure village. Some folk said it had no business being there, that it should have been enshrined in a cathedral or some great abbey, while others, many others, said it was not genuine. Only fools denied that relics were faked. Glib men roamed the byways of England selling yellowed bones that were said to be from the fingers or toes or ribs of the blessed saints. And sometimes the bones were human, though more often they were from pigs or even deer. But still folk bought and prayed to the bones. "A man might as well pray to St. Guinevere," Father Ralph said, then snorted with mocking laughter. "They're praying to ham bones, the blessed pig!" It had been Father Ralph who had brought the treasure to Hookton, and he would not hear of it being taken away to a cathedral or abbey, and so for 8 years it hung in the small church, gathering dust and growing spider webs that shone silver when the sunlight slanted through the high window of the western tower. Sparrows perched on the treasure, and some mornings there were bats hanging from its shaft. It was rarely cleaned and hardly ever brought down, though once in a while Father Ralph would demand that ladders be fetched and the treasure be unhooked from its chains, and he would pray over it and stroke it. He never boasted of it. Other churches or monasteries possessing such a prize would have used it to attract pilgrims, but Father Ralph turned visitors away. "It is nothing," he would say if a stranger inquired after the relic. "A bauble, nothing." He became angry if the visitors persisted. "It is nothing, nothing, nothing." Father Ralph was a frightening man, even when he was not angry, but in his temper he was a wild-haired fiend, and his flaring anger protected the treasure, though Father Ralph himself believed that ignorance was its best protection, for if men did not know of it, then God would guard it. And so he did, for a time. Hookton's obscurity was the treasure's best protection. The tiny village lay on England's south coast, where the Lip, a stream that was almost a river, flowed to the sea across a shingle beach. A half-dozen fishing boats worked from the village, protected at night by the hook itself, which was a tongue of shingle that curved around the Lip's last reach, though in the famous storm of 1322 the sea had roared across the hook and pounded the boats to splinters on the upper beach. The village had never really recovered from that tragedy. 19 boats had sailed from the hook before the storm, but 20 years later only 6 small craft worked the waves beyond the Lip's treacherous bar. The rest of the villagers worked in the salt pans, or else herded sheep and cattle on the hills behind the huddle of thatched huts which clustered about the small stone church where the treasure hung from the blackened beams. That was Hookton, a place of boats, fish, salt and livestock, with green hills behind, ignorance within, and the wide sea beyond. Hookton, like every place in Christendom, held a vigil on the eve of Easter, and in 1342 that solemn duty was performed by 5 men who watched as Father Ralph consecrated the Easter sacraments and then laid the bread and wine on the white-draped altar. The wafers were in a simple clay bowl covered with a piece of bleached linen, while the wine was in a silver cup that belonged to Father Ralph. The silver cup was a part of his mystery. He was very tall, pious, and much too learned to be a village priest. It was rumored that he could have been a bishop, but that the devil had persecuted him with bad dreams, and it was certain that in the years before he came to Hookton, he had been locked in a monastery's cell because he was possessed by demons. Then, in 1334, the demons had left him, and he was sent to Hookton, where he terrified the villagers by preaching to the gulls, or pacing the beach, weeping for his sins, and striking his breast with sharp-edged stones. He howled like a dog when his wickedness weighed too heavily on his conscience, but he also found a kind of peace in the remote village. He built a large house of timber, which he shared with his housekeeper, and he made friends with Sir Giles Marriott, who was the lord of Hookton and lived in a stone hall 3 miles to the north. Sir Giles, of course, was a gentleman, and so, it seemed, was Father Ralph, despite his wild hair and angry voice. He collected books, which, after the treasure he had brought to the church, were the greatest marvels in Hookton. Sometimes, when he left his door open, people would just gape at the 17 books that were bound in leather and piled on a table. Most were in Latin, but a handful were in French, which was Father Ralph's native tongue. Not the French of France, but Norman French, the language of England's rulers. And the villagers reckoned their priest must be nobly born, though none dared ask him to his face. They were all too scared of him. But he did his duty by them. He christened them, churched them, married them, heard their confessions, absolved them, scolded them, and buried them. But he did not pass the time with them. He walked alone, grim-faced, hair awry and eyes glowering, but the villagers were still proud of him. Most country churches suffered ignorant, pudding-faced priests who were scarce more educated than their parishioners, but Hookton, in Father Ralph, had a proper scholar, too clever to be sociable, perhaps a saint, maybe of noble birth, a self-confessed sinner, probably mad, but undeniably a real priest. Father Ralph blessed the sacraments, then warned the 5 men that Lucifer was abroad on the night before Easter, and that the devil wanted nothing so much as to snatch the holy sacraments from the altar, and so the 5 men must guard the bread and wine diligently. And for a short time after the priest had left, they dutifully stayed on their knees, gazing at the chalice, which had an armorial badge engraved in its silver flank. The badge showed a mythical beast, a Yale, holding a grail, and it was that noble device which suggested to the villagers that Father Ralph was indeed a high-born man who had fallen low through being possessed of devils. The silver chalice seemed to shimmer in the light of 2 immensely tall candles, which would burn through the whole long night. Most villages could not afford proper Easter candles, but Father Ralph purchased 2 from the monks at Shaftesbury every year, and the villagers would sidle into the church to stare at them. But that night, after dark, only the 5 men saw the tall, unwavering flames. Then John, a fisherman, farted. "Reckon that's ripe enough to keep the old devil away," he said, and the other 4 laughed. Then they all abandoned the chancel steps and sat with their backs against the nave wall. John's wife had provided a basket of bread, cheese, and smoked fish, while Edward, who owned a salt works on the beach, had brought ale. In the bigger churches of Christendom, knights kept this annual vigil. They knelt in full armour, their surcoats embroidered with prancing lions and stooping hawks, and axe heads and spread-wing eagles, and their helmets mounted with feathered crests. But there were no knights in Hookton, and only the youngest man, who was called Thomas, and who sat slightly apart from the other 4, had a weapon. It was an ancient, blunt, and slightly rusted sword. "You reckon that old blade will scare the devil, Thomas?" John asked him. "My father said I had to bring it," Thomas said. "What does your father want with a sword?" "He throws nothing away, you know that," Thomas said, hefting the old weapon. It was heavy, but he lifted it easily. At 18, he was tall and immensely strong. He was well liked in Hookton, for, despite being the son of the village's richest man, he was a hard-working boy. He loved nothing better than a day at sea, hauling tarred nets that left his hands raw and bleeding. He knew how to sail a boat, had the strength to pull a good oar when the wind failed. He could lay snares, shoot a bow, dig a grave, geld a calf, lay thatch, or cut hay all day long. He was a big, bony, black-haired country boy, but God had given him a father who wanted Thomas to rise above common things. He wanted the boy to be a priest, which was why Thomas had just finished his first term at Oxford. "What do you do at Oxford, Thomas?" Edward asked him. "Everything I shouldn't," Thomas said. He pushed black hair away from his face that was bony like his father's. He had very blue eyes, a long jaw, slightly hooded eyes, and a swift smile. The girls in the village reckoned him handsome. "Do they have girls at Oxford?" John asked slyly. "More than enough," Thomas said. "Don't tell your father that," Edward said, "or he'll be whipping you again. A good man with a whip, your father." "There's none better," Thomas agreed. "He only wants the best for you," John said. "Can't blame a man for that." Thomas did blame his father. He had always blamed his father. He had fought his father for years, and nothing so raised the anger between them as Thomas's obsession with bows. His mother's father had been a bowyer in the Weald, and Thomas had lived with his grandfather until he was nearly 10. Then his father had brought him to Hookton, where he had met Sir Giles Marriott's huntsman, another man skilled in archery, and the huntsman had become his new tutor. Thomas had made his first bow at 11, but when his father found the elmwood weapon, he had broken it across his knee and used the remnants to thrash his son. "You are not a common man," his father had shouted, beating the splintered staves on Thomas's back and head and legs. But neither the words nor the thrashing did any good. And as Thomas's father was usually preoccupied with other things, Thomas had plenty of time to pursue his obsession. By 15, he was as good a bowyer as his grandfather, knowing instinctively how to shape a stave of yew so that the inner belly came from the dense heartwood, while the front was made of the springier sapwood. And when the bow was bent, the heartwood was always trying to return to the straight, and the sapwood was the muscle that made it possible. To Thomas's quick mind, there was something elegant, simple, and beautiful about a good bow. Smooth and strong, a good bow was like a girl's flat belly. And that night, keeping the Easter vigil in Hookton Church, Thomas was reminded of Jane, who served in the village's small alehouse. John, Edward, and the other two men had been speaking of village things, the price of lambs at Dorchester Fair, the old fox up on Lip Hill that had taken a whole flock of geese in one night, and the angel who had been seen over the rooftops at Lyme. "I reckon they's been drinking too much," Edward said. "I sees angels when I drink," John said. "That be Jane," Edward said. "Looks like an angel, she does." "Don't behave like one," John said. "Lass is pregnant." And all four men looked at Thomas, who stared innocently up at the treasure hanging from the rafters. In truth, Thomas was frightened that the child was indeed his, and terrified of what his father would say when he found out, but he pretended ignorance of Jane's pregnancy that night. He just looked at the treasure that was half obscured by a fishing net hung up to dry, while the four older men gradually fell asleep. A cold draught flickered the twin candle flames. A dog howled somewhere in the village, and always, never-ending, Thomas could hear the sea's heartbeat as the waves thumped on the shingle, then scraped back, paused, and thumped again. He listened to the four men snoring, and he prayed that his father would never find out about Jane, though that was unlikely, for she was pressing Thomas to marry her, and he did not know what to do. Maybe, he thought, he should just run away, take Jane and his bow and run. But he felt no certainty, and so he just gazed at the relic in the church roof and prayed to its saint for help. The treasure was a lance. It was a huge thing, with a shaft as thick as a man's forearm and twice the length of a man's height, and probably made of ash, though it was so old no one could really say, and age had bent the blackened shaft out of true, though not by much, and its tip was not an iron or steel blade, but a wedge of tarnished silver, which tapered to a bodkin's point. The shaft did not swell to protect the hand grip, but was smooth like a spear or a goad. Indeed, the relic looked very like an oversized ox goad, but no farmer would ever tip an ox goad with silver. This was a weapon, a lance. But it was not any old lance. This was the very lance which St. George had used to kill the dragon. It was England's lance, for St. George was England's saint, and that made it a very great treasure, even if it did hang in Hookton's spidery church roof. There were plenty of folk who said it could not have been St. George's lance, but Thomas believed it was, and he liked to imagine the dust churned by the hooves of St. George's horse, and the dragon's breath streaming in hellish flame as the horse reared and the saint drew back the lance. The sunlight, bright as an angel's wing, would have been flaring about St. George's helmet, and Thomas imagined the dragon's roar, the thrash of its scale-hooked tail, the horse screaming in terror, and he saw the saint stand in his stirrups before plunging the lance's silver tip down through the monster's armored hide. Straight to the heart the lance went, and the dragon's squeals would have rung to heaven as it writhed and bled and died. Then the dust would have settled, and the dragon's blood would have crusted on the desert sand, and St. George must have hauled the lance free, and somehow it ended up in Father Ralph's possession. But how? The priest would not say. But there it hung, a great dark lance, heavy enough to shatter a dragon's scales. So that night Thomas prayed to St. George, while Jane, the black-haired beauty whose belly was just rounding with her unborn child, slept in the tap-room of the alehouse, and Father Ralph cried aloud in his nightmare for fear of the demons that circled in the dark, and the vixens screamed on the hill as the endless waves clawed and sucked at the shingle on the hook. It was the night before Easter. Thomas woke to the sound of the village cockerels and saw that the expensive candles had burned down almost to their pewter holders. A grey light filled the window above the white-fronted altar. One day Father Ralph had promised the village that window would be a blaze of coloured glass, showing St. George skewering the dragon with the silver-headed lance. But for now the stone frame was filled with horn panes that turned the air within the church as yellow as urine. Thomas stood, needing to piss, and the first awful screams sounded from the village. For Easter had come, Christ was risen, and the French were ashore. The raiders came from Normandy in 4 boats that had sailed the night's west wind. Their leader, Sir Guillaume d'Evêque, the Sieur d'Evêque, was a seasoned warrior who had fought the English in Gascony and Flanders and had twice led raids on England's southern coast. Both times he had brought his boats safe home with cargoes of wool, silver, livestock, and women. He lived in a fine stone house on Caen's Ile Saint-Jean, where he was known as the Knight of the Sea and of the Land. He was 30 years old, broad in the chest, wind-burned and fair-haired, a cheerful, unreflective man who made his living by piracy at sea and night service on shore. And now he had come to Hookton. It was an insignificant place, hardly likely to yield any great reward, but Sir Guillaume had been hired for the task, and if he failed at Hookton, if he did not snatch so much as one single poor coin from a villager, he would still make his profit, for he had been promised 1,000 livres for this expedition. The contract was signed and sealed, and it promised Sir Guillaume the 1,000 livres, together with any other plunder he could find in Hookton. 100 livres had already been paid, and the rest was in the keeping of Brother Martin in Caen's Abbé aux Hommes, and all Sir Guillaume had to do to earn the remaining 900 livres was to bring his boats to Hookton, take what he wanted, but leave the church's contents to the man who had offered him such a generous contract. That man now stood beside Sir Guillaume in the leading boat. He was a young man, not yet 30, tall and black-haired, who spoke rarely and smiled less. He wore an expensive coat of mail that fell to his knees, and over it a surcoat of deep black linen that bore no badge, though Sir Guillaume guessed the man was nobly born, for he had the arrogance of rank and the confidence of privilege. He was certainly not a Norman noble, for Sir Guillaume knew all those men, and Sir Guillaume doubted the young man came from nearby Alençon or Maine, for he had ridden with those forces often enough, but the sallow cast of the stranger's skin suggested he came from one of the Mediterranean provinces, from Languedoc, perhaps, or Dauphine, and they were all mad down there, mad as dogs. Sir Guillaume did not even know the man's name. "Some men call me the Harlequin," the stranger had answered when Sir Guillaume had asked. "Harlequin?" Sir Guillaume had repeated the name, then made the sign of the cross, for such a name was hardly a boast. You mean like the Harlequin? Harlequin in France, the man had allowed, but in Italy they say Harlequin. It is all the same. The man had smiled, and something about that smile had suggested Sir Guillaume had best curb his curiosity if he wanted to receive the remaining 900 livres. The man who called himself the Harlequin now stared at the misty shore, where a stumpy church tower, a huddle of vague roofs, and a smear of smoke from the smouldering fires of the salt pans just showed. "Is that Hookton?" he asked. "So he says," Sir Guillaume answered, jerking his head at the shipmaster. "Then God have mercy on it," the man said. He drew his sword, even though the 4 boats were still a half-mile from shore. The Genoese crossbowmen, hired for the voyage, made the sign of the cross, then began winding their cords, as Sir Guillaume ordered his banner raised to the masthead. It was a blue flag decorated with 3 stooping yellow hawks that had outspread wings and claws hooked, ready to savage their prey. Sir Guillaume could smell the salt fires and hear the cockerels crowing ashore. The cockerels were still crowing as the bows of his 4 ships ran onto the shingle. Sir Guillaume and the Harlequin were the first ashore, but after them came a score of Genoese crossbowmen who were professional soldiers and knew their business. Their leader took them up the beach and through the village to block the valley beyond, where they would stop any of the villagers escaping with their valuables. Sir Guillaume's remaining men would ransack the houses, while the sailors stayed on the beach to guard their ships. It had been a long, cold, and anxious night at sea, but now came the reward. 40 men-at-arms invaded Hookton. They wore close-fitting helmets and had mail shirts over leather-backed hacktons. They carried swords, axes, or spears, and they were released to plunder. Most were veterans of Sir Guillaume's other raids and knew just what to do. Kick in the flimsy doors and start killing the men. Let the women scream, but kill the men, for it was the men who would fight back hardest. Some women ran, but the Genoese crossbowmen were there to stop them. Once the men were dead, the plundering could begin, and that took time, for peasants everywhere hid whatever was valuable, and the hiding places had to be ferreted out. Thatch had to be pulled down, wells explored, floors probed. But plenty of things were not hidden. There were hams waiting for the first meal after Lent, racks of smoked or dried fish, piles of nets, good cooking pots, distaffs and spindles, eggs, butter churns, casks of salt, all humble enough things, but sufficiently valuable to take back to Normandy. Some houses yielded small hoards of coins, and one house, the priest's, was a treasure trove of silver plate, candlesticks, and jugs. There were even some good bolts of woolen cloth in the priest's house, and a great carved bed, and a decent horse in the stable. Sir Guillaume looked at the 17 books, but decided they were worthless, and so, having wrenched the bronze locks from the leather covers, he left them to burn when the houses were fired. He had to kill the priest's housekeeper. He regretted that death. Sir Guillaume was not squeamish about killing women, but their deaths brought no honor, and so he discouraged such slaughter unless the woman caused trouble, and the priest's housekeeper wanted to fight. She slashed at Sir Guillaume's men-at-arms with a roasting spit, called them sons of whores and devil's grubs, and in the end Sir Guillaume cut her down with his sword because she would not accept her fate. "Stupid bitch," Sir Guillaume said, stepping over her body to peer into the hearth. 2 fine hams were being smoked in the chimney. "Pull them down," he ordered one of his men, then left them to search the house while he went to the church. Father Ralph, woken by the screams of his parishioners, had pulled on a cassock and run to the church. Sir Guillaume's men had left him alone out of respect, but once inside the little church, the priest had begun to hit the invaders until the Harlequin arrived and snarled at the men-at-arms to hold the priest. They seized his arms and held him in front of the altar, with its white Easter frontal. The Harlequin, his sword in his hand, bowed to Father Ralph. "My lord Count," he said. Father Ralph closed his eyes, perhaps in prayer, though it looked more like exasperation. He opened them and gazed into the Harlequin's handsome face. "You are my brother's son," he said, and did not sound mad at all, merely full of regret. "True." "How is your father?" Dead, the Harlequin said, as is his father and yours. God rest their souls, Father Ralph said piously. And when you are dead, old man, I shall be the Count, and our family will rise again. Father Ralph half smiled, then just shook his head and looked up at the lance. It will do you no good, he said, for its power is reserved for virtuous men. It will not work for evil filth like you. Then Father Ralph gave a curious mewing noise as the breath rushed from him, and he stared down to where his nephew had run the sword into his belly. He struggled to speak, but no words came. Then he collapsed as the men-at-arms released him, and he slumped by the altar with blood puddling in his lap. The Harlequin wiped his sword on the wine-stained altar cloth, then ordered one of Sir Guillaume's men to find a ladder. A ladder? The man-at-arms asked in confusion. They thatch their roofs, don't they? So they have a ladder. Find it. The Harlequin sheathed his sword, then stared up at the lance of St. George. I have put a curse on it. Father Ralph spoke faintly. He was pale-faced, dying, but sounded oddly calm. Your curse, my lord, worries me as much as a tavern maid's fart. The Harlequin tossed the pewter candlesticks to a man-at-arms, then scooped the wafers from the clay bowl and crammed them into his mouth. He picked up the bowl, peered at its darkened surface, and reckoned it was a thing of no value, so left it on the altar. Where's the wine? He asked Father Ralph. Father Ralph shook his head. Galix meus inebrians, he said, and the Harlequin just laughed. Father Ralph closed his eyes as the pain griped his belly. Oh, God, he moaned. The Harlequin crouched by his uncle's side. Does it hurt? Like fire, Father Ralph said. You will burn in hell, my lord, the Harlequin said, and he saw how Father Ralph was clutching his wounded belly to staunch the flow of blood, and so he pulled the priest's hands away and then, standing, kicked him hard in the stomach. Father Ralph gasped with pain and curled his body. A gift from your family, the Harlequin said, then turned away as a ladder was brought into the church. The village was filled with screams, for most of the women and children were still alive, and their ordeal had scarcely begun. All the younger women were briskly raped by Sir Guillaume's men, and the prettiest of them, including Jane from the alehouse, were taken to the boats so they could be carried back to Normandy to become the whores or wives of Sir Guillaume's soldiers. One of the women screamed because her baby was still in her house, but the soldiers did not understand her, and they struck her to silence, then pushed her into the hands of the sailors, who lay her on the shingle and lifted her skirts. She wept inconsolably as her house burned. Geese, pigs, goats, 6 cows, and the priest's good horse were herded towards the boats, while the white gulls rode the sky, crying. End of Side 1. Side 2. The sun had scarcely risen above the eastern hills, and the village had already yielded more than Sir Guillaume had dared hope for. We could go inland, the captain of his Genoese crossbowmen suggested. We have what we came for, the black-dressed Harlequin intervened. He had placed the unwieldy lance of St. George on the graveyard grass, and now stared at the ancient weapon as though he was trying to understand its power. What is it? The Genoese crossbowman asked. Nothing that is of use to you. Sir Guillaume grinned. Strike a blow with that, he said, and it'll shatter like ivory. The Harlequin shrugged. He had found what he wanted, and Sir Guillaume's opinion was of no interest. Go inland, the Genoese captain suggested again. A few miles, maybe, Sir Guillaume said. He knew that the dreaded English archers would eventually come to Hookton, but probably not till midday, and he wondered if there was another village close by that would be worth plundering. He watched a terrified girl, maybe 11 years old, being carried towards the beach by a soldier. How many dead? He asked. Ours? The Genoese captain seemed surprised by the question. None. Not ours, theirs. 30 men, 40, a few women. "And we haven't taken a scratch," Sir Guillaume exulted. "Ready to stop now?" He looked at his employer, but the man in black did not seem to care what they did, while the Genoese captain just grunted, which surprised Sir Guillaume, for he thought the man was eager to extend the raid. But then he saw that the man's sullen grunt was not caused by any lack of enthusiasm, but by a white-feathered arrow that had buried itself in his breast. The arrow had slit through the mail shirt and the padded hackton like a bodkin sliding through linen, killing the crossbowman almost instantly. Sir Guillaume dropped flat, and a heartbeat later another arrow whipped above him to thump into the turf. The Harlequin snatched up the lance and was running towards the beach, while Sir Guillaume scrambled into the shelter of the church porch. "Crossbows!" he shouted. "Crossbows!" Because someone was fighting back. Thomas had heard the screams, and, like the other 4 men in the church, he had gone to the door to see what they meant. But no sooner had they reached the porch than a band of armed men, their mail and helmets dark grey in the dawn, appeared in the graveyard. Edward slammed the church door, dropped the bar into its brackets, then crossed himself. "Sweet Jesus," he said in astonishment, then flinched as an axe thumped into the door. "Give me that!" He seized the sword from Thomas. Thomas let him take it. The church door was shaking now as 2 or 3 axes attacked the old wood. The villagers had always reckoned that Hookton was much too small to be raided, but the church door was splintering in front of Thomas's eyes, and he knew it must be the French. Tales were told up and down the coast of such landings, and prayers were said to keep folk from the raids. But the enemy was here, and the church echoed with the crash of their axe blows. Thomas was in panic, but did not know it. He just knew he had to escape from the church, and so he ran and jumped onto the altar. He crushed the silver chalice with his right foot and kicked it off the altar as he climbed onto the sill of the great east window, where he beat at the yellow panes, shattering the horn down into the churchyard. He saw men in red and green jackets running past the alehouse, but none looked his way as he jumped down into the churchyard and ran to the ditch, where he ripped his clothes as he wriggled through the thorn hedge on the other side. He crossed the lane, jumped the fence of his father's garden, and hammered on the kitchen door. But no one responded, and a crossbow bolt smacked into the lintel just inches from his face. Thomas ducked and ran through the bean plants to the cattle shed where his father stabled a horse. There was no time to rescue the beast, so instead Thomas climbed into the hayloft, where he hid his bow and arrows. A woman screamed close by. Dogs were howling. The French were shouting as they kicked down doors. Thomas seized his bow and arrow bag, ripped the thatch away from the rafters, squeezed through the gap, and dropped into the neighbor's orchard. He ran as though the devil was on his heels. A crossbow bolt thumped into the turf as he came to Lip Hill, and 2 of the Genoese archers started to follow him. But Thomas was young and tall and strong and fast. He ran uphill through a pasture bright with cowslips and daisies, leaped a hurdle that blocked a gap in a hedge, then twisted right towards the hill's crest. He went as far as the wood on the hill's far side, and there he dropped to catch his breath amidst a slope drifted with a haze of bluebells. He lay there, listening to the lambs in a nearby field. He waited, hearing nothing untoward. The crossbowmen had abandoned their pursuit. Thomas lay in the bluebells for a long time, but at last he crept cautiously back to the hilltop, from where he could see a straggle of old women and children scattering on the further hill. These folk had somehow evaded the crossbowmen, and would doubtless flee north to warn Sir Giles Marriott, but Thomas did not join them. Instead, he worked his way down to a hazel copse, where dog's mercury bloomed, and from where he could see his village dying. Men were carrying plunder to the 4 strange boats that were grounded on the Hook shingle. The first thatch was being fired. 2 dogs lay dead in the street beside a woman, quite naked, who was being held down while Frenchmen hitched up their mail shirts to take their turns with her. Thomas remembered how, not long ago, she had married a fisherman whose first wife had died in childbirth. She had been so coy and happy, but now, when she tried to crawl off the road, a Frenchman kicked her in the head, then bent with laughter. Thomas saw Jane, the girl he feared he had made pregnant, being dragged towards the boats, and was ashamed that he felt a sense of relief that he would not have to confront his father with her news. More cottages were fired as Frenchmen hurled burning straw onto their thatch, and Thomas watched the smoke curl and thicken, then worked his way through the hazel saplings to a place where hawthorn blossom was thick, white, and concealing. It was there he strung his bow. It was the best bow he had ever made. It had been cut from a stave that had washed ashore from a ship that had foundered in the Channel. A dozen staves had come to Hookton's shingle on the south wind, and Sir Giles Marriott's huntsman reckoned they must have been Italian yew, for it was the most beautiful wood he had ever seen. Thomas had sold 11 of the tight-grained staves in Dorchester, but kept the best one. He carved it, steamed the ends to give them a slight bend against the wood's grain, then painted the bow with a mix of soot and flaxseed oil. He had boiled the mix in his mother's kitchen on days when his father was away, and Thomas's father had never known what he was doing, though sometimes he would complain of the smell, and Thomas's mother would say she had been making a potion to poison the rats. The bow had had to be painted to stop it from drying out, for then the wood would become brittle and shatter under the stress of the taut string. The paint had dried a deep golden colour, just like the bows Thomas's grandfather used to make in the Weald. But Thomas had wanted it to be darker, and so he had rubbed more soot into the wood and smeared it with beeswax, and he'd gone on doing it for a fortnight, until the bow was as black as the shaft of St. George's lance. He tipped the bow with 2 pieces of knocked horn to hold a cord that was made from woven hemp strands that had been soaked in hoof glue. Then he'd whipped the cord where the arrow would rest with still more hemp. He'd stolen coins from his father to buy arrowheads in Dorchester, then made the shafts from ash and goose feathers, and on that Easter morning he had 23 of those good arrows in his bag. Thomas strung the bow, took a white-fledged arrow from the bag, then looked at the 3 men beside the church. They were a long way off, but the black bow was as big a weapon as any ever made, and the power in its yew belly was awesome. One of the men had a simple mail coat, another a plain black surcoat, while the third had a red and green jacket over his mail shirt, and Thomas decided that the most gaudily dressed man must be the raid's leader, and so he should die. Thomas's left hand shook as he drew the bow. He was dry-mouthed, frightened. He knew he would shoot wild, so he lowered his arm and released the cord's tension. "Remember," he told himself, "remember everything you have ever been taught. An archer does not aim, he kills. It is all in the head, in the arms, in the eyes, and killing a man is no different from shooting a hind. Draw and loose, that was all, and that was why he had practiced for over 10 years, so that the act of drawing and loosing was as natural as breathing and as fluent as water flowing from a spring. Look and loose, do not think. Draw the string and let God guide the arrow." Smoke thickened above Hookton, and Thomas felt an immense anger surge like a black humour, and he pushed his left hand forward and drew back with the right, and he never took his eyes off the red and green coat. He drew till the cord was beside his right ear, and then he loosed. That was the first time Thomas of Hookton ever shot an arrow at a man, and he knew it was good as soon as it leaped from the string, for the bow did not quiver. The arrow flew true, and he watched it curve down, sinking from the hill to strike the green and red coat hard and deep. He let a second arrow fly, but the man in the mail coat dropped and scurried to the church porch, while the third man picked up the lance and ran towards the beach, where he was hidden by the smoke. Thomas had 21 arrows left. 1 each for the Holy Trinity, he thought, and another for every year of his life, and that life was threatened, for a dozen crossbowmen were running towards the hill. He loosed a third arrow, then ran back through the hazels. He was suddenly exultant, filled with a sense of power and satisfaction. In that one instant, as the first arrow slid into the sky, he knew he wanted nothing more from life. He was an archer. Oxford could go to hell for all he cared, for Thomas had found his joy. He whooped with delight as he ran uphill. Crossbow bolts ripped through the hazel leaves, and he noted that they made a deep, almost humming noise as they flew. Then he was over the hill's crest, where he ran west for a few yards before doubling back to the summit. He paused long enough to loose another arrow, then turned and ran again. Thomas led the Genoese crossbowmen a dance of death, from hill to hedgerow, along paths he had known since childhood, and like fools they followed him, because their pride would not let them admit that they were beaten. But beaten they were, and 2 died before a trumpet sounded from the beach, summoning the raiders to their boats. The Genoese turned away then, stopping only to fetch the weapon, pouches, mail and coat of one of their dead, but Thomas killed another of them as they stooped over the body, and this time the survivors just ran from him. Thomas followed them down to the smoke-palled village. He ran past the alehouse, which was an inferno, and so to the shingle where the 4 boats were being shoved into the sea reach. The sailors pushed off with long oars, then pulled out to sea. They towed the best 3 Hookton boats and left the others burning. The village was also burning, its thatch whirling into the sky in sparks and smoke and flaming scraps. Thomas shot one last useless arrow from the beach and watched it plunge into the sea short of the escaping raiders. Then he turned away and went back through the stinking, burning, bloody village to the church, which was the only building the raiders had not set alight. The 4 companions of his vigil were dead, but Father Ralph still lived. He was sitting with his back against the altar. The bottom of his gown was dark with fresh blood, and his long face was unnaturally white. Thomas kneeled beside the priest. "Father?" Father Ralph opened his eyes and saw the bow. He grimaced, though whether in pain or disapproval Thomas could not tell. "Did you kill any of them, Thomas?" the priest asked. "Yes," Thomas said, "a lot." Father Ralph grimaced and shuddered. Thomas reckoned the priest was one of the strongest men he had ever known, flawed perhaps, yet tough as a yew-stave. But he was dying now, and there was a whimper in his voice. "You don't want to be a priest, do you, Thomas?" He asked the question in French, his mother tongue. "No," Thomas answered in the same language. "You're going to be a soldier," the priest said, "like your grandfather." He paused and whimpered as another bolt of pain ripped up from his belly. Thomas wanted to help him, but in truth there was nothing to be done. The Harlequin had run his sword into Father Ralph's belly, and only God could save the priest now. "I argued with my father," the dying man said, "and he disowned me. He disinherited me, and I have refused to acknowledge him from that day to this. But you, Thomas, you are like him, very like him, and you have always argued with me." "Yes, Father," Thomas said. He took his father's hand, and the priest did not resist. "I loved your mother," Father Ralph said, "and that was my sin, and you are the fruit of that sin. I thought if you became a priest, you could rise above sin. It floods us, Thomas. It floods us. It is everywhere. I have seen the devil, Thomas, seen him with my own eyes, and we must fight him. Only the church can do that. Only the church." The tears flowed down his hollow, unshaven cheeks. He looked past Thomas into the roof of the nave. "They stole the lance," he said sadly. "I know. My great-grandfather brought it from the Holy Land," Father Ralph said. "And I stole it from my father, and my brother's son stole it from us today." He spoke softly. "He will do evil with it. Bring it home, Thomas. Bring it home." "I will," Thomas promised him. Smoke began to thicken in the church. The raiders had not fired it, but the thatch was catching the flames from the burning scraps that filled the air. "You say your brother's son stole it?" Thomas asked. "Your cousin," Father Ralph whispered, his eyes closed. "The one dressed in black. He came and stole it." "Who is he?" Thomas asked. "Evil," Father Ralph said. "Evil." He moaned and shook his head. "Who is he?" Thomas insisted. Calix meus inebrians, Father Ralph said in a voice scarce above a whisper. Thomas knew it was a line from a psalm and meant, "My cup makes me drunk," and he reckoned his father's mind was slipping as his soul hovered close to his body's end. "Tell me who your father was," Thomas demanded. "Tell me who I am," he wanted to say. "Tell me who you are, Father." But Father Ralph's eyes were closed, though he still gripped Thomas's hand hard. "Father?" Thomas asked. The smoke dipped in the church and sifted out through the window Thomas had broken to make his escape. "Father?" But his father never spoke again. He died, and Thomas, who had fought against him all his life, wept like a child. At times he had been ashamed of his father, but in that smoky Easter morning he learned that he loved him. Most priests disowned their children, but Father Ralph had never hidden Thomas. He had let the world think what it wanted, and he had freely confessed to being a man as well as a priest, and if he sinned in loving his housekeeper, then it was a sweet sin that he never denied, even if he did say acts of contrition for it, and feared that in the life hereafter he would be punished for it. Thomas pulled his father away from the altar. He did not want the body to be burned when the roof collapsed. The silver chalice that Thomas had accidentally crushed was under the dead man's blood-soaked robe, and Thomas pocketed it before dragging the corpse out into the graveyard. He lay his father beside the body of the man in the red and green coat, and Thomas crouched there, weeping, knowing that he had failed in his first Easter vigil. The devil had stolen the sacraments, and St. George's lance was gone, and Hookton was dead. At midday, Sir Giles Marriott came to the village with a score of men armed with bows and billhooks. Sir Giles himself wore mail and carried a sword, but there was no enemy left to fight, and Thomas was the only person left in the village. 3 yellow hawks on a blue field, Thomas told Sir Giles. Thomas? Sir Giles asked, puzzled. He was the lord of the manor and an old man now, though in his time he had carried a lance against both the Scots and the French. He had been a good friend to Thomas's father, but he did not understand Thomas, whom he reckoned had grown wild as a wolf. 3 yellow hawks on a blue field, Thomas said vengefully, are the arms of the man who did this. Were they the arms of his cousin? He did not know. There were so many questions left by his father. I don't know whose badge that is, Sir Giles said, but I shall pray by God's bowels he screams in hell for this work. There was nothing to be done until the fires had burned themselves out, and only then could the bodies be dragged from the ashes. The burned dead had been blackened and grotesquely shrunk by the heat, so that even the tallest men looked like children. The dead villagers were taken to the graveyard for a proper burial, but the bodies of the 4 crossbowmen were dragged down to the beach and there stripped naked. Did you do this? Sir Giles asked Thomas. Yes, sir. Then I thank you. My first dead Frenchman, Thomas said angrily. No, Sir Giles said, and he lifted one of the men's tunics to show Thomas the badge of a green chalice embroidered on its sleeve. They're from Genoa, Sir Giles said. The French hire them as crossbowmen. I've killed a few in my time, but there are always more where they come from. You know what the badge is? A cup? Sir Giles shook his head. The Holy Grail. They reckon they have it in their cathedral. I'm told it's a great green thing, carved from an emerald and brought back from the Crusades. I should like to see it one day. Then I shall bring it to you, Thomas said bitterly, just as I shall bring back our lance. Sir Giles stared to sea. The raiders' boats were long gone, and there was nothing out there but the sun on the waves. Why would they come here? He asked. For the lance? I doubt it was even real, Sir Giles said. He was red-faced, white-haired, and heavy now. It was just an old spear, nothing more. It's real, Thomas insisted, and that's why they came. Sir Giles did not argue. Your father, he said instead, would have wanted you to finish your studies. My studies are done, Thomas said flatly. I'm going to France. Sir Giles nodded. He reckoned the boy was far better suited to be a soldier than a priest. "Will you go as an archer?" he asked, looking at the great bow on Thomas's shoulder. "Or do you want to join my house and train to be a man-at-arms?" He half smiled. "You're gently born, you know." "I'm bastard-born," Thomas insisted. "Your father was of good birth." "You know what family?" Thomas asked. Sir Giles shrugged. "He would never tell me, and if I pressed him, he would just say that God was his father and his mother was the church." "And my mother," Thomas said, "was a priest's housekeeper and the daughter of a bowyer. I shall go to France as an archer." "There's more honour as a man-at-arms," Sir Giles observed. But Thomas did not want honour. He wanted revenge. Sir Giles let him choose what he wanted from the enemy's dead, and Thomas picked a mail coat, a pair of long boots, a knife, a sword, a belt, and a helmet. It was all plain gear, but serviceable, and only the mail coat needed mending, for he had driven an arrow clean through its rings. Sir Giles said he owed Thomas's father money, which may or may not have been true, but he paid it to Thomas with the gift of a 4-year-old gelding. "You'll need a horse," he said, "for nowadays all archers are mounted. Go to Dorchester," he advised Thomas, "and like as not you'll find someone recruiting bowmen." The Genoese corpses were beheaded and their bodies left to rot, while their 4 heads were impaled on stakes and planted along the Hook's shingle ridge. The gulls fed on the dead men's eyes and pecked at their flesh until the heads were flensed down to bare bones that stared vacantly to the sea. But Thomas did not see the skulls. He had gone across the water, taken his black bow, and joined the wars. Part 1. Brittany. It was winter. A cold morning wind blew from the sea, bringing a sour salt smell and a spitting rain that would inevitably sap the power of the bowstrings if it did not let up. "What it is," Jake said, "is a waste of goddamn time." No one took any notice of him. "Could have stayed in Brest," Jake grumbled. "Been sitting by a fire, drinking ale." Again he was ignored. "Funny name for a town," Sam said after a long while. "Brest. I like it, though." He looked at the archers. "Maybe we'll see the Blackbird again," he suggested. "Maybe she'll put a bolt through your tongue," Will Skeet growled, "and do us all a favour." The Blackbird was a woman who fought from the town walls every time the army made an assault. She was young, had black hair, wore a black cloak, and shot a crossbow. In the first assault, when Will Skeet's archers had been in the vanguard of the attack and had lost 4 men, they had been close enough to see the Blackbird clearly, and they had all thought her beautiful, though after a winter campaign of failure, cold, mud, and hunger, almost any woman looked beautiful. Still, there was something special about the Blackbird. "She doesn't load that crossbow herself," Sam said, unmoved by Skeet's surliness. "Of course she bloody doesn't," Jake said. "There ain't a woman born that can crank a crossbow." "Dozy Mary could," another man said. "Got muscles like a bullock, she has." "And she closes her eyes when she shoots," Sam said, still talking of the Blackbird. "I noticed." "That's because you weren't doing your goddamn job," Will Skeet snarled, "so shut your mouth, Sam." Sam was the youngest of Skeet's men. He claimed to be 18, though he was really not sure, because he had lost count. He was a draper's son, had a cherubic face, brown curls, and a heart as dark as sin. He was a good archer, though. No one could serve Will Skeet without being good. "Right, lads," Skeet said. "Make ready." He had seen the stir in the encampment behind them. The enemy would notice it soon, and the church bells would ring the alarm, and the town walls would fill with defenders armed with crossbows. The crossbows would rip their bolts into the attackers, and Skeet's job today was to try to clear those crossbowmen off the wall with his arrows. Some chance, he thought sourly. The defenders would crouch behind their crenellations and so deny his men an opportunity to aim, and doubtless this assault would end as the 5 other attacks had finished, in failure. It had been a whole campaign of failure. William Boone, the Earl of Northampton, who led this small English army, had launched the winter expedition in hope of capturing a stronghold in northern Brittany, But the assault on Carix had been a humiliating failure. The defenders of Guingamp had laughed at the English, and the walls of Lannion had repulsed every attack. They had captured Tréguier, but as that town had no walls, it was not much of an achievement and no place to make a fortress. Now, at the bitter end of the year, with nothing better to do, the Earl's army had fetched up outside this small town, which was scarcely more than a walled village. But even this miserable place had defied the army. The Earl had launched attack after attack, and all had been beaten back. The English had been met by a storm of crossbow bolts, the scaling ladders had been thrust from the ramparts, and the defenders had exulted in each failure. "What is this goddamn place called?" Skeet asked. "La Roche-Derrien," a tall archer answered. "You would know, Tom," Skeet said. "You know everything." "That is true, Will," Thomas said gravely. "Quite literally true." The other archers laughed. "So if you know so bloody much," Skeet said, "tell me what this goddamn town is called again." "La Roche-Derrien." "Daft bloody name," Skeet said. He was grey-haired, thin-faced, and had known nearly 30 years of fighting. He came from Yorkshire and had begun his career as an archer, fighting against the Scots. He had been as lucky as he was skilled, and so he had taken plunder, survived battles, and risen in the ranks until he was wealthy enough to raise his own band of soldiers. He now led 70 men-at-arms and as many archers, whom he had contracted to the Earl of Northampton's service, which was why he was crouching behind a wet hedge 150 paces from the walls of a town whose name he still could not remember. His men-at-arms were in the camp, given a day's rest after leading the last failed assault. Will Skeet hated failure. "La Roche what?" he asked Thomas. "Derrien. What does that goddamn mean?" "That, I confess, I do not know." "Sweet Christ!" Skeet said in mock wonder. "He doesn't know everything." "It is, however, close to Derriere, which means arse," Thomas added. "The Rock of the Arse is my best translation." End of Side 2. Side 3. Skeet opened his mouth to say something, but just then the first of La Roche-Derrien's church bells sounded the alarm. It was the cracked bell, the one that sounded so harsh, and within seconds the other churches added their tolling, so that the wet wind was filled with their clangor. The noise was greeted by a subdued English cheer as the assault troops came from the camp and pounded up the road towards the town's southern gate. The leading men carried ladders, the rest had swords and axes. The Earl of Northampton led the assault, as he had led all the others, conspicuous in his plate armor, half covered by a surcoat, showing his badge of the Lions and Stars. "You know what to do!" Skeet bellowed. The archers stood, drew their bows and loosed. There were no targets on the walls, for the defenders were staying low, but the rattle of the steel-tipped arrows on the stones should keep them crouching. The white-feathered arrows hissed as they flew. Two other archer bands were adding their own shafts, many of them firing high into the sky, so that their missiles dropped vertically onto the wall's top, and to Skeet it seemed impossible that anyone could live under that hail of feather-tipped steel. Yet as soon as the Earl's attacking column came within 100 paces, the crossbow bolts began to spit from the walls. There was a breach close to the gate. It had been made by a catapult, the only siege machine left in decent repair, and it was a poor breach, for only the top third of the wall had been dismantled by the big stones, and the townsfolk had crammed timber and bundles of cloth into the gap. But it was still a weakness in the wall, and the ladder men ran towards it, shouting as the crossbow bolts whipped into them. Men stumbled, fell, crawled, and died, but enough lived to throw 2 ladders against the breach, and the first men-at-arms began to climb. The archers were loosing as fast as they could, overwhelming the top of the breach with arrows, but then a shield appeared there, a shield that was immediately stuck by a score of shafts, and from behind the shield a crossbowman shot straight down one of the ladders, killing the leading man. Another shield appeared, another crossbow was loosed. A pot was shoved onto the breach's top, then toppled over, and a gush of steaming liquid spilled down to make a man scream in agony. Defenders were hurling boulders over the breach, and their crossbows were snapping. "Closer!" Skeet shouted, and his archers pushed through the hedge and ran to within 100 paces of the town ditch, where they again loosed their long war bows and slashed their arrows into the embrasures. Some defenders were dying now, for they had to show themselves to shoot their crossbows down into the crowd of men who jostled at the foot of the 4 ladders that had been laid against the breach or walls. Men-at-arms climbed, a forked pole shoved one ladder back, and Thomas twitched his left hand to change his aim and released his fingers to drive an arrow into the breast of a man pushing on the pole. The man had been covered by a shield held by a companion, but the shield shifted for an instant, and Thomas's arrow was the first through the small gap, though 2 more followed before the dying man's last heartbeat ended. Other men succeeded in toppling the ladder. "St. George!" the English shouted, but the saint must have been sleeping, for he gave the attackers no help. More stones were hurled from the ramparts. Then a great mass of flaming straw was heaved into the crowded attackers. A man succeeded in reaching the top of the breach, but was immediately killed by an axe that split his helmet and skull in 2. He slumped on the rungs, blocking the ascent, and the Earl tried to haul him free, but was struck on the head by one of the boulders and collapsed at the ladder's foot. 2 of his men-at-arms carried the stunned Earl back to the camp, and his departure took the spirit from the attackers. They no longer shouted. The arrows still flew, and men still tried to climb the wall, but the defenders sensed they had repelled this 6th attack, and their crossbow bolts spat relentlessly. It was then Thomas saw the blackbird on the tower above the gate. He laid the steel arrow tip on her breast, raised the bow a fraction, and then jerked his bow hand so that the arrow flew wild. Too pretty to kill, he told himself, and knew he was a fool for thinking it. She shot her bolt and vanished. A half-dozen arrows clattered onto the tower where she had been standing, but Thomas reckoned all 6 archers had let her shoot before they loosed. "Jesus wept," Skeet said. The attack had failed, and the men-at-arms were running from the crossbow bolts. One ladder still rested against the breach, with the dead man entangled in its upper rungs. "Back!" Skeet shouted. "Back!" The archers ran, pursued by quarrels, until they could push through the hedge and drop into the ditch. The defenders were cheering, and 2 men bared their backsides on the gate tower and briefly shoved their asses towards the defeated English. "Bastards," Skeet said. "Bastards." He was not used to failure. "There has to be a bloody way in," he growled. Thomas unlooped the string from his bow and placed it under his helmet. "I told you how to get in," he told Skeet. "Told you at dawn." Skeet looked at Thomas for a long time. "We tried it, lad." "I got to the stakes, Will. I promise I did. I got through them." "So tell me again," Skeet said, and Thomas did. He crouched in the ditch under the jeers of La Roche-Derrien's defenders, and he told Will Skeet how to unlock the town, and Skeet listened, because the Yorkshireman had learned to trust Thomas of Hookton. Thomas had been in Brittany for 3 years now, and though Brittany was not France, its usurping duke brought a constant succession of Frenchmen to be killed, and Thomas had discovered he had a skill for killing. It was not just that he was a good archer. The army was full of men who were as good as he, and there was a handful who were better. But he had discovered he could sense what the enemy was doing. He would watch them, watch their eyes, see where they were looking, and as often as not he anticipated an enemy move and was ready to greet it with an arrow. It was like a game, but one where he knew the rules and they did not. It helped that William Skeet trusted him. Skeet had been unwilling to recruit Thomas when they first met by the jail in Dorchester, where Skeet was testing a score of thieves and murderers to see how well they could shoot a bow. He needed recruits, and the king needed archers, so men who would otherwise have faced the gallows were being pardoned if they would serve abroad, and fully half of Skeet's men were such felons. Thomas, Skeet had reckoned, would never fit in with such rogues. He had taken Thomas's right hand, seen the calluses on the 2 bow fingers, which said he was an archer, but then he had tapped the boy's soft palm. "What have you been doing?" Skeet had asked. "My father wanted me to be a priest." "A priest, eh?" Skeet had been scornful. "Well, you can pray for us, I suppose." "I can kill for you, too." Skeet had eventually let Thomas join the band, not least because the boy brought his own horse. At first, Skeet thought Thomas of Hookton was little more than another wild fool looking for adventure. A clever fool, to be sure, but Thomas had taken to the life of an archer in Brittany with alacrity. The real business of the Civil War was plunder, and day after day Skeet's men rode into land that gave fealty to the supporters of Duke Charles, and they burned the farms, stole the harvest, and took the livestock. A lord whose peasants cannot pay rent is a lord who cannot afford to hire soldiers, so Skeet's men-at-arms and mounted archers were loosed on the enemy's land like a plague. And Thomas loved the life. He was young, and his task was not just to fight the enemy, but to ruin him. He burned farms, poisoned wells, stole seed grain, broke ploughs, fired the mills, ring-barked the orchards, and lived off his plunder. Skeet's men were the lords of Brittany, a scourge from hell, and the French-speaking villagers in the east of the duchy called them the Harlequin, which meant the devil's horsemen. Once in a while an enemy war band would seek to trap them, and Thomas had learned that the English archer with his great long war bow was the king of those skirmishes. The enemy hated the archers. If they captured an English bowman, they killed him. A man-at-arms might be imprisoned, a lord would be ransomed, but an archer was always murdered. Tortured first, then murdered. Thomas thrived on the life, and Skeet had learned the lad was clever, certainly clever enough to know better than to fall asleep one night when he should have been standing guard, and for that offence Skeet had thumped the daylights out of him. "You were goddamn drunk," he had accused Thomas, then beat him thoroughly, using his fists like blacksmith's hammers. He had broken Thomas's nose, cracked a rib, and called him a stinking piece of Satan's shit. But at the end of it, Will Skeet saw that the boy was still grinning, and 6 months later he made Thomas into a vintner, which meant he was in charge of 20 other. Those 20 were nearly all older than Thomas, but none seemed to mind his promotion, for they reckoned he was different. Most archers wore their hair cropped short, but Thomas's hair was flamboyantly long and wrapped with bow cords, so it fell in a long black plait to his waist. He was clean-shaven and dressed only in black. Such affectations could have made him unpopular, but he worked hard, had a quick wit, and was generous. He was still odd, though. All archers wore talismans, maybe a cheap metal pendant showing a saint, or a dried hare's foot, but Thomas had a desiccated dog's paw hanging round his neck, which he claimed was the hand of St. Guinevere, and no one dared dispute him, because he was the most learned man in Skeet's band. He spoke French like a nobleman and Latin like a priest, and Skeet's archers were perversely proud of him because of those accomplishments. Now, 3 years after joining Will Skeet's band, Thomas was one of his chief archers. Skeet even asked his advice sometimes. He rarely took it, but he asked, and Thomas still had the dog's paw, a crooked nose, and an impudent grin. And now he had an idea how to get into La Roche-Derrien. That afternoon, when the dead man-at-arms with the split skull was still tangled in the abandoned ladder, Sir Simon Jekyll rode towards the town, and there trotted his horse back and forth beside the small, dark-feathered crossbow bolts that marked the furthest range of the defenders' weapons. His squire, a daft boy with a slack jaw and puzzled eyes, watched from a distance. The squire held Sir Simon's lance, and should any warrior in the town accept the implicit challenge of Sir Simon's mocking presence, the squire would give his master the lance, and the two horsemen would fight on the pasture until one or the other yielded. And it would not be Sir Simon, for he was as skilled a knight as any in the Earl of Northampton's army. And the poorest. His destrier was 10 years old, hard-mouthed and sway-backed. His saddle, which was high in pommel and cantle so that it held him firm in its grip, had belonged to his father, while his hauberk, a tunic of mail that covered him from neck to knees, had belonged to his grandfather. His sword was over 100 years old, heavy, and would not keep its edge. His lance had warped in the wet winter weather, while his helmet, which hung from his pommel, was an old steel pot with a worn leather lining. His shield, with its escutcheon of a mailed fist clutching a war hammer, was battered and faded. His mail gauntlets, like the rest of his armour, were rusting, which was why his squire had a thick, reddened ear and a frightened face. Though the real reason for the rust was not that the squire did not try to clean the mail, but that Sir Simon could not afford the vinegar and fine sand that was used to scour the steel. He was poor. Poor and bitter and ambitious. And good. No one denied he was good. He had won the tournament at Tewkesbury and received a purse of £40, At Gloucester his victory had been rewarded by a fine suit of armour. At Chelmsford it had been £15 and a fine saddle, and at Canterbury he had half-hacked a Frenchman to death before being given a gilded cup filled with coins. But where were all those trophies now? In the hands of the bankers and lawyers and merchants who had a lien on the Berkshire estate that Sir Simon had inherited 2 years before, though in truth his inheritance had been nothing but debt, and the moment his father was buried the moneylenders had closed on Sir Simon like hounds on a wounded deer. Marry an heiress, his mother had advised, and she had paraded a dozen women for her son's inspection, but Sir Simon was determined his wife should be as beautiful as he was handsome. And he was handsome. He knew that. He would stare into his mother's mirror and admire his reflection. He had thick, fair hair, a broad face, and a short beard. At Chester, where he had unhorsed 3 knights inside 4 minutes, men had mistaken him for the king, who was reputed to fight anonymously in tournaments, and Sir Simon was not going to throw away his good royal looks on some wrinkled hag just because she had money. He would marry a woman worthy of himself, but that ambition would not pay the estate's debts, and so Sir Simon, to defend himself against his creditors, had sought a letter of protection from King Edward III. That letter shielded Sir Simon from all legal proceedings so long as he served the king in a foreign war. And when Sir Simon had crossed the Channel, taking 6 men-at-arms, a dozen archers, and a slack-jawed squire from his encumbered estate, he had left his creditors helpless in England. Sir Simon had also brought with him a certainty that he would soon capture some French or Breton nobleman whose ransom would be sufficient to pay off all he owed. But so far the winter campaign had not yielded a single prisoner of rank, and so little plunder that the army was now on half rations. And how many well-born prisoners could he expect to take in a miserable town like La Roche-Derrien? It was a shithole. Yet he rode up and down beneath its walls, hoping some knight would take the challenge and ride from the town's southern gate that had so far resisted 6 English assaults. But instead the defenders jeered him and called him a coward for staying out of their crossbows' range, and the insults piqued Sir Simon's pride, so that he rode closer to the walls, his horse's hoofs sometimes clattering on one of the fallen quarrels. Men shot at him, but the bolts fell well short, and it was Sir Simon's turn to jeer. "He's just a bloody fool," Jake said, watching from the English camp. Jake was one of William Skeet's felons, a murderer who had been saved from the gallows at Exeter. He was cross-eyed, yet still managed to shoot straighter than most men. "Now what's he doing?" Sir Simon had stopped his horse and was facing the gate, so that the men who watched thought that perhaps a Frenchman was coming to challenge the English knight who taunted them. Instead, they saw that a lone crossbowman was standing on the gate turret and beckoning Sir Simon forward, daring him to come within range. Only a fool would respond to such a dare, and Sir Simon dutifully responded. He was 25 years old, bitter and brave, and he reckoned a display of careless arrogance would dishearten the besieged garrison and encourage the dispirited English, and so he spurred the destrier deep into the killing ground where the French bolts had torn the heart out of the English attacks. No crossbow man fired now. There was just the lone figure standing on the gate tower, and Sir Simon, riding to within 100 yards, saw it was the Blackbird. This was the first time Sir Simon had seen the woman every archer called the Blackbird, and he was close enough to perceive that she was indeed a beauty. She stood straight, slender and tall, cloaked against the winter wind, but with her long black hair loose like a young girl's. She offered him a mocking bow, and Sir Simon responded, bending awkwardly in the tight saddle. Then he watched as she picked up her crossbow and put it to her shoulder. "And when we're inside the town," Sir Simon thought, "I'll make you pay for this. You'll be flat on your arse, Blackbird, and I'll be on top." He stood his horse quite still, a lone horseman in the French slaughter ground, daring her to aim straight and knowing she would not. And when she missed, he would give her a mocking salute, and the French would take it as a bad omen. But what if she did aim straight? Sir Simon was tempted to lift the awkward helmet from his saddle's pommel, but resisted the impulse. He had dared the Blackbird to do her worst, and he could show no nerves in front of a woman, and so he waited as she levelled the bow. The town's defenders were watching her and doubtless praying, or perhaps making wagers. "Come on, you bitch," he said under his breath. It was cold, but there was sweat on his forehead. She paused, pushed the black hair from her face, then rested the bow on a crenellation and aimed again. Sir Simon kept his head up and his gaze straight. Just a woman, he told himself. Probably could not hit a wagon at 5 paces. His horse shivered, and he reached out to pat its neck. "Be going soon, boy," he told it. The blackbird, watched by a score of defenders, closed her eyes and shot. Sir Simon saw the quarrel as a small black blur against the grey sky and the grey stones of the church towers showing above La Roche-Derrian's walls. He knew the quarrel would go wide, knew it with an absolute certainty. She was a woman, for God's sake! And that was why he did not move as he saw the blur coming straight for him. He could not believe it. He was waiting for the quarrel to slide to left or right, or to plough into the frost-hardened ground, but instead it was coming unerringly towards his breast, and at the very last instant he jerked up the heavy shield and ducked his head and felt a huge thump on his left arm as the bolt slammed home to throw him hard against the saddle's cantle. The bolt hit the shield so hard that it split through the willow boards, and its point gouged a deep cut through the mail sleeve and into his forearm. The French were cheering, and Sir Simon, knowing that other crossbowmen might now try to finish what the blackbird had begun, pressed his knee into his destrier's flank, and the beast obediently turned, and then responded to the spurs. "I'm alive!" he said aloud, as if that would silence the French jubilation. "Goddamn bitch," he thought. He would pay her right enough, pay her till she squealed, and he curbed his horse, not wanting to look as though he fled. An hour later, after his squire had put a bandage over the slashed forearm, Sir Simon had convinced himself that he had scored a victory. He had dared, he had survived. It had been a demonstration of courage, and he lived, and for that he reckoned he was a hero, and he expected a hero's welcome as he walked toward the tent that housed the army's commander, the Earl of Northampton. The tent was made from 2 sails, their linen yellow and patched and threadbare after years of service at sea. They made a shabby shelter, but that was typical of William Boone, Earl of Northampton, who, though cousin to the king and as rich a man as any in England, despised gaudiness. The Earl, indeed, looked as patched and threadbare as the sails that made his tent. He was a short and squat man, with a face, men said, like the backside of a bull, but the face mirrored the Earl's soul, which was blunt, brave, and straightforward. The army liked William Boone, Earl of Northampton, because he was as tough as they were themselves. Now, as Sir Simon ducked into the tent, the Earl's curly brown hair was half covered with a bandage, where the boulder thrown from La Roche-Derrian's wall had split his helmet and driven a ragged edge of steel into his scalp. He greeted Sir Simon sourly. "Tired of life?" "The silly bitch shut her eyes when she pulled the trigger," Sir Simon said, oblivious to the Earl's tone. "She still aimed well," the Earl said angrily, "and that will put heart into the bastards. God knows they need no encouragement." "I'm alive, my lord," Sir Simon said cheerfully. "She wanted to kill me. She failed. The bear lives and the dogs go hungry." He waited for the Earl's companions to congratulate him, but they avoided his eyes, and he interpreted their sullen silence as jealousy. Sir Simon was a bloody fool, the Earl thought, and shivered. He might not have minded the cold so much had the army been enjoying success, but for 2 months the English and their Breton allies had stumbled from failure to farce, and the 6 assaults on La Roche-Derrian had plumbed the depths of misery. So now the Earl had called a council of war to suggest one final assault, this one to be made that same evening. Every other attack had been in the forenoon, but perhaps a surprise escalade in the dying winter light would take the defenders by surprise. Only what small advantages that surprise might bring had been spoiled, because Sir Simon's foolhardiness must have given the townsfolk a new confidence, and there was little confidence among the Earl's war captains who had gathered under the yellow sailcloth. 4 of those captains were knights who, like Sir Simon, led their own men to war, but the others were mercenary soldiers who had contracted their men to the Earl's service. 3 were Bretons, who wore the white ermine badge of the Duke of Brittany and led men loyal to the de Montfort Duke, while the others were English captains, all of them commoners who had grown hard in war. William Skeet was there, and next to him was Richard Tocham, who had begun his service as a man-at-arms and now led 140 knights and 90 archers in the Earl's service. Neither man had ever fought in a tournament, nor would they ever be invited, yet both were wealthier than Sir Simon, and that rankled. "My hounds of war," the Earl of Northampton called the independent captains, and the Earl liked them, but then the Earl had a curious taste for vulgar company. He might be cousin to England's king, but William Boone happily drank with men like Skeet and Tocham, ate with them, spoke English with them, hunted with them, and trusted them, and Sir Simon felt excluded from that friendship. If any man in this army should have been an intimate of the Earl, it was Sir Simon, a noted champion of tournaments, but Northampton would rather roll in the gutter with men like Skeet. "How's the rain?" the Earl asked. "Starting again," Sir Simon answered, jerking his head at the tent's roof, against which the rain pattered fitfully. "It'll clear," Skeet said dourly. He rarely called the Earl "my lord," addressing him instead as an equal, which, to Sir Simon's amazement, the Earl seemed to like. "And it's only spitting," the Earl said, peering out from the tent and letting in a swirl of damp, cold air. "Bowstrings will pluck in this." "So will crossbow cords," Richard Tocham interjected. "Bastards," he added. What made the English failure so galling was that La Roche-Derrien's defenders were not soldiers, but townsfolk, fishermen and boat builders, carpenters and masons, and even the Blackbird, a woman. "And the rain might stop," Tocham went on, "but the ground will be slick. It'll be bad footing under the walls." "Don't go tonight," Will Skeet advised. "Let my boys go in by the river tomorrow morning." The Earl rubbed the wound on his scalp. For a week now he had assaulted La Roche-Derrien's southern wall, and he still believed his men could take those ramparts. Yet he also sensed the pessimism among his hounds of war. One more repulse, with another 20 or 30 dead, would leave his army dispirited and with the prospect of trailing back to Finisterre with nothing accomplished. "Tell me again," he said. Skeet wiped his nose on his leather sleeve. "At low tide," he said, "there's a way round the north wall. One of my lads was down there last night." "We tried it 3 days ago," one of the knights objected. "You tried the downriver side," Skeet said. "I want to go upriver." "That side has stakes, just like the other," the Earl said. "Loose," Skeet responded. One of the Breton captains translated the exchange for his companions. "My boy pulled a stake clean out," Skeet went on, "and he reckons half a dozen others will lift or break. They're old oak trunks, he says, instead of elm, and they're rotted through." "How deep is the mud?" the Earl asked. "Up to his knees." La Roche-Derrien's wall encompassed the west, south, and east of the town, while the northern side was defended by the river Joudie, and where the semicircular wall met the river, the townsfolk had planted huge stakes in the mud to block access at low tide. Skeet was now suggesting there was a way through those rotted stakes, but when the Earl's men had tried to do the same thing at the eastern side of the town, the attackers had got bogged down in the mud, and the townsfolk had picked them off with bolts. It had been a worse slaughter than the repulses in front of the southern gate. "But there's still a wall on the riverbank," the Earl pointed out. "Aye," Skeet allowed, "but the silly bastards have broken it down in places. They've built quays there, and there's one right close to the loose stakes. So your men will have to remove the stakes and climb the quays, all under the gaze of men on the wall?" the Earl asked sceptically. "They can do it," Skeet said firmly. The Earl still reckoned his best chance of success was to close his archers on the south gate and pray that their arrows would keep the defenders cowering while his men-at-arms assaulted the breach. Yet that, he conceded, was the plan that had failed earlier in the day, and on the day before that. And he had, he knew, only a day or two left. He possessed fewer than 3,000 men, and a third of those were sick, and if he could not find them shelter, he would have to march back west with his tail between his legs. He needed a town, any town, even La Roche-Derrien. Will Skeet saw the worries on the Earl's broad face. "My lad was within 15 paces of the quay last night," he asserted. "He could have been inside the town and opened the gate." "So why didn't he?" Sir Simon could not resist asking. "Christ's bones," he went on, "but I'd have been inside." "You're not an archer," Skeet said sourly, then made the sign of the cross. At Guingamp, one of Skeet's archers had been captured by the defenders, who had stripped the hated bowman naked, then cut him to pieces on the rampart where the besiegers could see his long death. His 2 bow fingers had been severed first, then his manhood, and the man had screamed like a pig being gelded as he bled to death on the battlements. The Earl gestured for a servant to replenish the cups of mulled wine. "Would you lead this attack, Will?" he asked. "Not me," Skeet said. "I'm too old to wade through boggy mud. I'll let the lad who went past the stakes last night lead them in. He's a good boy, so he is. He's a clever bastard, but an odd one. He was going to be a priest, he was, only he met me and came to his senses." The Earl was plainly tempted by the idea. He toyed with the hilt of his sword, then nodded. "I think we should meet your clever bastard." "Is he near?" "Left him outside," Skeet said, then twisted on his stool. "Tom, you savage! Come in here!" Thomas stooped into the Earl's tent, where the gathered captains saw a tall, long-legged young man, dressed entirely in black, all but for his mail coat and the red cross sewn onto his tunic. All the English troops wore that cross of St. George, so that in a melee they would know who was a friend and who an enemy. The young man bowed to the Earl, who realized he had noticed this archer before, which was hardly surprising, for Thomas was a striking-looking man. He wore his black hair in a pigtail, tied with bowcord. He had a long, bony nose that was crooked, a clean-shaven chin, and watchful, clever eyes, though perhaps the most noticeable thing about him was that he was clean. That, and on his shoulder, the great bow that was one of the longest the Earl had seen, and not only long, but painted black, while mounted on the outer belly of the bow was a curious silver plate, which seemed to have a coat of arms engraved on it. There was vanity here, the Earl thought, vanity and pride, and he approved of both things. "For a man who was up to his knees in river mud last night," the Earl said with a smile, "you're remarkably clean." "I washed, my lord." "You'll catch cold," the Earl warned him. "What's your name?" "Thomas of Hookton, my lord." "So tell me what you found last night, Thomas of Hookton." Thomas told the same tale as Will Skeet, how, after dark, and as the tide fell, he had waded out into the Jaudi's mud. He had found the fence of stakes ill-maintained, rotting and loose, and he had lifted one out of its socket, wriggled through the gap, and gone a few paces towards the nearest quay. "I was close enough, my lord, to hear a woman singing," he said. The woman had been singing a song that his own mother had crooned to him when he was small, and he had been struck by that oddity. The Earl frowned when Thomas finished, not because he disapproved of anything the archer had said, but because the scalp wound that had left him unconscious for an hour was throbbing. "What were you doing at the river last night?" he asked, mainly to give himself more time to think about the idea. Thomas said nothing. "Another man's woman," Skeet eventually answered for Thomas. "That's what he was doing, my lord. Another man's woman." The assembled men laughed, all but Sir Simon Jekyll, who looked sourly at the blushing Thomas. The bastard was a mere archer, yet he was wearing a better coat of mail than Sir Simon could afford, and he had a confidence that stank of impudence. Sir Simon shuddered. There was an unfairness to life which he did not understand. Archers from the shires were capturing horses and weapons and armor, while he, a champion of tournaments, had not managed anything more valuable than a pair of goddamn boots. He felt an irresistible urge to deflate this tall, composed archer. "One alert sentinel, my lord." Sir Simon spoke to the Earl in Norman French, so that only the handful of well-born men in the tent would understand him. "And this boy will be dead, and our attack will be floundering in river mud." Thomas gave Sir Simon a very level look, insolent in its lack of expression, then answered in fluent French. "We should attack in the dark," he said, then turned back to the Earl. "The tide will be low just before dawn tomorrow, my lord." The Earl looked at him with surprise. "How did you learn French?" "From my father, my lord." "Do we know him?" "I doubt it, my lord." The Earl did not pursue the subject. He bit his lip and rubbed the pommel of his sword, a habit when he was thinking. "All well and good if you get inside," Richard Toacham, seated on a milking stool next to Will Skeet, growled at Thomas. Toacham led the largest of the independent bands and had on that account a greater authority than the rest of the captains. "But what do you do when you're inside?" Thomas nodded as though he had expected the question. "I doubt we can reach a gate," he said, "but if I can put a score of archers onto the wall beside the river, then they can protect it while ladders are placed." "And I've got 2 ladders," Skeet added. "They'll do." The Earl still rubbed the pommel of his sword. "When we tried to attack by the river before," he said, "we got trapped in the mud. It'll be just as deep where you want to go." "Hurdles, my lord," Thomas said. "I found some in a farm." Hurdles were fence sections made of woven willow that could make a quick pen for sheep or could be laid flat on mud to provide men with footing. "I told you he was clever," Will Skeet said proudly. "Went to Oxford, didn't you, Tom?" "When I was too young to know better," Thomas said dryly. The Earl laughed. He liked this boy, and he could see why Skeet had such faith in him. "Tomorrow morning, Thomas?" he asked. "Better than dusk tonight, my lord. They'll still be lively at dusk." Thomas gave Sir Simon an expressionless glance, intimating that the night's display of stupid bravery would have quickened the defenders' spirits. "Then tomorrow morning it is," the Earl said. He turned to Toacham. "But keep your boys closed on the south gate today. I want them to think we're coming there again." He looked back to Thomas. "What's the badge on your bow, boy?" "Just something I found, my lord," Thomas lied, handing the bow to the Earl, who had held out his hand. In truth, he had cut the silver badge out of the crushed chalice that he had found under his father's robes, then pinned the metal to the front of the bow, where his left hand had worn the silver almost smooth. The Earl peered at the device. "A Yale?" "I think that's what the beast is called, my lord," Thomas said, pretending ignorance. "Not the badge of anyone I know," the Earl said, then tried to flex the bow and raised his eyebrows in surprise at its strength. He gave the black shaft back to Thomas, then dismissed him. "I wish you Godspeed in the morning, Thomas of Hookton." "My lord," Thomas said, and bowed. "I'll go with him, with your permission," Skeet said, and the Earl nodded, then watched the 2 men leave. "If we do get inside," he told his remaining captains, "then for God's sake don't let your men cry havoc. Hold their leashes tight. I intend to keep this town, and I don't want the townsfolk hating us. Kill when you must, but I don't want an orgy of blood." He looked at their skeptical faces. "I'll be putting one of you in charge of the garrison here, so make it easy for yourselves. Hold them tight." The captains grunted, knowing how hard it would be to keep their men from a full sack of the town. But before any of them could respond to the Earl's hopeful wishes, Sir Simon stood. "My lord, a request." The Earl shrugged. "Try me." "Would you let me and my men lead the ladder party?" The Earl seemed surprised at the request. "You think Skeet cannot manage on his own?" "I'm sure he can, my lord," Sir Simon said humbly, "but I still beg the honour." Better Sir Simon Jekyll dead than Will Skeet, the Earl thought. He nodded. "Of course, of course." The captain said nothing. What honour was there in being the first onto a wall that another man had captured? No, the bastard did not want honour. He wanted to be well placed to find the richest plunder in town. But none of them voiced this thought. They were captains, but Sir Simon was a knight, even if a penniless one. The Earl's army threatened an attack for the rest of that short winter's day, but it never came, and the citizens of La Roche-Derrien dared to hope that the worst of their ordeal was over, but made preparations in case the English did try again the next day. They counted their crossbow bolts, stacked more boulders on the ramparts, and fed the fires which boiled the pots of water that were poured onto the English. "Heat the wretches up," the town's priests had said, and the townsfolk liked that jest. They were winning, they knew, and they reckoned their ordeal must finish soon, for the English would surely be running out of food. All La Roche-Derrien had to do was endure, and then receive the praise and thanks of Duke Charles. The small rain stopped at nightfall. The townsfolk went to their beds, but kept their weapons ready. The sentries lit watchfires behind the walls and gazed into the dark. It was night, it was winter, it was cold, and the besiegers had one last chance. The Blackbird had been christened Jeannette Marie Halévy, and when she was 15, her parents had taken her to Guingamp for the annual tournament of the apples. Her father was not an aristocrat, so the family could not sit in the enclosure beneath Saint-Laurent's tower. But they found a place nearby, and Louis Halévy made certain his daughter was visible by placing their chairs on the farm wagon which had carried them from La Roche-Derrien. Jeanette's father was a prosperous shipmaster and wine merchant, though his fortune in business had not been mirrored in life. One son had died when a cut finger turned septic, and his second son had drowned on a voyage to Corunna. Jeanette was now his only child. There was calculation in the visit to Guingamp. The nobility of Brittany, at least those who favoured an alliance with France, assembled at the tournament where, for 4 days, in front of a crowd that came as much for the fair as for the fighting, they displayed their talents with sword and lance. Jeanette found much of it tedious, for the preambles to each fight were long and often out of earshot. Knights paraded endlessly, their extravagant plumes nodding, but after a while there would be a brief thunder of hoofs, a clash of metal, a cheer, and one knight would be tumbled in the grass. It was customary for every victorious knight to prick an apple with his lance and present it to whichever woman in the crowd attracted him, and that was why her father had taken the farm wagon to Guingamp. After 4 days, Jeanette had 18 apples and the enmity of a score of better-born girls. Her parents took her back to La Roche-Derrien and waited. They had displayed their wares, and now the buyers could find their way to the lavish house beside the River Jaudy. From the front, the house seemed small, but go through the archway, and a visitor found himself in a wide courtyard, reaching down to a stone quay, where Monsieur Halévy's smaller boats could be moored at the top of the tide. The courtyard shared a wall with the church of Saint-Renan, and because Monsieur Halévy had donated the tower to the church, he had been permitted to drive an archway through the wall so that his family did not need to step into the street when they went to Mass. The house told any suitor that this was a wealthy family, and the presence of the parish priest at the supper table told him it was a devout family. Jeanette was to be no aristocrat's plaything. She was to be a wife. A dozen men condescended to visit the Halévy house, but it was Henri Chenier, Comte d'Armorique, who won the apple. He was a prime catch, for he was nephew to Charles of Blois, who was himself a nephew to King Philip of France, and it was Charles whom the French recognized as Duke and ruler of Brittany. The Duke allowed Henri Chenier to present his fiancée, but afterwards advised his nephew to discard her. The girl was a merchant's daughter, scarce more than a peasant, though even the Duke admitted she was a beauty. Her hair was shining black, her face was unflawed by the pox, and she had all her teeth. She was graceful, so that a Dominican friar in the Duke's court clasped his hands and exclaimed that Jeanette was the living image of the Madonna. The Duke agreed she was beautiful, but so what? Many women were beautiful. Any tavern in Guingamp, he said, could throw up a 2-livre whore who could make most wives look like hogs. It was not the job of a wife to be beautiful, but to be rich. "Make the girl your mistress," he advised his nephew, and virtually ordered Henri to marry an heiress from Picardy. But the heiress was a pox-faced slattern, and the Count of Armorica was besotted by Jeanette's beauty, and so he defied his uncle. He married the merchant's daughter in the chapel of his castle at Plabennec, which lay in Finistère, the world's end. The Duke reckoned his nephew had listened to too many troubadours, but the Count and his new wife were happy, and a year after their wedding, when Jeanette was 16, their son was born. They named him Charles, after the Duke, but if the Duke was complimented, he said nothing. He refused to receive Jeanette again and treated his nephew coldly. Later that same year, the English came in force to support Jean de Montfort, whom they recognized as the Duke of Brittany, and the King of France sent reinforcements to his nephew, Charles, whom he recognized as the real Duke, and so the Civil War began in earnest. The Count of Armorica insisted that his wife and baby son went back to her father's house in La Roche-Derrien, because the castle at Plabennec was small, in ill repair, and too close to the invaders' forces. That summer the castle fell to the English, just as Jeanette's husband had feared, and the following year the King of England spent the campaigning season in Brittany, and his army pushed back the forces of Charles, Duke of Brittany. There was no one great battle, but a series of bloody skirmishes, and in one of them, a ragged affair fought between the hedgerows of a steep valley, Jeanette's husband was wounded. He had lifted the facepiece of his helmet to shout encouragement to his men, and an arrow had gone clean through his mouth. His servants brought the Count to the house beside the river Jaudy, where he took 5 days to die. 5 days of constant pain, during which he was unable to eat and scarce able to breathe, as the wound festered and the blood congealed in his gullet. He was 28 years old, a champion of tournaments, and he wept like a child at the end. He choked to death, and Jeanette screamed in frustrated anger and grief. Then began Jeanette's time of sorrow. She was a widow, la veuve Chenier, and not 6 months after her husband's death, she became an orphan when both her parents died of the bloody flux. She was just 18, and her son, the Count of Armorica, was 2. But Jeanette had inherited her father's wealth, and she determined to use it to strike back at the hated English who had killed her husband. And so she began outfitting 2 ships that could prey on English shipping. End of Side 3. Side 4. Monsieur Bellin, who had been her father's lawyer, advised against spending money on the ships. Jeanette's fortune would not last forever, the lawyer said, and nothing soaked up cash like outfitting warships that rarely made money unless by luck. Better, he said, to use the ships for trade. The merchants in Lannion are making a fine profit on Spanish wine, he suggested. He had a cold, for it was winter, and he sneezed. A very fine profit, he said wistfully. He spoke in Breton, though both he and Jeanette could, if needs be, speak French. I do not want Spanish wine, Jeanette said coldly, but English souls. No profit in those, my lady, Bellin said. He found it strange to call Jeanette my lady. He had known her since she was a child, and she had always been little Jeanette to him, but she had married and become an aristocratic widow, and a widow, moreover, with a temper. You cannot sell English souls, Bellin pointed out mildly. Except to the devil, Jeanette said, crossing herself. But I don't need Spanish wine, Bellin. We have the rents. The rents, Bellin said mockingly. He was tall, thin, scanty-haired, and clever. He had served Jeanette's father well and long, and was resentful that the merchant had left him nothing in his will. Everything had gone to Jeanette, except for a small bequest to the monks at Pontrier, so they would say masses for the dead man's soul. Bellin hid his resentment. Nothing comes from Plabennec, he told Jeanette. The English are there, and how long do you think the rents will come from your father's farms? The English will take them soon. An English army had occupied unwalled Tréguier, which was only an hour's walk northwards, and they had pulled down the cathedral tower there because some crossbowmen had shot at them from its summit. Bellin hoped the English would retreat soon, for it was deep in the winter, and their supplies must be running low, but he feared they might ravage the countryside about La Roche-Derrien before they left. And if they did, Jeanette's farms would be left worthless. How much rent can you get from a burned farm? He asked her. I don't care, she snapped. I shall sell everything if I have to, everything. Except for her husband's armor and weapons. They were precious and would go to her son one day. Bellin sighed for her foolishness, then huddled in his black cloak and leaned close to the small fire which spat in the hearth. A cold wind came from the nearby sea, making the chimney smoke. You will permit me, madame, to offer you advice? First, the business. Bellin paused to wipe his nose on his long black sleeve. It ails, but I can find you a good man to run it as your father did, and I would draw up a contract which would ensure the man would pay you well from the profits. Second, madame, you should think of marriage. He paused, half expecting a protest, but Jeanette said nothing. Bellin sighed. She was so lovely. There were a dozen men in town who would marry her, but marriage to an aristocrat had turned her head, and she would settle for nothing less than another titled man. You are, madame, the lawyer continued carefully, a widow who possesses, at the moment, a considerable fortune. But I have seen such fortunes drain away like snow in April. Find a man who can look after you,
your possessions, and your son."
Jeanette turned and stared at him. "I married the finest man in Christendom," she said. "And where do you think I will find another like him?" Men like the Count of Armorica, the lawyer thought, were found everywhere, more was the pity. For what were they but brute fools in armour who believed war was a sport? Jeanette, he thought, should marry a prudent merchant, perhaps a widower who had a fortune. But he suspected such advice would be wasted. "Remember the old saying, my lady," he said slyly. "Put a cat to watch a flock, and the wolves eat well." Jeanette shuddered with anger at the words. "You go beyond yourself, Monsieur Bellard." She spoke icily, then dismissed him, and the next day the English came to La Roche-Derrien, and Jeanette took her dead husband's crossbow from the place where she hid her wealth, and she joined the defenders on the walls. Damn Bellard's advice. She would fight like a man, and Duke Charles, who despised her, would learn to admire her, to support her, and restore her dead husband's estates to her son. So Jeanette had become the blackbird, and the English had died in front of her walls, and Bellard's advice was forgotten. And now, Jeanette reckoned, the town's defenders had so rattled the English that the siege would surely be lifted. All would be well, in which belief, for the first time in a week, the blackbird slept well. Thomas crouched beside the river. He had broken through a stand of alders to reach the bank, where he now pulled off his boots and hose. Best to go bare-legged, he reckoned, so the boots did not get stuck in the river mud. It was going to be cold, freezing cold, but he could not remember a time when he had been happier. He liked this life, and his memories of Hookton, Oxford, and his father had almost faded. "Take your boots off," he told the 20 archers who would accompany him, "and hang your arrow bags round your necks." "Why?" someone challenged him from the dark. "So it bloody throttles you," Thomas growled. "So your arrows don't get wet," another man explained helpfully. Thomas tied his own bag round his neck. Archers did not carry the quivers that hunters used, for quivers were open at the top and their arrows could fall out when a man ran or stumbled or clambered through a hedge. Arrows in quivers got wet when it rained, and wet feathers made arrows fly crooked, so real archers used linen bags that were waterproofed with wax and sealed by laces. The bags were bolstered by withy frames that spread the linen so the feathers were not crushed. Will Skeet edged down the bank where a dozen men were stacking the hurdles. He shivered in the cold wind that came from the water. The sky to the east was still dark, but some light came from the watchfires that burned within La Roche-Derrien. "They're nice and quiet in there," Skeet said, nodding towards the town. "Pray they're sleeping," Thomas said. "In beds, too. I've forgotten what a bed's like," Skeet said, then edged aside to let another man through to the river bank. Thomas was surprised to see it was Sir Simon Jekyll, who had been so scornful of him in the Earl's tent. "Sir Simon," Will Skeet said, barely bothering to disguise his own scorn, "wants a word with thee." Sir Simon wrinkled his nose at the stench of the river mud. Much of it, he supposed, was the town's sewage, and he was glad he was not wading bare-legged through the muck. "You are confident of passing the stakes?" he asked Thomas. "I wouldn't be going otherwise," Thomas said, not bothering to sound respectful. Thomas's tone made Sir Simon bridle, but he controlled his temper. "The Earl," he said distantly, "has given me the honour of leading the attack on the walls." He stopped abruptly, and Thomas waited, expecting more, but Sir Simon merely looked at him with an irritated face. "So Thomas takes the walls," Skeet finally spoke, "to make it safe for your ladders." "What I do not want," Sir Simon ignored Skeet and spoke to Thomas, "is for you to take your men ahead of mine into the town itself. We see armed men, we're likely to kill them, you understand?" Thomas almost spat in derision. His men would be armed with bows, and no enemy carried a long-staved bow like the English, so there was hardly any chance of being mistaken for the town's defenders. But he held his tongue. He just nodded. "You and your archers can join our attack," Sir Simon went on, "but you will be under my command." Thomas nodded again, and Sir Simon, irritated by the implied insolence, turned on his heel and walked away. "Goddamn bastard," Thomas said.
He just wants to get his nose into the trough ahead of the rest of us, Skeet said.
You're letting the bastard use our ladders? Thomas asked.
If he wants to be first up, let him. Ladders are green wood, Tom, and if they break, I'd rather it was him tumbling than me. Besides, I reckon we'll be better off following you through the river, but I ain't telling Sir Simon that.
Skeet grinned, then swore as a crash sounded from the darkness south of the river.
Those bloody white rats,
Skeet said, and vanished into the shadows. The White Rats were the Bretons loyal to Duke John, men who wore his badge of a white ermine, and some 60 Breton crossbowmen had been attached to Skeet's soldiers, their job to rattle the walls with their bolts as the ladders were placed against the ramparts. It was those men who had startled the night with their noise, and now the noise grew even louder. Some fool had tripped in the dark and thumped a crossbowman with a pavis, the huge shield behind which the crossbows were laboriously reloaded, and the crossbowman struck back, and suddenly the White Rats were having a brawl in the dark. The defenders naturally heard them and started to hurl burning bales of straw over the ramparts, and then a church bell began to toll, then another, and all this long before Thomas had even started across the mud. Sir Simon Jekyll, alarmed by the bells and the burning straw, shouted that the attack must go in now. "Carry the ladders forward!" he bellowed. Defenders were running onto La Roche-Derrien's walls, and the first crossbow bolts were spitting off the ramparts that were lit bright by the burning bales.
"Hold those goddamn ladders!"
Will Skeet snarled at his men, then looked at Thomas. "What do you reckon?" "I think the bastards are distracted," Thomas said. "So you'll go? Got nothing better to do, Will?"
"Bloody white rats!"
Thomas led his men onto the mud. The hurdles were some help, but not as much as he had hoped, so that they still slipped and struggled their way towards the great stakes, and Thomas reckoned the noise they made was enough to wake King Arthur and his knights. But the defenders were making even more noise. Every church bell was clanging, a trumpet was screaming, men were shouting, dogs barking, cockerels were crowing, and the crossbows were creaking and banging as their cords were inched back and released. The walls loomed to Thomas's right. He wondered if the Blackbird was up there. He had seen her twice now and been captivated by the fierceness of her face and her wild black hair. A score of other archers had seen her too, and all of them men who could thread an arrow through a bracelet at 100 paces. Yet the woman still lived. Amazing, Thomas thought, what a pretty face could do. He threw down the last hurdle and so reached the wooden stakes, each one a whole tree trunk sunk into the mud. His men joined him, and they heaved against the timber until the rotted wood split like straw. The stakes made a terrible noise as they fell, but it was drowned by the uproar in the town. Jake, the cross-eyed murderer from Exeter jail, pulled himself alongside Thomas. To their right now was a wooden quay with a rough ladder at one end. Dawn was coming, and a feeble, thin, grey light was seeping from the east to outline the bridge across the Jeudi. It was a handsome stone bridge with a barbican at its further end, and Thomas feared the garrison of that tower might see them, but no one called an alarm, and no crossbow bolts thumped across the river. Thomas and Jake were first up the quay ladder, then came Sam, the youngest of Skeet's archers. The wooden landing stage served a timber yard, and a dog began barking frantically among the stacked trunks, but Sam slipped into the blackness with his knife, and the barking suddenly stopped. "Good doggy," Sam said as he came back. "String your bows," Thomas said. He had looped the hemp cord onto his own black weapon, and now untied the laces of his arrow bag. "I hate bloody dogs," Sam said. "One bit my mother when she was pregnant with me." "That's why you're daft," Jake said. "Shut your goddamn faces," Thomas ordered. More archers were climbing the quay, which was swaying alarmingly, but he could see that the walls he was supposed to capture were thick with defenders now. English arrows, their white goose feathers bright in the flame-light of the defenders' fires, flickered over the wall and thumped into the town's thatched roofs. "Maybe we should open the south gate," Thomas suggested. "Go through the town?" Jake asked in alarm. "It's a small town," Thomas said. "You're mad," Jake said, but he was grinning, and he meant the words as a compliment. "I'm going anyway," Thomas said. It would be dark in the streets, and their long bows would be hidden. He reckoned it would be safe enough. A dozen men followed Thomas, while the rest started plundering the nearer buildings. More and more men were coming through the broken stakes now, as Will Skeet sent them down the riverbank, rather than wait for the wall to be captured. The defenders had seen the men in the mud and were shooting down from the end of the town wall, but the first attackers were already loose in the streets.
Thomas blundered through the town. It was pitch black in the alleys and hard to tell where he was going, though by climbing the hill on which the town was built, he reckoned he must eventually go over the summit and so down to the southern gate. Men ran past him, but no one could see that he and his companions were English. The church bells were deafening. Children were crying, dogs howling, gulls screaming, and the noise was making Thomas terrified. This was a daft idea, he thought. Maybe Sir Simon had already climbed the walls. Maybe he was wasting his time. Yet white-feathered arrows still thumped into the town roofs, suggesting the walls were untaken, and so he forced himself to keep going. Twice he found himself in a blind alley, and the second time, doubling back into a wider street, he almost ran into a priest who had come from his church to fix a flaming torch in a wall bracket. "Go to the ramparts," the priest said sternly, then saw the longbows in the men's hands and opened his mouth to shout the alarm. He never had time to shout, for Thomas's bow-stave slammed point first into his belly. He bent over, gasping, and Jake casually slit his throat. The priest gurgled as he sank to the cobbles, and Jake frowned when the noise stopped. "I'll go to hell for that," he said. "You're going to hell anyway," Sam said. "We all are." "We're all going to heaven," Thomas said, "but not if we dawdle." He suddenly felt much less frightened, as though the priest's death had taken his fear. An arrow struck the church tower and dropped into the alley as Thomas led his men past the church and found himself on La Roche-Derrien's main street, which dropped down to where a watchfire burned by the southern gate. Thomas shrank back into the alley beside the church, for the street was thick with men, but they were all running to the threatened side of the town. And when Thomas next looked, the hill was empty. He could only see 2 sentinels on the ramparts above the gate arch. He told his men about the 2 sentries. "They're going to be scared as hell," he said. "We kill the bastards and open the gate." "But there might be others," Sam said. "There'll be a guardhouse." "Then kill them too," Thomas said. "Now come on." They stepped into the street, ran down a few yards, and there drew their bows. The arrows flew, and the 2 guards on the arch fell. A man stepped out of the guardhouse, built into the gate turret, and gawped at the archers, but before any could draw their bows, he stepped back inside and barred the door. "It's ours!" Thomas shouted, and led his men in a wild rush to the arch. The guardhouse stayed locked, so there was no one to stop the archers from lifting the bar and pushing open the 2 great gates. The Earl's men saw the gates open, saw the English archers outlined against the watchfire, and gave a great roar from the darkness that told Thomas a torrent of vengeful troops was coming towards him, which meant La Roche-Derrien's time of weeping could begin, for the English had taken the town. Jeanette woke to a church bell ringing as though it was the world's doom, when the dead were rising from their graves and the gates of hell were yawning wide for sinners. Her first instinct was to cross to her son's bed, but little Charles was safe. She could just see his eyes in the dark that was scarcely alleviated by the glowing embers of the fire. "Mama," he cried, reaching up to her. "Quiet." She hushed the boy, then ran to throw open the shutters. A faint grey light showed above the eastern roofs, then steps sounded in the street, and she leaned from the window to see men running from their houses with swords, crossbows, and spears. A trumpet was calling from the town centre, then more church bells began tolling the alarm into a dying night. The bell of the Church of the Virgin was cracked and made a harsh, anvil-like noise that was all the more terrifying. "Madame!" a servant cried as she ran into the room. "The English must be attacking." Jeanette forced herself to speak calmly. She was wearing nothing but a linen shift and was suddenly cold. She snatched up a cloak, tied it about her neck, then took her son into her arms. "You will be all right, Charles," she tried to console him. "The English are attacking again, that is all." Except she was not sure. The bells were sounding so wild. It was not the measured tolling that was the usual signal of attack, but a panicked clangor, as though the men hauling the ropes were trying to repel an attack by their own efforts. She looked from the window again and saw the English arrows flitting across the roofs. She could hear them thumping into the thatch. The children of the town thought it was a fine sport to retrieve the enemy arrows, and 2 had injured themselves sliding from the roofs. Jeanette thought about getting dressed, but decided she must find out what was happening first, so she gave Charles to the servant, then ran downstairs. One of the kitchen servants met her at the back door. "What's happening, madame?" "Another attack, that is all." She unbarred the door to the yard, then ran to the private entrance to Renan's church, just as an arrow struck the church tower and clattered down into the yard. She pulled open the tower door, then groped up the steep ladders that her father had built. It had not been mere piety that had inspired Louis Halévy to construct the tower, but also the opportunity to look downriver to see if his boats were approaching, and the high stone parapet offered one of the best views in La Roche-Derrien. Jeanette was deafened by the church bell that swung in the gloom, each clapper stroke thumping her ears like a physical blow. She climbed past the bell, pushed open the trap-door at the top of the ladders, and clambered onto the leads. The English had come. She could see a torrent of men flowing about the river edge of the wall. They waded through the mud and swarmed over the broken stakes like a torrent of rats. Sweet Mother of Christ, she thought, sweet Mother of Christ, but they were in the town. She hurried down the ladders. They're here, she called to the priest who hauled the bell rope. They're in the town. Havoc! Havoc! The English shouted, the call that encouraged them to plunder. Jeanette ran across the yard and up the stairs. She pulled her clothes from the cupboard, then turned when the voices shouted havoc beneath her window. She forgot her clothes and took Charles back into her arms. Mother of God, she prayed, look after us now, look after us. Sweet Mother of God, keep us safe. She wept, not knowing what to do. Charles cried because she was holding him too tight, and she tried to soothe him. Cheers sounded in the street, and she ran back to the window and saw what looked like a dark river studded with steel flowing towards the town centre. She collapsed by the window, sobbing. Charles was screaming. 2 more servants were in the room, somehow thinking that Jeanette could shelter them, but there was no shelter now. The English had come. One of the servants shot the bolt on the bedroom door. But what good would that do? Jeanette thought of her husband's hidden weapons and of the Spanish sword's sharp edge, and wondered if she would have the courage to place the point against her breast and heave her body onto the blade. It would be better to die than be dishonored, she thought. But then what would happen to her son? She wept helplessly, then heard someone beating on the big gate which led to her courtyard. An axe, she supposed, and she listened to its crunching blows that seemed to shake the whole house. A woman screamed in the town, then another, and the English voices cheered rampantly. One by one the church bells fell silent, until only the cracked bell hammered its fear across the roofs. The axe still bit at the door. Would they recognize her, she wondered. She had exulted in standing on the ramparts, shooting her husband's crossbow at the besiegers, and her right shoulder was bruised because of it. But she had welcomed the pain, believing that every bolt fired made it less likely that the English would break into the town. No one had thought they could. And why besiege La Roche-Derrien anyway? It had nothing to offer. As a port it was almost useless, for the largest ships could not make it up the river, even at the top of the tide. The English, the townspeople had believed, were making a petulant demonstration and would soon give up and slink away. But now they were here, and Jeanette screamed as the sound of the axe blows changed. They had broken through, and doubtless were trying to lift the bar. She closed her eyes, shaking as she heard the gate scrape on the cobbles. It was open. It was open. Oh, Mother of God, she prayed, be with us now. The screams sounded downstairs. Feet thumped on the stairs. Men's voices shouted in a strange tongue. Be with us now and at the hour of our death, for the English had come.
Sir Simon Jekyll was annoyed. He had been prepared to climb the ladders if Skeet's archers ever gained the walls, which he doubted, but if the ramparts were captured, then he intended to be first into the town. He foresaw cutting down a few panicked defenders, then finding some great house to plunder. But nothing happened as he had imagined it. The town was awake, the wall manned, and the ladders never went forward, but Skeet's men still got inside by simply wading through the mud at the river's edge. Then a cheer at the southern side of the town suggested that gate was open, which meant that the whole damned army was getting into La Roche-Derrien ahead of Sir Simon. He swore there would be nothing left. "My lord," one of his men-at-arms prompted Sir Simon, wanting a decision as to how they were to reach the women and valuables beyond the walls, which were emptying of their defenders as men ran to protect their homes and families. It would have been quicker, far quicker, to have waded through the mud,
But Sir Simon did not want to dirty his new boots, and so he ordered the ladders forward. The ladders were made of green wood, and the rungs bent alarmingly as Sir Simon climbed, but there were no defenders to oppose him, and the ladder held. He clambered into an embrasure and drew his sword. A half-dozen defenders lay spitted with arrows on the rampart. 2 were still alive, and Sir Simon stabbed the nearest one. The man had been roused from his bed and had no mail, not even a leather coat, yet still the old sword made hard work of the killing stroke. It was not designed for stabbing, but for cutting. The new swords, made from the finest southern European steel, were renowned for their ability to pierce mail and leather, but this ancient blade required all Sir Simon's brute force to penetrate a rib cage. And what chance, he wondered sourly, would there be of finding a better weapon in this sorry excuse for a town? There was a flight of stone steps down into a street that was thronged by English archers and men-at-arms, smeared with mud to their thighs. They were breaking into houses. One man was carrying a dead goose, another had a bolt of cloth. The plundering had begun, and Sir Simon was still on the ramparts. He shouted at his men to hurry, and when enough of them had gathered on the wall's top, he led them down into the street. An archer was rolling a barrel from a cellar door. Another dragged a girl by an arm. Where to go? That was Sir Simon's problem. The nearest houses were all being sacked, and the cheers from the south suggested the Earl's main army was descending on that part of the town. Some townsfolk, realizing all was lost, were fleeing in front of the archers to cross the bridge and countryside. Sir Simon decided to strike east. The Earl's men were to the south, Skeets were staying close to the west wall, so the eastern quarter offered the best hope of plunder. He pushed past Skeets' muddy archers and led his men towards the bridge. Frightened people ran past him, ignoring him and hoping he would ignore them. He crossed the main street, which led, and saw a roadway running alongside the big houses that fronted the river. Merchants, Sir Simon thought, fat merchants with fat profits. And then, in the growing light, he saw an archway that was surmounted by a coat of arms. A noble's house. "Who has an axe?" he asked his men. One of the men-at-arms stepped forward, and Sir Simon indicated the heavy gate. The house had windows on the ground floor, but they were covered by heavy iron bars, which seemed a good sign. Sir Simon stepped back to let his man start work on the gate. The axeman knew his business. He chopped a hole where he guessed the locking bar was, and when he had broken through, he put a hand inside and pushed the bar up and out of its brackets so that Sir Simon and his could heave the gates open. Sir Simon left 2 men to guard the gate, ordering them to keep every other plunderer out of the property, then led the rest into the yard. The first things he saw were 2 boats tied at the river's quay. They were not large ships, but all hulls were valuable, and he ordered 4 of his archers to go aboard. "Tell anyone who comes that they're mine, you understand? Mine." He had a choice now, storerooms or house. And a stable? He told 2 men-at-arms to find the stable and stand guard on whatever horses were there. Then he kicked in the house door and led his 6 remaining men into the kitchen. 2 women screamed. He ignored them. They were old, ugly servants, and he was after richer things. A door led from the back of the kitchen, and he pointed one of his archers towards it. Then, holding his sword ahead of him, he went through a small dark hall into a front room. A tapestry showing Bacchus, the god of wine, hung on one wall, and Sir Simon had an idea that valuables were sometimes hidden behind such wall coverings, so he hacked at it with his blade, then hauled it down from its hooks, but there was only a plaster wall behind. He kicked the chairs, then saw a chest that had a huge dark padlock. "Get it open," he ordered 2 of his archers, "and whatever's inside is mine." Then, ignoring 2 books, which were of no use to man or beast, he went back into the hall and ran up a flight of dark wooden stairs. Sir Simon found a door leading to a room at the front of the house. It was bolted, and a woman screamed from the other side when he tried to force the door. He stood back and used the heel of his boot, smashing the bolt on the far side and slamming the door back on its hinges. Then he stalked inside, his old sword glittering in the dawn's wan light, and he saw a black-haired woman. Sir Simon considered himself a practical man. His father, quite sensibly, had not wanted his son to waste time on education, though Sir Simon had learned to read and could, at a pinch, write a letter. He liked useful things, hounds and weapons, horses and armour, and he despised the fashionable cult of gentility. His mother was a great one for troubadours, and was forever listening to songs of knights so gentle that Sir Simon reckoned they would not have lasted 2 minutes in a tourney's melee. The songs and poems celebrated love as though it was some rare thing that gave a life enchantment. But Sir Simon did not need poets to define love, which to him was tumbling a peasant girl in a harvest field, or thrusting at some ale-reeking whore in a tavern. But when he saw the black-haired woman, he suddenly understood what the troubadours had been celebrating. It did not matter that the woman was shaking with fear, or that her hair was wildly awry, or that her face was streaked with tears. Sir Simon recognized beauty, and it struck him like an arrow. It took his breath away. So this, then, was love. It was the realization that he could never be happy until this woman was his. And that was convenient, for she was an enemy, the town was being sacked, and Sir Simon, clad in mail and fury, had found her first. "Get out," he snarled at the servants in the room. "Get out." The servants fled in tears, and Sir Simon booted the broken door shut, then advanced on the woman, who crouched beside her son's bed with the boy in her arms. "Who are you?" Sir Simon asked in French. The woman tried to sound brave. "I am the Countess of Armorica," she said. "And you, monsieur?" Sir Simon was tempted to award himself a peerage to impress Jeanette, but he was too slow-witted, and so heard himself uttering his proper name. He was slowly becoming aware that the room betrayed wealth. The bed hangings were thickly embroidered, the candlesticks were of heavy silver, and the walls either side of the stone hearth were expensively panelled in beautifully carved wood. He pushed the smaller bed against the door, reckoning that should ensure some privacy, then went to warm himself at the fire. He tipped more sea coal onto the small flames and held his chilled gloves close to the heat. "This is your house, madame?" "It is." "Not your husband's?" "I am a widow," Jeanette said. A wealthy widow. Sir Simon almost crossed himself out of gratitude. The widows he had met in England had been rouged hags, but this one was different. This one was a woman worthy of a tournament's champion, and seemed rich enough to save him from the ignominy of losing his estate and knightly rank. She might even have enough cash to buy a baronage, maybe an earldom. He turned from the fire and smiled at her. "Are those your boats at the quay?" "Yes, monsieur." "By the rules of war, madame, they are now mine. Everything here is mine." Jeanette frowned at that. "What rules?" "The law of the sword, madame. But I think you are fortunate. I shall offer you my protection." Jeanette sat on the edge of her curtained bed, clutching Charles. "The rules of chivalry, my lord," she said, "ensure my protection." She flinched as a woman screamed in a nearby house. "Chivalry?" Sir Simon asked. "Chivalry? I have heard it mentioned in songs, madame, but this is a war. Our task is to punish the followers of Charles of Blois for rebelling against their lawful lord. Punishment and chivalry do not mix." He frowned at her. "You're the Blackbird," he said, suddenly recognizing her in the light of the revived fire. "The Blackbird?" Jeanette did not understand. "You fought us from the walls. You scratched my arm." Sir Simon did not sound angry, but astonished. He had expected to be furious when he met the Blackbird, but her reality was too overpowering for rage. He grinned. "You closed your eyes when you shot the crossbow. That's why you missed." "I did not miss," Jeanette said indignantly. "A scratch," Sir Simon said, showing her the rent in his mail sleeve. "But why, madame, do you fight for the false duke?" "My husband," she said stiffly, "was nephew to Duke Charles." Sweet God, Sir Simon thought, sweet God! A prize indeed. He bowed to her. "So your son," he said, nodding at Charles, who was peering anxiously from his mother's arms, "is the present Count?" "He is," Jeanette confirmed. "A fine boy." Sir Simon forced himself to the flattery. In truth, he thought Charles was a pudding-faced nuisance whose presence inhibited him from a natural urge to thrust the blackbird onto her back and thus show her the realities of war. But he was acutely aware that this widow was an aristocrat, a beauty, and related to Charles of Blois, who was nephew to the King of France. This woman meant riches, and Sir Simon's present necessity was to make her see that her best interest lay in sharing his ambitions. "A fine boy, madame," he went on, "who needs a father." Jeanette just stared at him. Sir Simon had a blunt face. It was bulbous-nosed, firm-chinned, and showed not the slightest sign of intelligence or wit. He had confidence, though, enough to have persuaded himself that she would marry him. Did he really mean that? She gaped, then gave a startled cry as angry shouting erupted beneath her window. Some archers were trying to get past the men guarding the gate. Sir Simon pushed open the window. "This place is mine," he snarled in English. "Go find your own chickens to pluck." He turned back to Jeanette. "You see, madame, how I protect you? So there is chivalry in war?" "There is opportunity in war, madame. You are wealthy. You are a widow. You need a man." She gazed at him with disturbingly large eyes, hardly daring to believe his temerity. "Why?" she asked simply. "Why?" Sir Simon was astonished by the question. He gestured at the window. "Listen to the screams, woman. What do you think happens to women when a town falls?" "But you said you would protect me," she pointed out. "So I will." He was getting lost in this conversation. The woman, he thought, though beautiful, was remarkably stupid. "I will protect you," he said, "and you will look after me." "How?" Sir Simon sighed. "You have money?" Jeanette shrugged. "There's a little downstairs, my lord, hidden in the kitchen." Sir Simon frowned angrily. Did she think he was a fool, that he would take that bait and go downstairs, leaving her to climb out of the window? "I know one thing about money, madame," he said, "and that is that you never hide it where the servants can find it. You hide it in the private rooms, in a bed-chamber." He pulled open a chest and emptied its linens onto the floor, but there was nothing hidden there, and then, on an inspiration, he began rapping the wooden panelling. He had heard that such panels often concealed a hiding place, and he was rewarded almost instantly by a satisfyingly hollow sound. "No, monsieur," Jeanette said. Sir Simon ignored her, drawing his sword and hacking at the lime-wood panels that splintered and pulled away from their beams. He sheathed the blade and tugged with his gloved hands at the shattered wood. "No," Jeanette wailed. Sir Simon stared. Money was concealed behind the panelling, a whole barrel of coins. But that was not the prize. The prize was a suit of armour and a set of weapons, such as Sir Simon had only ever dreamed of. A shining suit of plate armour, each piece chased with subtle engravings and inlaid with gold. Italian work? And the sword! When he drew it from the scabbard, it was like holding Excalibur itself. There was a blue sheen to the blade, which was not nearly as heavy as his own sword, but felt miraculously balanced. A blade from the famous swordsmiths of Poitiers, perhaps, or even better, Spanish. "They belonged to my husband," Jeanette appealed to him, "and it is all I have of his. They must go to Charles." Sir Simon ignored her. He traced his gloved finger down the gold inlay on the breastplate. That piece alone was worth an estate. "They are all he has of his father's," Jeanette pleaded. Sir Simon unbuckled his sword belt and let the old weapon drop to the floor, then fastened the Count of Armorica's sword about his waist. He turned and stared at Jeanette, marvelling at her smooth, unscarred face. These were the spoils of war that he had dreamed about, and had begun to fear would never come his way. A barrel of cash, a suit of armour fit for a king, a blade made for a champion, and a woman that would be the envy of England. "The armour is mine," he said, "as is the sword." "No, monsieur, please." "What will you do? Buy them from me?" "If I must," Jeanette said, nodding at the barrel. "That, too, is mine, madame," Simon said, and to prove it he strode to the door,
unblocked it, and shouted for two of his archers to come up the stairs. He gestured at the barrel and the suit of armor. "Take them down," he said, "and keep them safe. And don't think I haven't counted the cash, because I have. Now go." Jeanette watched the theft. She wanted to weep for pity, but forced herself to stay calm. "If you steal everything I own," she said to Sir Simon, "how can I buy the armor back?" Sir Simon shoved the boy's bed against the door again, then favored her with a smile. "There is something you can use to buy the armor, my dear," he said winningly. "You have what all women have. You can use that." Jeanette closed her eyes for a few heartbeats. "Are all the gentlemen of England like you?" she asked. "Few are so skilled in arms," Sir Simon said proudly. He was about to tell her of his tournament triumphs, sure that she would be impressed, but she interrupted him. "I meant," she said icily, "to discover whether the knights of England are all thieves, poltroons, and bullies." Sir Simon was genuinely puzzled by the insult. The woman simply did not seem to appreciate her good fortune, a failing he could only ascribe to innate stupidity. "You forget, madame," he explained, "that the winners of war get the prizes. I am your prize." She was worse than stupid, Sir Simon thought, but who wanted cleverness in a woman? "Madame," he said, "I am your protector. If I leave you, if I take away my protection, then there will be a line of men on the stairs waiting to plough you. Now do you understand?" "I think," she said coldly, "that the Earl of Northampton will offer me better protection." Sweet Christ, Sir Simon thought, but the bitch was obtuse. It was pointless trying to reason with her, for she was too dull to understand. So he must force the breach. He crossed the room fast, snatched Charles from her arms, and threw the boy onto the smaller bed. Jeanette cried out and tried to hit him, but Sir Simon caught her arm and slapped her face with his gloved hand, and when she went immobile with pain and astonishment, he tore her cloak's cords apart and then, with his big hands, ripped the shift down the front of her body. She screamed and tried to clutch her hands over her nakedness, but Sir Simon forced her arms apart and stared in astonishment. Flawless. "No," Jeanette wept. Sir Simon shoved her hard back onto the bed. "You want your son to inherit your traitorous husband's armor?" he asked, "or his sword? Then, madame, you had better be kind to their new owner. I am prepared to be kind to you." He unbuckled the sword, dropped it on the floor, then hitched up his mail coat and fumbled with the strings of his hose. "No!" Jeanette wailed and tried to scramble off the bed, but Sir Simon caught hold of her shift and yanked the linen so that it came down to her waist. The boy was screaming, and Sir Simon was fumbling with his rusted gauntlets, and Jeanette felt the devil had come into her house. She tried to cover her nakedness, but the Englishman slapped her face again, and once more hauled up his mail coat. Outside the window, the cracked bell of the Virgin's church was at last silent, for the English had come. Jeanette had a suitor, and the town wept. Thomas's first thought, after opening the gate, was not plunder, but somewhere to wash the river muck off his legs, which he did with a barrel of ale in the first tavern he encountered. The tavern keeper was a big, bald man who stupidly attacked the English archers with a club, so Jake tripped him with his bowstave, then slit his belly. "Silly bastard," Jake said. "I wasn't going to hurt him. Much." The dead man's boots fitted Thomas, which was a welcome surprise, for very few did, and once they had found his cache of coins, they went in search of other amusement. The Earl of Northampton was spurring his horse up and down the main street, shouting at wild-eyed men not to set the town alight. He wanted to keep La Roche-Derrien as a fortress, and it was less useful to him as a heap of ashes. End of Side 4. Side 5. Not everyone plundered. Some of the older men, even a few of the younger, were disgusted by the whole business and attempted to curb the wilder excesses, but they were wildly outnumbered by men who saw nothing but opportunity in the fallen town. Father Hobb, an English priest who had a fondness for Will Skeet's men, tried to persuade Thomas and his group to guard a church, but they had other pleasures in mind. "Don't spoil your soul, Tom," Father Hobb said, in a reminder that Thomas, like all the men, had said Mass the day before. But Thomas reckoned his soul was going to be spoiled anyway, so it might as well happen sooner than later. He was looking for a girl, any girl really, for most of Will's men had a woman in camp. Thomas had been living with the sweet little Breton, but she had caught a fever just before the beginning of the winter campaign, and Father Hobb had said a funeral mass for her. Thomas had watched as the girl's unshrouded body had thumped into the shallow grave, and he had thought of the graves at Hookton and of the promise he had made to his dying father, but then he had pushed the promise away. He was young and had no appetite for burdens on his conscience. La Roche-Derrien now crouched under the English fury. Men tore down thatch and wrecked furniture in their search for money. Any townsman who tried to protect his women was killed, while any woman who tried to protect herself was beaten into submission. Some folk had escaped the sack by crossing the bridge, but the small garrison of the Barbican fled from the inevitable attack, and now the Earl's men-at-arms manned the small tower, and that meant La Roche-Derrien was sealed to its fate. Some women took refuge in the churches, and the lucky ones found protectors there, but most were not lucky. Thomas, Jake, and Sam finally discovered an unplundered house that belonged to a tanner, a stinking fellow with an ugly wife and 3 small children. Sam, whose innocent face made strangers trust him on sight, held his knife at the throat of the youngest child, and the tanner suddenly remembered where he had hidden his cash. Thomas had watched Sam, fearing he really would slit the boy's throat, for Sam, despite his ruddy cheeks and cheerful eyes, was as evil as any man in Will Skeet's band. Jake was not much better, though Thomas counted both as friends. "The man's as poor as we are," Jake said in wonderment as he raked through the tanner's coins. He pushed a third of the pile towards Thomas. "You want his wife?" Jake offered generously. "Christ, no. She's cross-eyed like you." "Is she?" Thomas left Jake and Sam to their games and went to find a tavern where there would be food, drink, and warmth. He reckoned any girl worth pursuing had been caught already, so he unstrung his bow, pushed past a group of men tearing the contents from a parked wagon, and found an inn where a motherly widow had sensibly protected both her property and her daughters by welcoming the first men-at-arms, showering them with free food and ale, then scolding them for dirtying her floor with their muddy feet. She was shouting at them now, though few understood what she said, and one of the men growled at Thomas that she and her daughters were to be left alone. Thomas held up his hands to show he meant no harm, then took a plate of bread, eggs, and cheese. "Now pay her," one of the men-at-arms growled, and Thomas dutifully put the tanner's few coins on the counter. "He's a good-looking one," the widow said to her daughters, who giggled. Thomas turned and pretended to inspect the daughters. "They are the most beautiful girls in Brittany," he said to the widow in French, "because they take after you, madame." That compliment, though patently untrue, raised squeals of laughter. Beyond the tavern were screams and tears, but inside it was warm and friendly. Thomas ate the food hungrily, then tried to hide himself in a window bay when Father Hobb came bustling in from the street. The priest saw Thomas anyway. "I'm still looking for men to guard the churches, Thomas." "I'm going to get drunk, Father," Thomas said happily, "so goddamn drunk that one of those 2 girls will look attractive." He jerked his head at the widow's daughters. Father Hobb inspected them critically, then sighed. "You'll kill yourself if you drink that much, Thomas." He sat at the table, waved at the girls, and pointed at Thomas's pot. "I'll have a drink with you," the priest said. "What about the churches?" "Everyone will be drunk soon enough," Father Hobb said, "and the horror will end. It always does. Ale and wine, God knows, are great causes of sin, but they make it short-lived. God's bones, but it's cold out there." He smiled at Thomas. "So how's your black soul, Tom?" Thomas contemplated the priest. He liked Father Hobb, who was small and wiry, with a mass of untamed black hair about a cheerful face that was thick-scarred from a childhood pox. He was low-born, the son of a Sussex wheelwright, and like any country lad, he could draw a bow with the best of them.
He sometimes accompanied Skeet's men on their forays into Duke Charles's country, and he willingly joined the archers when they dismounted to form a battle line. Church law forbade a priest from wielding an edged weapon, but Father Hobb always claimed he used blunt arrows, though they seemed to pierce enemy mail as efficiently as any other. Father Hobb, in short, was a good man whose only fault was an excessive interest in Thomas's soul. "My soul," Thomas said, "is soluble in ale." "Now there's a good word," Father Hobb said. "Soluble, eh?" He picked up the big black bow and prodded the silver badge with a dirty finger. "You've discovered anything about that?" "No." "Or who stole the lance?" "No." "Do you not care any more?" Thomas leaned back in the chair and stretched his long legs. "I'm doing a good job of work, Father. We're winning this war, and this time next year, who knows? We might be giving the King of France a bloody nose." Father Hobb nodded agreement, though his face suggested Thomas's words were irrelevant. He traced his finger through a puddle of ale on the tabletop. "You made a promise to your father, Thomas, and you made it in a church. Isn't that what you told me? A solemn promise, Thomas, that you would retrieve the lance. God listens to such vows." Thomas smiled. "Outside this tavern, Father, there's so much rape and murder and theft going on that all the quills in heaven can't keep up with the list of sins. And you worry about me?" "Yes, Thomas, I do. Some souls are better than others. I must look after them all, but if you have a prize ram in the flock, then you do well to guard it." Thomas sighed. "One day, Father, I'll find the man who stole that goddamn lance, and I'll ram it up his arse until it tickles the hollow of his skull. One day. Will that do?" Father Hobb smiled beatifically. "It'll do, Thomas. But for now there's a small church that could do with an extra man by the door. It's full of women. Some of them are so beautiful that your heart will break just to gaze at them. You can get drunk afterwards." "Are the women really beautiful?" "What do you think, Thomas? Most of them look like bats and smell like goats, but they still need protection." So Thomas helped guard a church, and afterwards, when the army was so drunk it could do no more damage, he went back to the widow's tavern, where he drank himself into oblivion. He had taken a town, he had served his lord well, and he was content. Thomas was woken by a kick. A pause, then a second kick, and a cup of cold water in his face. "Jesus! That's me," Will Skeet said. "Father Hobb told me you'd be here." "Oh, Jesus!" Thomas said again. His head was sore, his belly sour, and he felt sick. He blinked feebly at the daylight, then frowned at Skeet. "It's you. It must be grand to be so clever," Skeet said. He grinned at Thomas, who was naked in the straw of the tavern stables that he was sharing with one of the widow's daughters. "You must have been drunk as a lord to sheathe your sword in that," Skeet added, looking at the girl, who was pulling a blanket over herself. "I was drunk," Thomas groaned. "Still am." He staggered to his feet and put on his shirt. "The Earl wants to see you," Skeet said with amusement. "Me?" Thomas looked alarmed. "Why?" "Perhaps he wants you to marry his daughter," Skeet said. "Christ bones, Tom, but look at the state of you." Thomas pulled on his boots and mail coat, then retrieved his hose from the baggage camp and donned a cloth jacket over his mail. The jacket bore the Earl of Northampton's badge of 3 green and red stars being pounced on by a trio of lions. He splashed water on his face, then scraped at his stubble with a sharp knife. "Grow a beard, lad," Skeet said. "It saves trouble." "Why does Billy want to see me?" Thomas asked, using the Earl's nickname. "After what happened in the town yesterday," Skeet suggested thoughtfully. "He reckons he's got to hang someone as an example. So he asked me if I had any useless bastards I wanted to be rid of, and I thought of you." "The way I feel," Thomas said, "he might as well hang me." He retched dryly, then gulped down some water. He and Will Skeet went back into the town to find the Earl of Northampton sitting in state. The building where his banner hung was supposed to be a guildhall, though it was probably smaller than the guard-room in the Earl's own castle. But the Earl was sitting at one end as a succession of petitioners pleaded for justice.
They were complaining about being robbed, which was pointless, considering they had refused to surrender the town, but the Earl listened politely enough. Then a lawyer, a weasel-snouted fellow called Bela, bowed to the Earl and declaimed a long moan about the treatment offered to the Countess of Armorica. Thomas had been letting the word slide past him, but the insistence in Bela's voice made him take notice. "If your lordship," Bela said, smirking at the Earl, "had not intervened, then the Countess would have been raped by Sir Simon Chico." Sir Simon stood to one side of the hall. "That is a lie," he protested in French. The Earl sighed. "So why were your breeches round your ankles when I came into the house?" Sir Simon reddened as the men in the hall laughed. Thomas had to translate for Will Skeet, who nodded, for he had already heard the tale. "The bastard was about to roger some titled widow," he explained to Thomas, "when the Earl came in. Heard her scream, see? And he'd seen a coat of arms on the house. The aristocracy look after each other." The lawyer now laid a long list of charges against Sir Simon. It seemed he was claiming the widow and her son as prisoners who must be held for ransom. He had also stolen the widow's 2 ships, her husband's armour, his sword, and all the Countess's money. Bela made the complaints indignantly, then bowed to the Earl. "You have a reputation as a just man, my lord," he said obsequiously, "and I place the widow's fate in your hands." The Earl of Northampton looked surprised to be told his reputation for fairness. "What is it you want?" he asked. Bela preened. "The return of the stolen items, my lord, and the protection of the King of England for a widow and her noble son." The Earl drummed his fingers on the arm of the chair, then frowned at Sir Simon. "You can't ransom a 3-year-old, he said. "He's a count," Sir Simon protested, "a boy of rank." The Earl sighed. Sir Simon, he had come to realize, had a mind as simple as a bullock seeking food. He could see no point of view but his own, and was single-minded about pursuing his appetites. That, perhaps, was why he was such a formidable soldier, but he was still a fool. "We do not hold 3-year-old children to ransom," the Earl said firmly, "and we don't hold women as prisoners, not unless there is an advantage which outweighs the courtesy, and I see no advantage here." The Earl turned to the clerks behind his chair. "Who did Armorica support?" "Charles of Blois, my lord," one of the clerks, a tall Breton cleric, answered. "Is it a rich fief?" "Very small, my lord," the clerk, whose nose was running, spoke from memory. "There is a holding in Finisterre, which is already in our hands. Some houses in Guingamp, I believe, but nothing else." "There," the Earl said, turning back to Sir Simon. "What advantages will we make from a penniless 3-year-old?" "Not penniless," Sir Simon protested. "I took a rich armour there." "Which the boy's father doubtless took in battle." "And the house is wealthy." Sir Simon was getting angry. "There are ships, storehouses, stables." "The house," the clerk sounded bored, "belonged to the Count's father-in-law, a dealer in wine, I believe." The Earl raised a quizzical eyebrow at Sir Simon, who was shaking his head at the clerk's obstinacy. "The boy, my lord," Sir Simon responded with an elaborate courtesy which bordered on insolence, "is kin to Charles of Blois." "But being penniless," the Earl said, "I doubt he provokes fondness. More of a burden, wouldn't you think? Besides, what would you have me do? Make the child give fealty to the real Duke of Brittany? The real Duke, Sir Simon, is a 5-year-old child in London. It'll be a nursery farce. A 3-year-old bobbing down to a 5-year-old. Do their wet nurses attend them? Shall we feast on milk and penny cakes after? Or maybe we can enjoy a game of Hunt the Slipper when the ceremony is over." "The Countess fought us from the walls." Sir Simon attempted a last protest. "Do not dispute me," the Earl shouted, thumping the arm of his chair. "You forget that I am the King's deputy and have his powers." The Earl leaned back, taut with anger, and Sir Simon swallowed his own fury, but could not resist muttering that the Countess had used a crossbow against the English. "Is she the Blackbird?" Thomas asked Skeet. "The Countess? Aye, that's what they say." "She's a beauty." "After what I found you prodding this morning," Skeet said, "how can you tell?" The Earl gave an irritated glance at Skeet and Thomas, then looked back to Sir Simon. "If the Countess did fight us from the walls," he said, "then I admire her spirit. As for the other matters, He paused and sighed. Bella looked expectant, and Sir Simon wary.
"The 2 ships," the Earl decreed, "are prizes, and they will be sold in England or else taken into royal service, and you, Sir Simon, will be awarded 1/3 of their value."
That ruling was according to the law. The king would take 1/3, the Earl another, and the last portion went to the man who had captured the prize.
"As to the sword and armour—"
The Earl paused again. He had rescued Jeanette from rape, and he had liked her, and he had seen the anguish on her face and listened to her impassioned plea that she owned nothing that had belonged to her husband except the precious armour and the beautiful sword. But such things, by their very nature, were the legitimate plunder of war.
"The armour and weapons and horses are yours, Sir Simon,"
the Earl said, regretting the judgment, but knowing it was fair.
"As to the child, I decree he is under the protection of the Crown of England, and when he is of age, he can decide his own fealty."
He glanced at the clerks to make sure they were noting down his decisions.
"You tell me you wish to billet yourself in the widow's house?"
he asked Sir Simon.
"I took it,"
Sir Simon said curtly.
"and stripped it bare, I hear,"
the Earl observed icily.
"The Countess claims you stole money from her."
"She lies!" Sir Simon looked indignant.
"Lies, my lord, lies!"
The Earl doubted it, but he could hardly accuse a gentleman of perjury without provoking a duel, and, though William Boone feared no man except his king, he did not want to fight over so petty a matter. He let it drop.
"However," he went on, "I did promise the lady protection against harassment."
He stared at Sir Simon as he spoke, then looked at Will Skeet and changed to English.
"You'd like to keep your men together, Will?"
"I would, my lord."
"Then you'll have the widow's house, and she is to be treated honourably, you hear me? Honourably. Tell your men that, Will."
Skeet nodded. "I'll cut their ears off if they touch her, my lord."
"Not their ears, Will. Slice something more suitable away. Sir Simon will show you the house. And you, Sir Simon," the Earl spoke French again, "will find a bed elsewhere."
Sir Simon opened his mouth to protest, but one look from the Earl quietened him. Another petitioner came forward, wanting redress for a cellar full of wine that had been stolen, but the Earl diverted him to a clerk who would record the man's complaints on a parchment which the Earl doubted he would ever find time to read. Then he beckoned to Thomas.
"I have to thank you, Thomas of Hookton."
"Thank me, my lord."
The Earl smiled. "You found a way into the town when everything else we'd tried had failed."
Thomas reddened. "It was a pleasure, my lord."
"You can claim a reward of me," the Earl said. "It's customary."
Thomas shrugged.
"I'm happy, my lord." "Then you're a lucky man, Thomas. But I shall remember the debt. And thank you, Will." Will Skeet grinned. "If this lump of a daft fool don't want a reward, my lord, I'll take it." The Earl liked that. "My reward to you, Will, is to leave you here. I'm giving you a whole new stretch of countryside to lay waste. God's teeth, you'll soon be richer than me." He stood. "Sir Simon will guide you to your quarters."
Sir Simon might have bridled at the curt order to be a mere guide, but surprisingly he obeyed without showing any resentment, perhaps because he wanted another chance to meet Jeanette. And so, at midday, he led Will Skeet and his men through the streets to the big house beside the river. Sir Simon had put on his new armour and wore it without any surcoat, so that the polished plate and gold embossment shone bright in the feeble winter sun. He ducked his helmeted head under the yard's archway, and immediately Jeanette came running from the kitchen door, which lay just to the gate's left.
"Get out!" she shouted in French. "Get out!"
Thomas, riding close behind Sir Simon, stared at her. She was indeed the Blackbird, and she was as beautiful at close range as she had been when he had glimpsed her on the walls.
"Get out, all of you!"
She stood, hands on her hips, bareheaded, shouting. Sir Simon pushed up the pig-snout visor of the helmet.
"This house is commandeered, my lady," he said happily. "The Earl ordered it." "The Earl promised I would be left alone," Jeanette protested hotly. "Then his lordship has changed his mind," Sir Simon said. She spat at him. "You have already stolen everything else of mine. Now you would take the house too?" "Yes, madame," Sir Simon said, and he spurred the horse forward so that it crowded her. "Yes, madame," he said again, then wrenched the reins so that the horse twisted and thumped into Jeanette, throwing her onto the ground. "I'll take your house," Sir Simon said, "and anything else I want, madame." The watching archers cheered at the sight of Jeanette's long, bare legs. She snatched her skirts down and tried to stand, but Sir Simon edged his horse forward to force her into an undignified scramble across the yard. "Let the lass up," Will Skeet shouted angrily. "She and I are old friends, Master Skeet," Sir Simon answered, still threatening Jeanette with the horse's heavy hoofs. "I said let her up and leave her be," Will snarled. Sir Simon, offended at being ordered by a commoner and in front of archers, turned angrily. But there was a competence about Will Skeet that gave the knight pause. Skeet was twice Sir Simon's age, and all those years had been spent in fighting, and Sir Simon retained just enough sense not to make a confrontation. "The house is yours, Master Skeet," he said condescendingly, "but look after its mistress. I have plans for her." He backed the horse from Jeanette, who was in tears of shame, then spurred out of the yard. Jeanette did not understand English, but she recognized that Will Skeet had intervened on her behalf, and so she stood and appealed to him. "He has stolen everything from me," she said, pointing at the retreating horseman. "Everything." "You know what the lass is saying, Tom?" Skeet asked. "She doesn't like Sir Simon," Thomas said laconically. He was leaning on his saddle pommel, watching Jeanette. "Calm the girl down, for Christ's sake," Skeet pleaded, then turned in his saddle. "Jake, make sure there's water and hay for horses. Peter, kill 2 of them heifers so we can sup before the light goes. Rest of you, stop gawping at the lass and get yourself settled." "Thief!" Jeanette called after Sir Simon, then turned on Thomas. "Who are you?" "My name is Thomas, madame." He slid out of the saddle and threw his reins to Sam. "The Earl has ordered us to live here," Thomas went on, "and to protect you." "Protect me?" Jeanette blazed at him. "You are all thieves. How can you protect me? There is a place in hell for thieves like you, and it is just like England. You are thieves, every one of you. Now go, go." "We're not going," Thomas said flatly. "How can you stay here?" Jeanette demanded. "I am a widow. It is not proper to have you here." "We're here, madame," Thomas said, "and you and us will have to make the best of it. We'll not encroach. Just show me where your private rooms are, and I'll make sure no man trespasses." "You? Make sure? Ha!" Jeanette turned away, then immediately turned back. "You want me to show you my rooms, yes? So you know where my valuable properties are? Is that it? You want me to show you where you can thieve from me? Why don't I just give you everything?" Thomas smiled. "I thought you said Sir Simon had already stolen everything." "He has taken everything. Everything. He is no gentleman. He is a pig. He is—" Jeanette paused, wanting to contrive a crushing insult. "He is English." Jeanette spat at Thomas's feet and pulled open the kitchen door. "You see this door, Englishman? Everything beyond this door is private. Everything." She went inside, slammed the door, then immediately opened it again. "And the Duke is coming. The proper Duke, not your snivelling puppet child, so you will all die. Good." The door slammed again. Will Skeet chuckled. "She don't like you either, Tom. What was the last saying?" "They were all going to die." "Aye, that's true enough. But in our beds, by God's grace. And she says we're not to go past that door." "Plenty of room out here," Skeet said placidly, watching as one of his men swung an axe to kill a heifer. The blood flowed over the yard, attracting a rush of dogs to lap at it, while 2 archers began butchering the still twitching animal. "Listen!" Skeet had climbed a mounting block beside the stables and now shouted at all his men. "The Earl has given orders that the lass who was spitting at Tom is not to be molested. You understand that, you horsens? You keep your breeches laced up when she's around, and if you don't, I'll geld you. You treat her proper, and you don't go through that door. You've had your frolic, so now you can knuckle down to a proper bit of soldiering." The Earl of Northampton left after a week, taking most of his army back to the fortresses in Finisterre, which was the heartland of Duke John's supporters. He left Richard Toucham as commander of the new garrison, but he also left Sir Simon Jekyll as Toucham's deputy. The Earl doesn't want the bastard, Will Skeet told Thomas, so he's foisted him on us. As Skeet and Toachsome were both independent captains, there could have been jealousy between them, but the two men respected each other, and while Toachsome and his men stayed in La Roche-Derrien and strengthened its defences, Skeet rode out into the country to punish the folk who paid their rents and owed their allegiance to Duke Charles. The Aelcar were thus released to be a curse on northern Brittany. It was a simple business to ruin a land. The houses and barns might be made of stone, but their roofs would burn. The livestock was captured, and if there were too many beasts to herd home, then the animals were slaughtered and their carcasses tipped down wells to poison the water. Skeet's men burned what would burn, broke what would break, and stole what could be sold. They killed, raped, and plundered. Fear of them drove men away from their farms, leaving the land desolate. They were the devil's horsemen, and they did King Edward's will by harrowing his enemy's land. They wrecked village after village, Kervec and Lanvelec, Saint-Laurent and Les Sept Saints, Tonquedec and Berhet, and a score of other places whose names they never learned. It was Christmas time, and back home the Yule logs were being dragged across frost-hardened fields to high-beamed halls, where troubadours sang of Arthur and his knights, of chivalrous warriors who allied pity to strength. But in Brittany the Aelcar fought the real war. Soldiers were not paragons. They were scarred, vicious men who took delight in destruction. They hurled burning torches onto thatch and tore down what had taken generations to build. Places too small to have names died, and only the farms in the wide peninsula between the two rivers north of La Roche-Derrien were spared, because they were needed to feed the garrison. Some of the serfs who were torn from their land were put to work heightening La Roche-Derrien's walls, clearing a wider killing ground in front of the ramparts, and making new barriers at the river's edge. It was a winter of utter misery for the Bretons. Cold rains whipped from the wild Atlantic, and the English scoured the farmlands. Once in a while there would be some resistance. A brave man would shoot a crossbow from a wood's edge, but Skeet's men were experts in trapping and killing such enemies. A dozen archers would dismount and stalk the enemy from the front, while a score of others galloped about his rear, and in a short while there would be a scream, and another crossbow was added to the plunder. The crossbow's owner would be stripped, mutilated, and hanged from a tree as a warning to other men to leave the Aelcar alone. And the lessons worked, for such ambushes became fewer. It was the wrecking time, and Skeet's men became rich. There were days of misery, days of slogging through cold rain with chapped hands and wet clothes, and Thomas always hated it when his men fetched the duty of leading the spare horses and then driving the captured livestock home. Geese were easy. Their necks were wrung and the dead birds hung from the saddles. But cows were slow, goats wayward, sheep stupid, and pigs obstinate. There were, however, enough farm-bred boys in the ranks to ensure that the animals reached La Roche-Derrien safely. Once there, they were taken to a small square that had become a slaughter yard and stank of blood. Will Skeet also sent cartloads of plunder back to the town, and most of that was shipped home to England. It was usually humble stuff: pots, knives, plough blades, harrow spikes, stools, pails, spindles, anything that could be sold, until it was said that there was not a house in southern England which did not possess at least one object plundered from Brittany. In England they sang of Arthur and Lancelot, of Gawain and Percival, but in Brittany the Aelcar were loose. And Thomas was a happy man. Jeanette was loath to admit it, but the presence of Will Skeet's men was an advantage to her. As long as they were in the courtyard, she felt safe in the house, and she began to dread the long periods they spent away from the town, for it was then that Sir Simon Jekyll would haunt her. She had begun to think of him as the devil, a stupid devil, to be sure, but still a remorseless, unfeeling lout who had convinced himself Jeanette must wish nothing so much as to be his wife. At times he would force himself to a clumsy courtesy, though usually he was bumptious and crude, and always he stared at her like a dog gazing at a haunch of beef. He took mass in the church of Saint-Renan so he could woo her, and it seemed to Jeanette she could not walk in the town without meeting him. Once, encountering Jeanette in the alley beside the Church of the Virgin,
He crowded her against the wall and slid his strong fingers up to her breasts.
"I think, madame, you and I are suited," he told her in all earnestness.
"You need a wife with money," she told him, for she had learned from others in the town the state of Sir Simon's finances.
"I have your money," he pointed out, "and that has settled half my debts, and the prize money from the ships will pay much of the rest. But it is not your money I want, sweet one, but you."
Jeanette tried to wrench away, but he had her trapped against the wall.
"You need a protector, my dear,"
he said, and kissed her tenderly on the forehead. He had a curiously full mouth, big-lipped and always wet, as though his tongue was too large, and the kiss was wet and stank of stale wine. He pushed a hand down her belly, and she struggled harder, but he just pressed his body against hers and took hold of her hair beneath her cap.
"You would like Berkshire, my dear?"
"I would rather live in hell." He fumbled at the laces of her bodice, and Jeanette vainly tried to push him away, but she was only saved when a troop of men rode into the alley, and their leader called a greeting to Sir Simon, who had to turn away to respond, and that allowed Jeanette to wrench herself free. She left her cap in his grasp as she ran home, where she barred the doors, then sat weeping and angry and helpless. She hated him. She hated all the English, yet as the weeks passed she watched the townsfolk come to approve of their occupiers, who spent good money in La Roche-Derrien. English silver was dependable, unlike the French, which was debased with lead or tin. The presence of the English had cut the town off from its usual trade with Rennes and Guingamp, but the ship owners were now free to trade with both Gascony and England, and so their profits rose. Local ships were chartered to import arrows for the English troops, and some of the shipmasters brought back bales of English wool that they resold in other Breton ports that were still loyal to Duke Charles. Few folk were willing to travel far from La Roche-Derrien by land, for they needed to secure a pass from Richard Tocham, the commander of the garrison, and though the scrap of parchment protected them from the Elquin, it was no defense against the outlaws who lived in the farms emptied by Skeet's men. But boats from La Roche-Derrien and Tréguier could still sail east to Paimpol or west to Lannion, and so trade with England's enemies. That was how letters were sent out of La Roche-Derrien, and Jeanette wrote almost weekly to Duke Charles with news of the changes the English were making to the town's defences. She never received a reply, but she persuaded herself that her letters were useful. La Roche-Derrien prospered, but Jeanette suffered. Her father's business still existed, but the profits mysteriously vanished. The larger ships had always sailed from the quays of Tréguier, which lay an hour downriver, and though Jeanette sent them to Gascony to fetch wine for the English market, they never returned. They had either been taken by French ships, or, more likely, their captains had gone into business for themselves. The family farms lay south of La Roche-Derrien, in the countryside laid waste by Will Skeet's men, and so those rents disappeared. Plabennec, her husband's estate, was in English-held Finistère, and Jeanette had not seen a penny from that land in 3 years. So by the early weeks of 1346 she was desperate, and thus summoned the lawyer Bélard to the house. Bélard took a perverse pleasure in telling her how she had ignored his advice, and how she should never have equipped the 2 boats for war. Jeanette suffered his pomposity, then asked him to draw up a petition of redress, which she could send to the English court. The petition begged for the rents of Plabennec, which the invaders had been taking for themselves. It irked Jeanette that she must plead for money from King Edward III of England, but what choice did she have? Sir Simon Jekyll had impoverished her. Bélard sat at her table and made notes on a scrap of parchment. "How many mills at Plabennec?" he asked. "There were 2. 2, he said, noting the figure. "You do know," he added cautiously, "that the Duke has made a claim for those rents?" "The Duke?" Jeanette asked in astonishment. "For Plabennec? Duke Charles claims it is his fief," Bélard said. "It might be, but my son is the Count." "The Duke considers himself the boy's guardian," Bélard observed. "How do you know these things?" Jeanette asked. Bélard shrugged. "I have had correspondence from the Duke's men of business in Paris." "What correspondence?" Jeanette demanded sharply.
About another matter, Bellard said dismissively. Another matter entirely. Plubbenec's rents were collected quarterly, I assume?
Jeanette watched the lawyer suspiciously. Why would the Duke's men of business mention Plubbenec to you?
They asked if I knew the family. Naturally, I revealed nothing.
He was lying, Jeanette thought. She owed Bellard money. Indeed, she was in debt to half of La Roche-Derrien's tradesmen. Doubtless, Bellard thought his bill was unlikely to be paid by her, and so he was looking to Duke Charles for eventual settlement. Monsieur Bellard, she said coldly, you will tell me exactly what you have been telling the Duke and why.
Bellard shrugged. I have nothing to tell.
How is your wife? Jeanette asked sweetly.
Her aches are passing as winter ends, thank God. She is well, madame.
Then she will not be well, Jeanette said tartly, when she learns what you do with your clerk's daughter. How old is she, Bellard? 12?
Madame, don't madame me. Jeanette thumped the table, almost upsetting the flask of ink.
So what has passed between you and the Duke's men of business?
Bellard sighed. He put the cap on the ink flask, laid down the quill, and rubbed his thin cheeks. I have always, he said, looked after the legal matters of this family. It is my duty, madame, and sometimes I must do things that I would rather not, but such things are also a part of my duty. He half smiled. You are in debt, madame. You could rescue your finances easily enough by marrying a man of substance, but you seem reluctant to follow that course, and so I see nothing but ruin in your future. Ruin? You wish some advice? Sell this house, and you will have money enough to live for 2 or 3 years, and in that time the Duke will surely drive the English from Brittany, and you and your son will be restored to Plubbenec.
Jeanette flinched. You think the devils will be defeated that easily? She heard hoofs in the street and saw that Skeet's men were returning to her courtyard. They were laughing as they rode. They did not look like men who would be defeated soon. Indeed, she feared they were unbeatable, for they had a blithe confidence that galled her.
I think, madame, Bellard said, that you must make up your mind what you are. Are you Louis Halévy's daughter or Henri Chenier's widow? Are you a merchant or an aristocrat? If you are a merchant, madame, then marry here and be content. If you are an aristocrat, then raise what money you can and go to the Duke and find yourself a new husband with a title.
Jeanette considered the advice impertinent, but did not bridle. How much would we make on this house? She asked instead.
I shall inquire, madame, Bellard said.
He knew the answer already, and knew that Jeanette would hate it, for a house in a town occupied by an enemy would fetch only a fraction of its proper value. So now was not the time to give Jeanette that news. Better, the lawyer thought, to wait until she was truly desperate. Then he could buy the house and its ruined farms for a pittance.
Is there a bridge across the stream at Plubbenec? He asked, drawing the parchment towards him.
Forget the petition, Jeanette said.
If you wish, madame.
I shall think about your advice, Bellard.
You will not regret it, he said earnestly.
She was lost, he thought, lost and defeated. He would take her house and farms, the Duke would claim Plubbenec, and she would be left with nothing. Which was what she deserved, for she was a stubborn and proud creature who had risen far above her proper station.
I am always, Bellard said humbly, at your ladyship's service.
From adversity, he thought, a clever man could always profit, and Jeanette was ripe for plucking. Put a cat to guard the sheep, and the wolves would eat well. Jeanette did not know what to do. She was loath to sell the house, for she feared it would fetch a low price, but nor did she know how else she could raise money. Would Duke Charles welcome her? He had never shown any sign of it, not since he had opposed her marriage to his nephew. But perhaps he had softened since then. Perhaps he would protect her. She decided she would pray for guidance. So she wrapped a shawl around her shoulders, crossed the yard, ignoring the newly returned soldiers, and went into Saint Renan's church. There was a statue of the Virgin there, sadly shorn of her gilded halo, which had been ripped away by the English, and Jeanette often prayed to the image of Christ's mother, whom she believed had a special care for all women in trouble. She thought at first that the dimly lit church was empty. Then she saw an English bow propped against a pillar and an archer kneeling at the altar. It was the good-looking man, the one who wore his hair in a long pigtail bound with bow cord. It was, she thought, an irritating sign of vanity. Most of the English wore their hair cropped, but a few grew it extravagantly long, and they were the ones who seemed most flamboyantly confident. She wished he would leave the church. Then she was intrigued by his abandoned bow, and so she picked it up and was astonished by its weight. The string hung loose, and she wondered how much strength would be needed to bend the bow and hook the string's free loop on the empty horn tip. She pressed one end of the bow on the stone floor, trying to bend it, and just then an arrow span across the flagstones to lodge against her foot. "If you can string the bow," Thomas said, still on his knees at the altar, "you can have a free shot." Jeanette was too proud to be seen to fail, and too angry not to try, though she attempted to disguise her effort, which barely flexed the black yew stave. She kicked the arrow away. "My husband was killed by one of these bows," she said bitterly. "I've often wondered," Thomas said, "why you Bretons or the French don't learn to shoot them. Start your son at 7 or 8 years, madame, and in 10 years he'll be lethal. He'll fight as a knight, like his father." Thomas laughed. "We kill knights. They haven't made an armor strong enough to resist an English arrow." Jeanette shuddered. "What are you praying for, Englishman?" she asked. "Forgiveness?" Thomas smiled. "I am giving thanks, madame, for the fact that we rode 6 days in enemy country and did not lose one man." He climbed from his knees and pointed to a pretty silver box that sat on the altar. It was a reliquary and had a small crystal window that was rimmed with drops of colored glass. Thomas had peered through the window and seen nothing more than a small black lump about the size of a man's thumb. "What is it?" he asked. "The tongue of Saint Renan," Jeanette said defiantly. "It was stolen when you came to our town, but God was good, and the thief died next day, and the relic was recovered." "God is indeed good," Thomas said dryly. "And who was Saint Renan?" "He was a great preacher," she said, "who banished the nains and goriques from our farmlands. They still live in the wild place, but a prayer to Saint Renan will scare them away." "Nains and goriques?" Thomas asked. "They are spirits," she said. "They wanted the whole land, and I pray daily to the saint that he will banish the Harlequin as he drove out the nains. You know what the Harlequin are?" "We are," Thomas said proudly. She grimaced at his tone. "The Harlequin," she said icily, "from in hell, and so he gives them his horses and releases them on the living." She hefted his black bow and pointed to the silver plate tacked to its belly. "You even have the devil's picture on your bow." "It's a Yale," Thomas said. "It is a devil," she insisted, and threw the bow at him. Thomas caught it and, because he was too young to resist showing off, casually strung it. He made it appear effortless. "You pray to Saint Renan," he said, "and I shall pray to Saint Guinefort. We shall see which saint is the stronger." "Guinefort? I've not heard of her." "Him," Thomas corrected her, "and he lived in the Lyonnais." "You pray to a French saint?" Jeanette asked, intrigued. "All the time," Thomas said, touching the desiccated dog's paw that hung about his neck. He did not tell Jeanette anything more about the saint, who had been a favorite of his father's, who in his better moments would laugh at the story. Guinefort had been a dog and, so far as Thomas's father knew, the only animal ever to be canonized. The beast had saved a baby from a wolf, then been martyred by his owner, who thought the dog had eaten the baby when in truth he had hidden it beneath the cot. "Pray to the blessed Guinefort," had been Father Ralph's reaction to every domestic crisis, and Thomas had adopted the saint as his own. He sometimes wondered whether the saint was an efficient intercessor in heaven, though perhaps Guinefort's whining and barking were as effective as the pleas of any other saint. But Thomas was sure that few other folk used the dog as their representative to God, and perhaps that meant he received special protection. Father Hobb had been shocked to hear of a holy dog, but Thomas, though he shared his father's amusement, now genuinely thought of the animal as his guardian. End of side 5. Side 6.
Jeanette wanted to know more about the blessed Saint Guinefort, but she did not want to encourage an intimacy with any of Skeet's men, and so she forgot her curiosity and made her voice cold again. "I have been wanting to see you," she said, "to tell you that your men and their women must not use the yard as a latrine. I see them from the window. It is disgusting. Maybe you behave like that in England, but this is Brittany. You can use the river." Thomas nodded, but said nothing. Instead, he carried his bow down the nave, which had one of its long sides obscured by fishing nets hung up for mending. He went to the church's western end, which was gloomily decorated by a painting of the Doom. The righteous were vanishing into the rafters, while the condemned sinners were tumbling to a fiery hell, cheered on by angels and saints. Thomas stopped in front of the painting. "Have you ever noticed," he said, "how the prettiest women are always falling down to hell, and the ugly ones are going up to heaven?" Jeanette almost smiled, for she had often wondered about that same question. But she bit her tongue and said nothing, as Thomas walked back up the nave beside a painting of Christ walking on a sea that was grey and white-crested, like the ocean off Brittany. A shoal of mackerel were poking their heads from the water to watch the miracle. "What you must understand, madame," Thomas said, gazing up at the curious mackerel, "is that our men do not like being unwelcome. You won't even let them use the kitchen. Why not? It's big enough, and they'd be glad of a place to dry their boots after a wet night's riding. Why should I have you English in my kitchen? So you can use that as a latrine as well?" Thomas turned and looked at her. "You have no respect for us, madame, so why should we have respect for your house?" "Respect," she mocked the word. "How can I respect you? Everything that is precious to me was stolen by you." "By Sir Simon Jekyll," Thomas said. "You or Sir Simon?" Jeanette asked. "What is the difference?" Thomas picked up the arrow and dropped it into his bag. "The difference, madame, is that once in a while I talk to God, while Sir Simon thinks he is God. I shall ask the lads to piss in the river, but I doubt they'll want to please you much." He smiled at her, then was gone. Spring was greening the land, giving a haze to the trees and filling the twisting laneways with bright flowers. New green moss grew on thatch, there was white stitchwort in the hedgerows, and kingfishers whipped between the new yellow leaves of the riverside sallows. Skeet's men were having to go further from La Roche-Derrien to find new plunder, and their long rides took them dangerously close to Guingamp, which was Duke Charles's headquarters, though the town's garrison rarely came out to challenge the raiders. Guingamp lay to the south, while to the west was Lannion, a much smaller town with a far more belligerent garrison that was inspired by Sir Geoffrey de Pontblanc, a knight who had sworn an oath that he would lead Skeet's raiders back to Lannion in chains. He announced that the Englishmen would be burned in Lannion's marketplace because they were heretics, the devil's men. Will Skeet was not worried by such a threat. "I might lose a wink of sleep if the silly bastard had proper archers," he told Tom, "but he ain't, so he can blunder about as much as he likes. Is that his real name?" "Geoffrey of the White Bridge." "Daft bastard. Is he Breton or French?" "I'm told he's French." "Have to teach him a lesson then, won't we?" Sir Geoffrey proved an unwilling pupil. Will Skeet dragged his coat closer and closer to Lannion, burning houses within sight of its walls, in an effort to lure Sir Geoffrey out into an ambush of archers, but Sir Geoffrey had seen what English arrows could do to mounted knights, and so he refused to lead his men in a wild charge that would inevitably finish as a pile of screaming horses and bleeding men. He stalked Skeet instead, looking for some place where he could ambush the Englishmen, but Skeet was no more of a fool than Sir Geoffrey, and for 3 weeks the two war bands circled and skirted each other. Sir Geoffrey's presence slowed Skeet, but did not stop the destruction. The two forces clashed twice, and both times Sir Geoffrey threw his crossbowmen forward on foot, hoping they could finish off Skeet's archers, but both times the longer arrows won, and Sir Geoffrey drew off without forcing a fight he knew he must lose. After the second inconclusive clash, he even tried appealing to Will Skeet's honour. He rode forward all alone, dressed in an armour as beautiful as Sir Simon Jekyll's, though Sir Geoffrey's helmet was an old-fashioned pot with perforated eye-holes. His surcoat and his horse's trapper were dark blue, on which white bridges were embroidered, and the same device was blazoned on his shield. He carried a blue-painted lance, from which he had hung a white scarf to show he came in peace. Skeet rode forward to meet him, with Thomas as interpreter. Sir Geoffrey lifted off his helmet and pushed a hand through his sweat-flattened hair. He was a young fellow, golden-haired and blue-eyed, with a broad, good-humoured face, and Thomas felt he would probably have liked the man if he had not been an enemy. Sir Geoffrey smiled as the two Englishmen curbed their horses. "It is a dull thing," he said, "to shoot arrows at each other's shadows. I suggest you bring your men-at-arms into the field centre and meet us there on equal terms." Thomas did not even bother to translate, for he knew what Skeet's answer would be. "I have a better idea," he said. "You bring your men-at-arms, and we'll bring our archers." Sir Geoffrey looked puzzled. "Do you command?" he asked Thomas. He had thought that the older and grizzled Skeet was the captain, but Skeet stayed silent. "He lost his tongue fighting the Scots," Thomas said, "so I speak for him." "Then tell him I want an honourable fight," Sir Geoffrey said spiritedly. "Let me pit my horsemen against yours." He smiled as if to suggest his suggestion was as reasonable as it was chivalrous, as it was ridiculous. Thomas translated for Skeet, who twisted in his saddle and spat into the clover. "He says," Thomas said, "that our archers will meet your men. 12 of our archers against a score of your men-at-arms." Sir Geoffrey shook his head sadly. "You have no sense of sport, you English," he said, then put his leather-lined pot back on his head and rode away. Thomas told Skeet what had passed between them. "Silly goddamn bastard," Skeet said. "What did he want? A tournament? Who does he think we are, the Knights of the Round Bloody Table? I don't know what happens to some folk. They put a sir in front of their names and their brains get addled. Fighting fair? Who ever heard of anything so daft? Fight fair and you lose. Bloody fool." Sir Geoffrey of the White Bridge continued to haunt the Elka, but Skeet gave him no chance for a fight. There was always a large band of archers watching the Frenchmen's forces, and whenever the men from Lannion became too bold, they were likely to have the goose-feathered arrows thumping into their horses. So Sir Geoffrey was reduced to a shadow, but he was an irritating and persistent shadow, following Skeet's men almost back to the gates of La Roche-Derrien. The trouble occurred the third time that he trailed Skeet, and so came close to the town. Sir Simon Jekyll had heard of Sir Geoffrey, and warned by a sentinel on the highest church tower that Skeet's men were in sight, he led out a score of the garrison's men-at-arms to meet the Elka. Skeet was just over a mile from the town, and Sir Geoffrey, with 50 men-at-arms and as many mounted crossbowmen, was just another half-mile behind. The Frenchman had caused no great problems to Skeet, and if Sir Geoffrey wanted to ride home to Lannion and claim that he had chased the Elka back to their lair, then Skeet was quite happy to give the Frenchman that satisfaction. Then Sir Simon came, and it was all suddenly display and arrogance. The English lances went up, the helmet visors clanged shut, and their horses were prancing. Sir Simon rode towards the French and Breton horsemen, bellowing a challenge. Will Skeet followed Sir Simon and advised him to let the bastards be, but the Yorkshireman was wasting his breath. Skeet's men-at-arms were at the front of the column, escorting the captured livestock and 3 wagons filled with plunder, while the rear guard was formed by 60 mounted archers. Those 60 men had just reached the big woods where the army had camped during the siege of La Roche-Derrien, and at a signal from Skeet they split into 2 groups and rode into the trees either side of the road. They dismounted in the woods, tied their horses' reins to branches, then carried their bows to the edge of the trees. The road ran between the 2 groups, edged by wide grassy verges. Sir Simon wheeled his horse to confront Will Skeet. "I want 30 of your men-at-arms, Skeet," he demanded peremptorily. "You can want them," Will Skeet said, "but you'll not have them." "Good Christ, man, I outrank you!" Sir Simon was incredulous at Skeet's refusal. "I outrank you, Skeet. I'm not asking you, fool, I'm ordering." Skeet looked up at the sky. "Looks like rain, don't you think? And we could do with a drop. Fields are right dry and streams are low." Sir Simon reached out and gripped Skeet's arm, forcing the older man to turn to him. "He has 50 knights," Sir Simon spoke of Sir Geoffrey de Pontblanc, "and I have 20. Give me 30 men and I'll take him prisoner. Just give me 20. He was pleading, all arrogance gone, for this was a chance for Sir Simon to fight a proper skirmish, horseman against horseman, and the winner would have renown and the prize of captured men and horses. But Will Skeet knew everything about men, horses, and renown. "I'm not out here to play games," he said, shaking his arm free. "And you can order me till the cows sprout wings, but you'll not have a man of mine." Sir Simon looked anguished, but then Sir Geoffrey de Pontblanc decided the matter. He saw how his men-at-arms outnumbered the English horsemen, and so he ordered 30 of his followers to ride back and join the crossbowmen. Now the two troops of horsemen were evenly matched, and Sir Geoffrey rode forward on his big black stallion that was swathed in its blue and white trapper and had a boiled leather mask for face armour, a chanfron. Sir Simon rode to meet him in his new armour, but his horse had no padded trapper and no chanfron, and he wanted both, just as he wanted this fight. All winter he had endured the misery of a peasant's war, all muck and murder, and now the enemy was offering honour, glory, and the chance to capture some fine horses, armour, and good weapons. The two men saluted each other by dipping their lances, then exchanged names and compliments. Will Skeet had joined Thomas in the woods. "You might be a woolly-headed fool, Tom," Skeet said, "but there's plenty more stupid than you. Look at the daft bastards, not a brain between either of them. You could shake them by the heels and nothing would drop out of their ears but dried muck." He spat. Sir Geoffrey and Sir Simon agreed on the rules of the fight. Tournament rules, really, only with death to give the sport spice. An unhorsed man was out of the fight, they agreed, and would be spared, though such a man could be taken prisoner. They wished each other well, then turned and rode back to their men. Skeet tied his horse to a tree and strung his bow. "There's a place in York," he said, "where you can watch the mad folk. They keep them caged up, and you pay a farthing to go and laugh at them. They should put those two silly bastards in with them." "My father was mad for a time," Thomas said. "Don't surprise me, lad. Don't surprise me at all," Skeet said. He looped his bow cord onto a stave that had been carved with crosses. His archers watched the men-at-arms from the edge of the woods. As a spectacle it was wondrous, like a tournament, only on this spring meadow there were no marshals to save a man's life. The two groups of horsemen readied themselves. Squires tightened girths, men hefted lances, and made sure their shield straps were tight. Visors clanged shut, turning the horsemen's world into a dark place slashed with slitted daylight. They dropped their reins, for from now on the well-trained destriers would be guided by the touch of spur and the pressure of knees. The horsemen needed both hands for their shields and weapons. Some men wore two swords, a heavy one for slashing and a thinner blade for stabbing, and they made certain the weapons slid easily from their scabbards. Some gave their lances to squires to leave a hand free to make the sign of the cross, then took the lances back. The horses stamped on the pasture. Then Sir Geoffrey lowered his lance in a signal that he was ready, and Sir Simon did the same, and the 40 men spurred their big horses forward. These were not the light-boned mares and geldings that the archers rode, but the heavy destriers, stallions all, and big enough to carry a man and his armour. The beasts snorted, tossed their heads, and lumbered into a trot as the riders lowered their long lances. One of Sir Geoffrey's men made the beginner's mistake of lowering the lance too much, so that the point stuck in the dry turf, and he was lucky not to be unhorsed. He left the lance behind and drew his sword. The horsemen spurred into the canter, and one of Sir Simon's men swerved to the left, probably because his horse was ill-trained, and it bumped the next horse, and the ripple of colliding horses went down the line as the spurs rowelled back to demand the gallop. Then they struck. The sound of the wooden lances striking shields and mail was a crunch like splintering bones. 2 horsemen were rammed back out of their high saddles, but most of the lance thrusts had been parried by shields, and now the horsemen dropped the shivered weapons as they galloped past their opponents. They sawed on the reins and drew their swords, but it was plain to the watching archers that the enemy had gained an advantage. Both of the unhorsed riders were English, and Sir Geoffrey's men were much more closely aligned, so that when they turned to bring their swords to the melee, they came as a disciplined group that struck Sir Simon's men in a clangor of sword against sword. An Englishman reeled from the melee with a missing hand. Dust and turf spewed up from hoofs. A riderless horse limped away. The swords clashed like hammers on anvils. Men grunted as they swung. A huge Breton, with no device on his plain shield, was wielding a falchion, a weapon that was half sword and half axe, and he used the broad blade with a terrible skill. An English man-at-arms had his helmet split open and his skull with it, so that he rode wavering from the fight, blood pouring down his mail coat. His horse stopped a few paces from the turmoil, and the man-at-arms slowly, so slowly, bent forward and then slumped down from the saddle. One foot was trapped in a stirrup as he died, but his horse did not seem to notice. It just went on cropping the grass. 2 of Sir Simon's men yielded and were sent back to be taken prisoner by the French and Breton squires. Sir Simon himself was fighting savagely, turning his horse to beat off 2 opponents. He sent one reeling out of the fight with a useless arm, then battered the other with swift cuts from his stolen sword. The French had 15 men still fighting, but the English were down to 10 when the great brute with the falchion decided to finish Sir Simon off. He roared as he charged, and Sir Simon caught the falchion on his shield and lunged his sword into the mail under the Breton's armpit. He yanked the sword free, and there was blood pouring from the rent in the enemy's mail and leather tunic. The big man twitched in the saddle, and Sir Simon hammered the sword onto the back of his head, then turned his horse to beat off another assailant, before wheeling back to drive his heavy weapon in a crushing blow against the big Breton's Adam's apple. The man dropped his falchion and clutched his throat as he rode away. "He's good, isn't he?" Skeet said flatly. "Got suet for brains, but he knows how to fight." But, despite Sir Simon's prowess, the enemy was winning, and Thomas wanted to advance the archers. They only needed to run about 30 paces, and then would have been in easy range of the rampaging enemy horsemen. But Will Skeet shook his head. "Never kill 2 Frenchmen when you can kill a dozen, Tom," he said reprovingly. "Our men are getting beat," Thomas protested. "Then that'll teach 'em not to be bloody fools, won't it?" Skeet said. He grinned. "Just wait, lad, just wait, and we'll skin the cat proper." The English men-at-arms were being beaten back, and only Sir Simon was fighting with spirit. He was indeed good. He had driven the huge Breton from the fight, and was now holding off 4 of the enemy, and doing it with a ferocious skill. But the rest of his men, seeing that their battle was lost, and that they could not reach Sir Simon because there were too many enemy horsemen around him, turned and fled. "Sam!" Will shouted across the road. "When I give you the word, take a dozen men and run away. You hear me, Sam?" "I'll run away," Sam shouted back. The English men-at-arms, some bleeding and one half falling from his tall saddle, thundered back down the road towards La Roche-Derrien. The French and Bretons had surrounded Sir Simon, but Sir Geoffrey of the White Bridge was a romantic fellow, and refused to take the life of a brave opponent, and so he ordered his men to spare the English knight. Sir Simon, sweating like a pig under the leather and iron plate, pushed up the snout-like visor of his helmet. "I don't yield," he told Sir Geoffrey. His new armour was scarred and his sword edge chipped, but the quality of both had helped him in the fight. "I don't yield," he said again, "so fight on." Sir Geoffrey bowed in his saddle. "I salute your bravery, Sir Simon," he said magnanimously, "and you are free to go with all honour." He waved his men-at-arms aside, and Sir Simon, miraculously alive and free, rode away with his head held high. He had led his men into disaster and death, but he had emerged with honour. Sir Geoffrey could see past Sir Simon, down the long road that was thick with fleeing men-at-arms, and beyond them the captured livestock and the heaped carts of plunder that were being escorted by Skeet's men. Then Will Skeet shouted at Sam, and suddenly Sir Geoffrey could see a bunch of panicked archers riding northwards as hard as they could. "He'll fall for it," Skeet said knowingly. "You just see if he don't." Sir Geoffrey had proved in the last weeks that he was no fool, but he lost his wits that day. He saw a chance to cut down the hated Harlequin archers and recapture 3 carts of plunder, and so he ordered his remaining 30 men-at-arms to join him, and, leaving his 4 prisoners and 9 captured horses in the care of his crossbowmen, waved his knights forward. Will Skeet had been waiting weeks for this. Sir Simon turned in alarm as he heard the sound of hooves. Nearly 50 armoured men on big destriers charged towards him, and for a moment he thought they were trying to capture him, and so he spurred his horse towards the woods, only to see the French and Breton horsemen crash past him at full gallop. Sir Simon ducked under branches and swore at Will Skeet, who ignored him. He was watching the enemy. Sir Geoffrey de Pontblanc led the charge and saw only glory. He had forgotten the archers in the woods, or else believed they had all fled after the defeat of Sir Simon's men. Sir Geoffrey was on the cusp of a great victory. He would take back the plunder, and even better, lead the dreaded Harlequin to a fiery fate in Lagnon's marketplace. "Now!" Skeet shouted through cupped hands. "Now!" There were archers on both sides of the road, and they stepped out from the new spring foliage and loosed their bowstrings. Thomas's second arrow was in the air before the first even struck. Look and loose, he thought, do not think, and there was no need to aim, for the enemy was a tight group, and all the archers did was pour their long arrows into the horsemen, so that in an eye blink the charge was reduced to a tangle of rearing stallions, fallen men, screaming horses, and splashing blood. The enemy had no chance. A few at the back managed to turn and gallop away, but the majority were trapped in a closing ring of bowmen who drove their arrows mercilessly through mail and leather. Any man who even twitched invited 3 or 4 arrows. The pile of iron and flesh was spiked with feathers, and still the arrows came, cutting through mail and driving deep into horseflesh. Only the handful of men at the rear and a single man at the very front of the charge survived. That man was Sir Geoffrey himself. He had been 10 paces in front of his men, and maybe that was why he was spared, or perhaps the archers had been impressed by the manner in which he had treated Sir Simon. But for whatever reason, he rode ahead of the carnage like a charmed soul. Not an arrow flew close, but he heard the screams and clatter behind, and he slowed his horse, then turned to see the horror. He watched with disbelief for an instant, then walked his stallion back towards the arrow-stuck pile that had been his men. Skeet shouted at some of his bowmen to turn and face the enemy's crossbowmen, but they, seeing the fate of their men-at-arms, were in no mood to face the English arrows. They retreated southwards. There was a curious stillness then. Fallen horses twitched, and some beat at the road with their hooves. A man groaned, another called on Christ, and some just whimpered. Thomas, an arrow still on his bowstring, could hear larks, the call of plovers, and the whisper of wind in the leaves. A drop of rain fell, splashing the dust on the road, but it was a lone outrider of a shower that went to the west. Sir Geoffrey stood his horse beside his dead and dying men, as if inviting the archers to add his corpse to the heap that was streaked with blood and flecked with goose feathers. "See what I mean, Tom," Skeet said. "Wait long enough and the bloody fools will always oblige you." "Right, lads, finish the bastards off." Men dropped their bows, drew their knives, and ran to the shuddering heap, but Skeet held Thomas back. "Go and tell that stupid White Bridge bastard to make himself scarce." Thomas walked to the Frenchman, who must have thought he was expected to surrender, for he pulled off his helmet and extended his sword handle. "My family cannot pay a great ransom," he said apologetically. "You're not a prisoner," Thomas said. Sir Geoffrey seemed perplexed by the words. "You release me?" "We don't want you," Thomas said. "You might think about going to Spain," he suggested, "or the Holy Land. Not too many Harlequins in either place." Sir Geoffrey sheathed his sword. "I must fight against the enemies of my king, so I shall fight here. But I thank you." He gathered his reins, and just at that moment Sir Simon Jekyll rode out of the trees, pointing his drawn sword at Sir Geoffrey. "He's my prisoner," he called to Thomas. "My prisoner!" "He's no one's prisoner," Thomas said. "We're letting him go." "You're letting him go?" Sir Simon sneered. "Do you know who commands here?" "What I know," Thomas said, "is that this man is no prisoner." He thumped the trapper-covered rump of Sir Geoffrey's horse to send it on its way. "Spain or the Holy Land?" he called after Sir Geoffrey. Sir Simon turned his horse to follow Sir Geoffrey, then saw that Will Skeet was ready to intervene and stop any such pursuit, so he turned back to Thomas. "You had no right to release him, no right." "He released you," Thomas said. "Then he was a fool, and because he is a fool, I must be?" Sir Simon was quivering with anger. Sir Geoffrey might have declared himself a poor man, hardly able to raise a ransom, but his horse alone was worth at least £50, and Skeet and Thomas had just sent that money trotting southwards. Sir Simon watched him go, then lowered the sword blade so that it threatened Thomas's throat. "From the moment I first saw you," he said, "you have been insolent. I am the highest-born man on this field, and it is I who decides the fate of prisoners. You understand that?" "He yielded to me," Thomas said, "not to you, so it don't matter what bed you were born in." "You're a pup," Sir Simon spat. "Skeet, I want recompense for that prisoner, you hear me?" Skeet ignored Sir Simon, but Thomas did not have enough sense to do the same. "Jesus," he said in disgust, "that man spared you, and you'd not return the favour? You're not a bloody knight, you're just a bully. Go and boil your arse." The sword rose, and so did Thomas's bow. Sir Simon looked at the glittering arrow point, its edges feathered white through sharpening, and he had just enough wit not to strike with his sword. He sheathed it instead, slamming the blade into the scabbard, then wheeled his destrier and spurred away, which left Skeet's men to sort out the enemy's dead. There were 18 of them, and another 23 grievously wounded. There were also 16 bleeding horses and 24 dead and that, as Will Skeet remarked, was a wicked waste of good horseflesh. And Sir Geoffrey had been taught his lesson. There was a fuss back in La Roche-Derrien. Sir Simon Jekyll complained to Richard Toachsome that Will Skeet had failed to support him in battle, then also claimed to have been responsible for the death or wounding of 41 enemy men-at-arms. He boasted he had won the skirmish, then returned to his theme of Skeet's perfidy, but Richard Toachsome was in no mood to endure Sir Simon's querulousness. "Did you win the fight or not?" "Of course we won!" Sir Simon blinked indignantly. "They're dead, ain't they?" "So why did you need Will's men-at-arms?" Toachsome asked. Sir Simon searched for an answer and found none. "He was impertinent," he complained. "That's for you and him to settle, not me," Toachsome said in abrupt dismissal. But he was thinking about the conversation, and that night he talked with Skeet. 41 dead or wounded, he vowed. That must be a third of Lannions' men-at-arms. Near as may be, aye. Toachsome's quarters were near the river, and from his window he could watch the water slide under the bridge arches. Bats flitted about the Barbican tower that guarded the bridge's further side, while the cottages beyond the river were lit by a sharp-edged moon. "They'll be short-handed, Will," Toachsome said. "They'll not be happy, that's for sure. And the place will be stuffed with valuables." "Like as not," Skeet agreed. Many folk, fearing the Elcair, had taken their belongings to the nearby fortresses, and Lannion must be filled with their goods. More to the point, Toachsome would find food there. His garrison received some food from the farms north of La Roche-Derrien, and more was brought across the Channel from England, but the Elcair's wastage of the countryside had brought harmlessly close. "Leave 50 men here?" Toachsome was still thinking aloud, but he had no need to explain his thoughts to an old soldier like Skeet. "We'll need new ladders," Skeet said. "What happened to the old ones?" "Firewood. It were a cold winter." "A night attack?" Toachsome suggested. "Full moon in 5 or 6 days." 5 days from now, then, Toachsome decided. "And I'll want your men, Will, if they're sober by then." "They deserve their drink after what they did today," Toachsome said warmly, then gave Skeet a smile. "Sir Simon was complaining about you. Says you were impertinent." "That weren't me, Dick. It was my lad Tom. Told the bastard to go and boil his ass." "I fear Sir Simon was never one for taking good advice," Toachsome said gravely. Nor were Skeet's men. He had let them loose in the town, but warned them that they would feel rotten in the morning if they drank too much, and they ignored that advice to make celebration in La Roche-Derrien's taverns. Thomas had gone with a score of his friends and their women to an inn where they sang, danced, and tried to pick a fight with a group of Duke John's white rats, who were too sensible to rise to the provocation and slipped quietly into the night. A moment later, 2 men-at-arms walked in, both wearing jackets with the Earl of Northampton's badge of the Lions and the Stars. Their arrival was jeered, but they endured it with patience and asked if Thomas was present. "He's the ugly bastard over there," Jake said, pointing to Thomas, who was dancing to the music of a flute and drum. The men-at-arms waited till he had finished his dance, then explained that Will Skeet was with the garrison's commander and wanted to talk with him. Thomas drained his ale. "What it is," he told the other archers, "is that they can't make a decision without me. Indispensable, that's me." The archers mocked that, but cheered good-naturedly as Thomas left with the 2 men-at-arms. One of them came from Dorset and had actually heard of Hookton. "Didn't the French land there?" he asked. "Bastards wrecked it. I doubt there's anything left," Thomas said. "So why does Will want me?" "God knows, and he ain't telling," one of the men said. He had led Thomas towards Richard Touchsom's headquarters, but now he pointed down a dark alley. "They're in a tavern at the end there, place with the anchor hanging over the door." "Good for them," Thomas said. If he had not been half drunk, he might have realized that Touchsom and Skeet were unlikely to summon him to a tavern, let alone the smallest one in town, at the river end of the darkest alley. But Thomas suspected nothing until he was halfway down the narrow passage and 2 men stepped from a gateway. The first he knew of them was when a blow landed on the back of his head. He pitched forward onto his knees, and the second man kicked him in the face. Then both men rained kicks and blows on him until he offered no more resistance, and they could seize his arms and drag him through the gate into a small smithy. There was blood in Thomas's mouth. His nose had been broken again, a rib was cracked, and his belly was churning with ale. A fire burned in the smithy. Thomas, through half-closed eyes, could see an anvil. Then more men surrounded him and gave him a second kicking, so that he rolled into a ball in a vain attempt to protect himself. "Enough," a voice said, and Thomas opened his eyes to see Sir Simon Jekyll. The 2 men who had fetched him from the tavern and who had seemed so friendly now came through the smithy gate and stripped off their borrowed tunics showing the Earl of Northampton's badge. "Well done," Sir Simon told them, then looked at Thomas. "Mere archers," Sir Simon said. "Do not tell knights to boil their arse." A tall man, a huge brute with lank yellow hair and blackened teeth, was standing beside Thomas, wanting to kick him if he offered an insolent reply, so Thomas held his tongue. Instead, he offered a silent prayer to St. Sebastian, the patron saint of archers. This plight, he reckoned, was too serious to be left to a dog. "Take his breeches down, Collie," Sir Simon ordered, and turned back to the fire. Thomas saw there was a great 3-legged pot standing in the red-hot charcoal. He swore under his breath, realizing that he was the one who was to get a boiled arse. Sir Simon peered into the pot. "You are to be taught a lesson in courtesy," he told Thomas, who whimpered as the yellow-haired brute cut through his belt, then dragged his breeches down. The other men searched Thomas's pockets, taking what coins they found and a good knife. Then they turned him onto his belly, so that his naked arse was ready for the boiling water. Sir Simon saw the first wisps of steam float from the pot. "Take it to him," he ordered his men. 3 of Sir Simon's soldiers were holding Thomas down, and he was too hurt and too weak to fight them, so he did the only thing he could. He screamed murder. He filled his lungs and bellowed as loud as he could. He reckoned he was in a small town that was crowded with men, and someone must hear, and so he shrieked the alarm. "Murder! Murder!" A man kicked his belly, but Thomas went on shouting. "For Christ's sake, silence him!" Sir Simon snarled, and Collie, the yellow-haired man, kneeled beside Thomas and tried to stuff straw into his mouth, but Thomas managed to spit it out. "Murder!" he screamed. "Murder!" Collie swore, took a handful of filthy mud and slapped it into Thomas's mouth, muffling his noise. "Bastard," Collie said, and thumped Thomas's skull. "Bastard!" Thomas gagged on the mud, but he could not spit it out. Sir Simon was standing over him now. "You are to be taught good manners," he said, and watched as the steaming pot was carried across the smithy yard. Then the gate opened, and a newcomer stepped into the yard. "What in God's name is happening here?" the man asked, and Thomas could have sung a Te Deum in praise of St. Sebastian if his mouth had not been crammed with mud, for his rescuer was Father Hobb, who must have heard the frantic shouting and come running down the alley to investigate. "What are you doing?" the priest demanded of Sir Simon. "It is not your business, Father," Sir Simon said. "Thomas, is it you?" He turned back to the knight. By God, it is my business. Father Hobb had a temper, and he lost it now. Who the devil do you think you are? Be careful, priest, Sir Simon snarled. Be careful? Me? I will have your soul in hell if you don't leave. The small priest snatched up the smith's huge poker and wielded it like a sword. I'll have all your souls in hell. Leave! All of you! Out of here! Out! In the name of God! Get out! Get out! Sir Simon backed down. It was one thing to torture an archer, but quite another to get into a fight with a priest, whose voice was loud enough to attract still more attention. Sir Simon snarled that Father Hobb was an interfering bastard, but he retreated all the same. Father Hobb knelt beside Thomas and hooked some of the mud from his mouth, along with tendrils of thick blood and a broken tooth. "You poor lad," Father Hobb said, then helped Thomas stand. "I'll take you home, Tom. Take you home and clean you up." Thomas had to vomit first, but then, holding his breeches up, he staggered back to Jeanette's house, supported all the way by the priest. A dozen archers greeted him, wanting to know what had happened, but Father Hobb brushed them aside. "Where's the kitchen?" he demanded.
"She won't let us in there,"
Thomas said, his voice indistinct because of his swollen mouth and bleeding gums. "Where is it?" Father Hobb insisted. One of the archers nodded at the door, and the priest just pushed it open and half-carried Thomas inside. He sat him on a chair and pulled the rush lights to the table's edge so he could see Thomas's face. "Dear God," he said, "what have they done to you?" He patted Thomas's hand, then went to find water. Jeanette came into the kitchen, full of fury. "You are not supposed to be here. You will get out." Then she saw Thomas's face, and her voice trailed away. If someone had told her that she would see a badly beaten English archer, she would have been cheered. But to her surprise, she felt a pang of sympathy. "What happened?"
"Sir Simon Jekyll did this,"
Thomas managed to say. "Sir Simon? He's an evil man." Father Hobb had heard the name and came from the scullery with a big bowl of water. "He's an evil thing, evil." He spoke in English. "You have some cloths?" he asked Jeanette.
"She doesn't speak English,"
Thomas said. Blood was trickling down his face. "Sir Simon attacked you?" Jeanette asked. "Why?"
"Because I told him to boil his arse,"
Thomas said, and was rewarded with a smile. "Good," Jeanette said. She did not invite Thomas to stay in the kitchen, but nor did she order him to leave. Instead, she stood and watched as the priest washed his face, then took off Thomas's shirt to bind up the cracked rib. "Tell her she could help me," Father Hobb said.
"She's too proud to help,"
Thomas said. "It's a sinful, sad world," Father Hobb declared, then knelt down. "Hold still, Tom," he said, "for this will hurt like the very devil." He took hold of the broken nose, and there was the sound of cartilage scraping before Thomas shouted in pain. Father Hobb put a cold, wet cloth over his nose. "Hold that there, Tom, and the pain will go. Well, it won't really, but you'll get used to it." He sat on an empty salt barrel, shaking his head. "Sweet Jesus, Tom, what are we going to do with you?"
"You've done it," Thomas said, "and I'm grateful. A day or two and I'll be leaping about like a spring lamb."
"You've been doing that for too long, Tom," Father Hobb said earnestly. Jeanette, not understanding a word, just watched the two men. "God gave you a good head," the priest went on, "but you waste your wits, Tom. You do waste them."
"You want me to be a priest?"
Father Hobb smiled. "I doubt you'd be much credit to the church, Tom. You'd like as not end up as an archbishop because you're clever and devious enough, but I think you'd be happier as a soldier. But you have debts to God, Tom. Remember that promise you made to your father? You made it in a church, and it will be good for your soul to keep that promise, Tom." Thomas laughed, and immediately wished he had not, for the pain whipped through his ribs. He swore, apologized to Jeanette, then looked back to the priest.
"And how, in the name of God, Father, am I supposed to keep that promise? I don't even know what bastard stole the lance."
"What bastard?" Jeanette asked, for she had picked up that one word. "Sir Simon?"
"He is a bastard," Thomas said, "but he's not the only one."
And he told her about the lance, about the day his village had been murdered, about his father dying, and about the man who carried a banner showing 3 yellow hawks on a blue field. He told the story slowly, through bloody lips, and when he had finished, Jeanette shrugged. "So you want to kill this man, yes?" "One day." "He deserves to be killed," Jeanette said. Thomas stared at her through half-closed eyes, astonished by those words. "You know him?" "He is called Sir Guillaume d'Evêque," Jeanette said. "What's she saying?" Father Hobb asked. "I know him," Jeanette said grimly. "In Caen, where he comes from, he is sometimes called the Lord of the Sea and of the Land." "Because he fights on both?" Thomas guessed. "He is a knight," Jeanette said, "but he is also a sea raider, a pirate. My father owned 16 ships, and Guillaume d'Evêque stole 3 of them." "He fought against you?" Thomas sounded surprised. Jeanette shrugged. "He thinks any ship that is not French is an enemy. We are Bretons." Thomas looked at Father Hobb. "There you are, Father," he said lightly. "To keep my promise, all I must do is fight the Knight of the Sea and of the Land." Father Hobb had not followed the French, but he shook his head sadly. "How you keep the promise, Thomas, is your business. But God knows you made it, and I know you were doing nothing about it." He fingered the wooden cross he wore on a leather lace about his neck. "And what shall I do about Sir Simon?" "Nothing," Thomas said. "I must tell Touchsome at least," the priest insisted. "Nothing, Father." Thomas was just as insistent. "Promise me." Father Hobb looked suspiciously at Thomas. "You're not thinking of taking your own revenge, are you?" Thomas crossed himself and hissed because of the pain in his rib. "Doesn't our Mother Church tell us to turn the other cheek?" he asked. "It does," Father Hobb said dubiously, "but it wouldn't condone what Sir Simon did tonight." "We shall turn away his wrath with a soft answer," Thomas said, and Father Hobb, impressed by this display of genuine Christianity, nodded his acceptance of Thomas's decision. Jeanette had been following the conversation as best she could, and had at least gathered the gist of their words. "Are you discussing what to do to Sir Simon?" she asked Thomas. "I'm going to murder the bastard," Thomas said in French. She offered him a sour grimace. "That is a very clever idea, Englishman. So you will be a murderer, and they will hang you? Then, thanks be to God, there will be 2 dead Englishmen." "What's she saying, Thomas?" Father Hobb asked. "She's agreeing that I ought to forgive my enemies, Father." Good woman," Father Hobb said. "Do you really want to kill him?" Jeanette demanded coldly. Thomas shuddered with the pain, but he was not so hurt that he could not appreciate Jeanette's closeness. She was a hard woman, he reckoned, but still as lovely as the spring, and, like the rest of Will Skeet's men, he had harbored impossible dreams of knowing her better. A question gave him that chance. "I'll kill him," he assured her, "and in killing him, my lady, I'll fetch you your husband's armor and sword." Jeanette frowned at him. "You can do that?" "If you help me." She grimaced. "How?" So Thomas told her, and to his astonishment she did not dismiss the idea in horror, but instead nodded a grudging acceptance. "It might really work," she said after a while. It really might work. Which meant that Sir Simon had united his enemies, and Thomas had found himself an ally. Jeanette's life was encompassed by enemies. She had her son, but everyone else she loved was dead, and those who were left she hated. There were the English, of course, occupying her town, but there was also Bella, the lawyer, and the shipmasters who had cheated her, and the tenants who used the presence of the English to default on their rent, and the town's merchants who dunned her for money she did not have. She was a countess, yet her rank counted for nothing. At night, brooding on her plight, she would dream of meeting a great champion, a duke perhaps, who would come to La Roche-Derrien and punish her enemies one by one. She saw them whimpering with terror, pleading for mercy, and receiving none. But in each dawn there was no duke, and her enemies did not cringe, and Jeanette's troubles were unrelieved, until Thomas promised to help her kill the one enemy she hated above the rest. To which end, early in the morning, after her conversation with Thomas, Jeanette went to Richard Toachsom's headquarters. She went early because she hoped Sir Simon Jekyll would still be in bed, and though it was essential he knew the purpose of her visit, she did not want to meet him. Let him learn from others what she planned.
End of Side 6. Side 7.
The headquarters, like her own house, fronted the River Jeudi, and the waterfront yard, despite the early hour, already held a score of petitioners seeking favours from the English. Jeanette was told to wait with the other petitioners. "I am the Countess of Armorica," she told the clerk. "You must wait like the rest," the clerk answered in poor French, then cut another notch in a tally stick on which he was counting arrow sheaves that were being unloaded from a lighter that had come upriver from the deep-water harbour at Tréguier. A second lighter held barrels of red herrings, and the stench of the fish made Jeanette shudder. English food! They did not even gut the herrings before smoking them, and the red fish came from the barrels covered in yellow-green mould, yet the archers ate them with relish. She tried to escape the reeking fish by crossing the yard to where a dozen local men trimmed great lengths of timber propped on sawhorses. One of the carpenters was a man who had sometimes worked for Jeanette's father, though he was usually too drunk to hold a job for more than a few days. He was barefoot, ragged, hump-backed, and hare-lipped, though when he was sober he was as good a labourer as any in the town. "Jacques," Jeanette called, "what are you doing?" She spoke in Breton. Jacques tugged his forelock and bobbed down. "You're looking well, my lady." Only a few folk could understand his speech, for his split lip mangled the sounds. "Your father always said you were his angel." "I asked what you are doing." "Ladders, my lady, ladders." Jacques cuffed a stream of mucus from his nose. There was a weeping ulcer on his neck, and the stink of it was as bad as the red herrings. "They want 6 ever so long ladders." "Why?" Jacques looked left and right to make sure no one could overhear him. "What he says," he jerked his head at the Englishman, who was supposedly supervising the work, "what he says is that they're taking them to Lannion, and they're long enough for that big wall, ain't they?" "Lannion?" "He likes his ale, he does," Jacques said, explaining the Englishman's indiscretion. "Hey, handsome!" the supervisor shouted at Jacques. "Get to work!" Jacques, with a grin to Jeanette, picked up his tools. "Make the rungs loose," Jeanette advised Jacques in Breton, then turned because her name had been called from the house. Sir Simon Jekyll, looking heavy-eyed and sleepy, was standing in the doorway, and Jeanette's heart sank at the sight of him. "My lady," Sir Simon offered Jeanette a bow, "you should not be waiting with the common folk." "Tell that to the clerk," Jeanette said coldly. The clerk, tallying the arrow sheaves, squealed when Sir Simon caught him by the ear. "This clerk?" he asked. "He told me to wait out here." Sir Simon cuffed the man across the face. "She's a lady, you bastard! You treat her like a lady!" He kicked the man away, then pulled the door fully open. "Come, my lady," he invited her. Jeanette went to the door and was relieved to see 4 more clerks busy at tables inside the house. "The army," Sir Simon said, as she brushed past him, "has almost as many clerks as archers. Clerks, farriers, masons, cooks, herdsmen, butchers, anything else on 2 legs that can take the king's coin." He smiled at her, then brushed a hand down his threadbare wool robe that was trimmed with fur. "If I had known you were gracing us with a visit, my lady, I would have dressed." Sir Simon, Jeanette noted gladly, was in a puppy mood this morning. He was always either boorish or clumsily polite, and she hated him in either mood, but at least he was easier to deal with when he tried to impress her with his manners. "I came," she told him, "to request a pass from Monsieur Toachsom." The clerks watched her surreptitiously, their quills scratching and spluttering on the scraped parchment. "I can give you a pass," Sir Simon said gallantly, "though I trust you are not leaving La Roche-Derrien permanently." "I just wish to visit Louannec," Jeanette said. "And where, dear lady, is Louannec?" "It is on the coast," Jeanette said, "north of Lannion." "Lannion, eh?" He perched on a table's edge, his bare legs swinging. "Can't have you wandering near Lannion. Not this week. Next, maybe, but only if you can persuade me that you have a good reason to travel. He smoothed his fair moustache. And I can be very persuadable.
I wish to pray at the shrine there, Jeanette said.
I would not keep you from your prayers, Sir Simon said. He was thinking that he should have invited her through into the parlour, but in truth he had small appetite for love's games this morning. He had consoled himself for his failure to boil Thomas of Hookton's backside by drinking deep into the darkness, and his belly felt liquid, his throat was dry, and his head was banging like a kettle drum. "Which saint will have the pleasure of hearing your voice?" he asked.
The shrine is dedicated to Eve, who protects the sick. My son has a fever.
Poor boy, Sir Simon said in mock sympathy, then peremptorily ordered a clerk to write the pass for her ladyship. "You will not travel alone, madame?" he asked.
I shall take servants.
You would be better with soldiers. There are bandits everywhere.
I do not fear my own countrymen, Sir Simon.
Then you should, he said tartly. How many servants?
2.
Sir Simon told the clerk to note 2 companions on the pass, then looked back to Jeanette. You really would be much safer with soldiers as escort.
God will preserve me, Jeanette said.
Sir Simon watched as the ink on the pass was sanded dry and a blob of hot wax was dropped onto the parchment. He pressed a seal into the wax, then held the document to Jeanette. Maybe I should come with you, madame.
I would rather not travel at all,
Jeanette said, refusing to take the pass. Then I shall relinquish my duties to God, Sir Simon said. Jeanette took the pass, forced herself to thank him, then fled. She half expected that Sir Simon would follow her, but he let her go unmolested. She felt dirty, but also triumphant, because the trap was baited now. Well and truly baited. She did not go straight home, but went instead to the house of the lawyer, Bella, who was still eating a breakfast of blood sausage and bread. The aroma of the sausage put an edge to Jeanette's hunger, but she refused his offer of a plate. She was a countess, and he was a mere lawyer, and she would not demean herself by eating with him. Bella straightened his robe, apologized that the parlour was cold, and asked whether she had at last decided to sell the house.
It is the sensible thing to do, madame. Your debts mount.
I shall let you know my decision, she said, but I have come on other business.
Bella opened the parlour shutters. Business costs money, madame, and your debts, forgive me, are mounting.
It is Duke Charles' business, Jeanette said.
Do you still write to his men of business?
From time to time, Bella said guardedly.
How do you reach them?
Jeanette demanded. Bella was suspicious of the question, but finally saw no harm in giving an answer.
The messages go by boat to Paimpol, he said, then overland to Guingamp. How long does it take?
2 days, 3. It depends if the English are riding the country between Paimpol and Guingamp.
Then write to the Duke, Jeanette said, and tell him from me that the English will attack Lannion at the end of this week. They are making ladders to scale the wall.
She had decided to send the message through Bella, for her own couriers were 2 fishermen who only came to sell their wares in La Roche-Derrien on a Thursday, and any message sent through them must arrive too late. Bella's couriers, on the other hand, could reach Guingamp in good time to thwart the English plans. Bella dabbed egg from his thin beard.
You are sure, madame?
Of course I'm sure. She told him about Jacques and the ladders, and about the indiscreet English supervisor, and how Sir Simon had forced her to wait a week before venturing near Lannion on her expedition to the shrine at Louannec.
The Duke, Bella said as he ushered Jeanette to the house door, will be grateful.
Bella sent the message that day, though he did not say it came from the Countess, but instead claimed all the credit for himself. He gave the letter to a shipmaster who sailed that same afternoon, and next morning a horseman rode south from Paimpol. There were no Harlequins in the wasted country between the port and the Duke's capital, so the message arrived safely. And in Guingamp, which was Duke Charles' headquarters, the farriers checked the war horses' shoes, the crossbowmen greased their weapons, squires scrubbed mail till it shone, and 1,000 swords were sharpened. The English raid on Lannion had been betrayed. Jeanette's unlikely alliance with Thomas had soothed the hostility in her house. Skeet's men now used the river as their lavatory instead of the courtyard, and Jeanette allowed them into the kitchen, which proved useful, for they brought their rations with them, and so her household ate better than it had since the town had fallen, though she still could not bring herself to try the smoked herrings with their bright red, mold-covered skins. Best of all was the treatment given to two importunate merchants who arrived demanding payment from Jeanette and were so badly manhandled by a score of archers that both men left hatless, limping, unpaid, and bloody. "I will pay them when I can," she told Thomas. "Sir Simon's likely to have money on him," he told her. "He is?" "Only a fool leaves cash where a servant can find it," he said. 4 days after the beating, his face was still swollen and his lips black with blood clots. His rib hurt and his body was a mass of bruises, but he had insisted to Skeet that he was well enough to ride to Lannion. They would leave that afternoon. At midday, Jeanette found him in St. Renan's church. "Why are you praying?" she asked him. "I always do before a fight." "There will be a fight today? I thought you were not riding till tomorrow." "I love a well-kept secret," Thomas said, amused. "We're going a day early. Everything's ready. Why wait?" "Going where?" Jeanette asked, though she already knew. "To wherever they take us," Thomas said. Jeanette grimaced and prayed silently that her message had reached Duke Charles. "Be careful," she said to Thomas, not because she cared for him, but because he was her agent for taking revenge on Sir Simon Jekyll. "Perhaps Sir Simon will be killed," she suggested. "God will save him from me," Thomas said. "Perhaps he won't follow me to Luanek." "He'll follow you like a dog," Thomas said, "but it will be dangerous for you." "I shall get the armor back," Jeanette said, "and that is all that matters." "Are you praying to Saint Renan?" "To Saint Sebastian," Thomas said, "and to Saint Guinefort." "I asked the priest about Guinefort," Jeanette said accusingly, "and he said he had never heard of him." "He probably hasn't heard of St. Wilgefortis either," Thomas said. "Wilgefortis?" Jeanette stumbled over the unfamiliar name. "Who is he?" "She," Thomas said, "and she was a very pious virgin who lived in Flanders and grew a long beard. She prayed every day that God would keep her ugly so that she could stay chaste." Jeanette could not resist laughing. "That isn't true." "It is true, my lady," Thomas assured her. "My father was once offered a hair of her holy beard, but he refused to buy it." "Then I shall pray to the bearded saint that you survive your raid," Jeanette said, "but only so you can help me against Sir Simon. Other than that, I hope you all die." The garrison at Guingamp had the same wish, and to make it come true they assembled a strong force of crossbowmen and men-at-arms to ambush the Englishmen on their way to Lannion. But they, like Jeanette, were convinced that La Roche-Derrien's garrison would make their sally on the Friday, and so they did not leave till late on Thursday, by which time Tochsom's force was already within 5 miles of Lannion. The shrunken garrison did not know the English were coming because Duke Charles's war captains, who commanded his forces in Guingamp while the Duke was in Paris, decided not to warn the town. If too many people knew that the English had been betrayed, then the English themselves might hear of it, abandon their plans, and so deny the Duke's men the chance of a rare and complete victory. The English expected victory themselves. It was a dry night, and near midnight a full moon slid out from behind a silver-edged cloud to cast Lannion's walls in sharp relief. The raiders were hidden in woods, from where they watched the few sentinels on the ramparts. Those sentinels grew sleepy, and after a time went to the bastions where fires burned, and so they did not see the 6 ladder parties creep across the night fields, nor the 100 archers following the ladders. And still they slept as the archers climbed the rungs, and Tochsom's main force erupted from the woods, ready to burst through the eastern gate that the archers would open. The sentinels died. The first dogs awoke in the town, then a church bell began to ring, and Lannion's garrison came awake, but too late, for the gate was open, and Tochsom's mail-clad soldiers were crying havoc in the dark alleys, while still more men-at-arms and archers were pouring through the narrow gate. Skeet's men were the rear guard, and so waited outside the town as the sack began.
Church bells were clanging wildly as the town's parishes woke to nightmare, but gradually the clangour ceased. Will Skeet stared at the moon-glossed fields south of Lannion. "I hear it was Sir Simon Jekyll who improved your looks," he said to Thomas. "It was. Because you told him to boil his ass." Skeet grinned. "You can't blame him for thumping you," Skeet said, "but he should have talked to me first." "What would you have done?" "Made sure he didn't thump you too much, of course," Skeet said, his gaze moving steadily across the landscape. Thomas had acquired the same habit of watchfulness, but all the land beyond the town was still. A mist rose from the low ground. "So what do you plan to do about it?" Skeet asked. "Talk to you." "I don't fight your goddamn battles, boy," Skeet growled. "What do you plan to do about it?" "Ask you to lend me Jake and Sam on Saturday, and I want 3 crossbows." "Crossbows, eh?" Skeet asked flatly. He saw that the rest of Toachsom's force had now entered the town, so he put 2 fingers to his lips and sounded a piercing whistle to signal that his own men could follow. "Onto the walls!" he shouted as the Harlequin rode forward. "Onto the walls!" That was the rearguard's job, to man the fallen town's defences. "Half the bloody bastards will still get drunk," Skeet growled, "so you stay with me, Tom." Most of Skeet's men did their duty and climbed the stone steps to the town's ramparts, but a few slipped away in search of plunder and drink, so Skeet, Thomas, and a half-dozen archers scoured the town to find those laggards and drive them back to the walls. A score of Toachsom's men-at-arms were doing much the same, dragging men out of taverns and setting them to loading the many wagons that had been stored in the town to keep them from the Harlequin. Toachsom particularly wanted food for his garrison, and his more reliable men-at-arms did their best to keep the English soldiers from drink, women, or anything else that would slow the plunder. The town's garrison, woken and surprised, had done their best to fight back, but they had responded much too late, and their bodies now lay in the moonlit streets. But in the western part of the town, close to the quays which fronted the river Légué, the battle still went on, and Skeet was drawn to the sound. Most men were ignoring it, too intent on kicking down house doors and ransacking warehouses, but Skeet reckoned no one in town was safe until all the defenders were dead. Thomas followed him to find a group of Toachsom's men-at-arms who had just retreated from a narrow street. "There's a mad bastard down there," one of them told Skeet, "and he's got a dozen crossbowmen." The mad bastard and his crossbowmen had already killed their share of Englishmen, for the red-crossed bodies lay where the street bent sharply towards the river. "Burn them out," one of the men-at-arms suggested. "Not before we've searched the buildings," Skeet said, then sent 2 of his archers to fetch one of the ladders that had been used to scale the ramparts. Once the ladder was fetched, he propped it against the nearest house and looked at Thomas, who grinned, climbed the rungs, and then clambered up the steep thatch. His broken rib hurt, but he gained the ridge and there took the bow from his shoulder and fitted an arrow onto the cord. He walked along the rooftop, his moon-cast shadow long on the sloping straw. The roof ended just above the place where the enemy waited, and so, before reaching the ridge's peak, he drew the bow to its full extent, then took 2 steps forward. The enemy saw him, and a dozen crossbows jerked up, but so did the unhelmeted face of a fair-haired man who had a long sword in his hand. Thomas recognized him. It was Sir Geoffrey de Pontblanc, and Thomas hesitated because he admired the man. But then the first bolt whipped so close to his face that he felt the wind of its passing on his cheek, and so he loosed, and he knew the arrow would go straight into the open mouth of Sir Geoffrey's upturned face. He did not see it strike, though, for he had stepped back as the other crossbows twanged and their bolts seared up towards the moon. "He's dead!" Thomas shouted. There was a tramp of feet as the men-at-arms charged before the crossbowmen could reload their clumsy weapons. Thomas stepped back to the ridge's end and saw the swords and axes rise and fall. He saw the blood splash up onto the plastered house fronts, saw the men hacking at Sir Geoffrey's corpse just to make certain he was really dead. A woman shrieked in the house that Sir Geoffrey had been defending. Thomas slithered down the thatch and jumped into the street where Sir Geoffrey had died, and there he picked up 3 of the crossbows and a bag of bolts that he carried back to Will Skeet. The Yorkshireman grinned. "Crossbows, eh?
That means you'll be pretending to be the enemy, and you can't do that in La Roche-Derrien. So you're waylaying Sir Simon somewhere outside the town, am I right? Something like that. I could read you like a bloody book boy if I could read, which I can't on account of having too much sense. Skeet walked on towards the river, where 3 ships were being plundered, and another 2, their holds already emptied, were burning fiercely. "But how do you get the bastard out of town?" Skeet asked. "He's not a complete fool." "He is when it comes to the Countess." "Ah," Skeet grinned. "And the Countess, she's suddenly being nice to us all. So it's you and her, is it?" "It's not her and me, no." "Soon will be, though, won't it?" Skeet said. "I doubt it." "Why? Because she's a countess, still a woman, boy. But I'd be careful of her." "Careful?" "Hard bitch, that one. Looks lovely on the outside, but it's all flint inside. She'll break your heart, boy." Skeet had stopped on the wide stone quays, where men were emptying warehouses of leather, grain, smoked fish, wine, and bolts of cloth. Sir Simon was among them, shouting at his men to commandeer more wagons. The town was yielding a vast fortune. It was a much bigger place than La Roche-Derrien, and because it had successfully fought off the Earl of Northampton's winter siege, it had been reckoned a safe place for Bretons to store their valuables. Now it was being gutted. A man staggered past Thomas with an armload of silver plate. Another man was dragging a half-naked woman by the shreds of her nightdress. One group of archers had broken open a vat and were dipping their faces to drink the wine. "It was easy enough getting in here," Skeet said, "but it'll be the devil's own job to get these sodden bastards back out again." Sir Simon beat his sword on the backs of 2 drunks who were getting in the way of his men emptying a storehouse of its bolts of cloth. He saw Thomas and looked surprised, but he was too wary of Will Skeet to say anything. He just turned away. "Bastard must have paid off his debts by now," Skeet said, still staring at Sir Simon's back. "War's a good way to get rich, so long as you ain't taken prisoner and ransomed. Not that they'd ransom you or me, boy. Slit our bellies and prick our eyes out, more like. Have you ever shot a crossbow?" "No." "Ain't quite as easy as it looks. Not as hard as shooting a real bow, of course, but it still takes practice. Goddamn things can pitch a bit high if you're not used to them. Do Jake and Sam want to help you?" "They say so." "Of course they do, evil bastards that they are." Skeet still stared at Sir Simon, who was wearing his new, shining armor. "I reckon the bastard will carry his cash with him." "I would think so, yes." "Half mine, Tom, and I'll ask no questions come Saturday." "Thanks, Will." "But do it proper, Tom," Skeet said savagely. "Do it proper. I don't want to watch you hang. I don't mind watching most fools doing the rope dance with the piss running down their legs, but it'd be a shame to watch you twitching your way to the devil." They went back to the walls. Neither man had collected any plunder, but they'd already taken more than enough from their raids on the North Breton farms, and it was now the turn of Toachsom's men to gorge themselves on a captured town. One by one the houses were searched and the tavern barrels were drained. Richard Toachsom wanted his force to leave Lannion at dawn, but there were too many captured carts waiting to get through the narrow eastern gate, and not nearly enough horses to pull the carts, so men were harnessing themselves to the shafts rather than leave their pickings behind. Other men were drunk and senseless, and Toachsom's men-at-arms scoured the town to find them. But it was fire that drove most of the drunks from their refuges. The townsfolk fled south as the English set the thatched roofs alight. The smoke thickened into a vast dirty pillar that drifted south on the small sea wind. The pillar glowed a lurid red on its underside, and it must have been that sight which first told the approaching force from Gangom that they had arrived too late to save the town. They had marched through the night, expecting to find some place where they could lay an ambush for Toachsom's men, but the damage was already done. Lannion was burning, and its wealth was piled on carts that were still being manhandled through the gate. But if the hated English could not be ambushed on their way to the town, then they could be surprised as they left, and so the enemy commanders swung their forces eastwards towards the road which led back to La Roche-Derrien. Cross-eyed Jake saw the enemy first. He was gazing south through the pearly mist that lay over the flat land, and he saw the shadows in the vapor.
At first he thought it was a herd of cows. Then he decided it had to be refugees from the town. But then he saw a banner and a lance and the dull grey of a mailed coat, and he shouted to Skeet that there were horsemen in sight. Skeet peered over the ramparts. "Can you see anything, Tom?" It was just before dawn proper, and the countryside was suffused with greyness and streaked with mist. Thomas stared. He could see a thick wood a mile or more to the south, and a low ridge showing dark above the mist. Then he saw the banners, and the grey mail in the grey light, and a thicket of lances. "Men-at-arms," he said. "A lot of the bastards." Skeet swore. Tochsom's men were either still in the town, or else strung along the road to La Roche-Derrien, and strung so far that there could be no hope of pulling them back behind Lanyon's walls. Though even if that had been possible, it was not practical, for the whole western side of the town was burning furiously, and the flames were spreading fast. To retreat behind the walls was to risk being roasted alive, but Tochsom's men were hardly in a fit condition to fight. Many were drunk, and all were laden with plunder. "Hedgerow," Skeet said curtly, pointing to a ragged line of blackthorn and elder that ran parallel to the road where the carts rumbled. "Archers to the hedge, Tom. We'll look after your horses. Christ knows how we'll stop the bastards." He made the sign of the cross. "But we ain't got much choice." Thomas bullied a passage at the crowded gate and led 40 archers across a soggy pasture to the hedgerow that seemed a flimsy barrier against the enemy massing in the silvery mist. There were at least 300 horsemen there. They were not advancing yet, but instead grouping themselves for a charge, and Thomas had only 40 men to stop them. "Spread out!" he shouted. "Spread out!" He briefly went onto one knee and made the sign of the cross. "Saint Sebastian," he prayed, "be with us now. Saint Guinevere, protect me." He touched the desiccated dog's paw, then made the sign of the cross again. A dozen more archers joined his force, but it was still far too small. A score of page boys, mounted on ponies and armed with toy swords, could have massacred the men on the road, for Thomas's hedge did not provide a complete screen, but rather straggled into nothingness about half a mile from the town. The horsemen only had to ride round that open end, and there would be nothing to stop them. Thomas could take his archers into the open ground, but 50 men could not stop 300. Archers were at their best when they were massed together, so that their arrows made a hard, steel-tipped rain. 50 men could make a shower, but they would still be overrun and massacred by the horsemen. "Crossbowmen," Jake grunted, and Thomas saw the men in green and red jackets emerging from the woods behind the enemy men-at-arms. The new dawn light reflected cold from mail, swords, and helmets. "Bastards are taking their time," Jake said nervously. He had planted a dozen arrows in the base of the hedge, which was just thick enough to stop the horsemen, but not nearly dense enough to slow a crossbow bolt. Will Skeet had gathered 60 of his men-at-arms beside the road, ready to countercharge the enemy, whose numbers increased every minute. Duke Charles's men and their French allies were riding eastwards now, looking to advance about the open end of the hedge, where there was an inviting swathe of green and open land leading all the way to the road. Thomas wondered why the hell they were waiting. He wondered if he would die here. Dear God, he thought, but there were not nearly enough men to stop this enemy. The fires continued to burn in Lannion, pouring smoke into the pale sky. He ran to the left of the line, where he found Father Hobb holding a bow. "You shouldn't be here, Father," he said. "God will forgive me," the priest said. He had tucked his cassock into his belt and had a small stand of arrows stuck into the hedge bank. Thomas gazed at the open land, wondering how long his men would last in that immensity of grass. Just what the enemy wanted, he thought, a stretch of bare, flat land on which their horses could run hard and straight. Only the land was not entirely flat, for it was dotted with grassy hummocks through which 2 grey herons walked stiff-legged as they hunted for frogs or ducklings. Frogs, Thomas thought, and ducklings. Sweet God, it was a marsh! The spring had been unusually dry, yet his boots were soaking from the damp field he had crossed to reach the hedgerow. The realization burst on Thomas like the rising sun. The open land was marsh. No wonder the enemy was waiting. They could see Tochsom's men strung out for slaughter, but they could see no way across the swampy ground. "This way!" Thomas shouted at the archers. "This way! Hurry! Hurry! Come on, you bastards!"
He led them round the edge of the hedge into the swamp, where they leaped and splashed through a maze of marsh, tussocks, and streamlets. They went south, towards the enemy, and once in range, Thomas spread his men out and told them to indulge in target practice. His fear had gone, replaced by exultation. The enemy was balked by the marsh. Their horses could not advance, but Thomas's light archers could leap across the tussocks like demons, like Elka. "Kill the bastards!" he shouted. The white-fledged arrows hissed across the wet land to strike horses and men. Some of the enemy tried to charge the archers, but their horses floundered in the soft ground and became targets for volleys of arrows. The crossbowmen dismounted and advanced, but the archers switched their aim to them, and now more archers were arriving, dispatched by Skeet and Toachsome, so that the marsh was suddenly swarming with English and Welsh bowmen, who poured a steel-tipped hell on the befuddled enemy. It became a game. Men wagered on whether or not they could strike a particular target. The sun rose higher, casting shadows from the dead horses. The enemy was edging back to the trees. One brave group tried a last charge, hoping to skirt the marsh, but their horses stumbled in the soft ground, and the arrows spitted and sliced at them, so that men and beasts screamed as they fell. One horseman struggled on, flailing his beast with the flat of his sword. Thomas put an arrow into the horse's neck, and Jake skewered its haunch, and the animal screeched piteously as it thrashed in pain and collapsed into the swamp. The man somehow extricated his feet from his stirrups and stumbled, cursing, towards the archers, with his sword held low and shield high. But Sam buried an arrow in his groin, and then a dozen more bowmen added their arrows before swarming over the fallen enemy. Knives were drawn, throats cut. Then the business of plunder could begin. The corpses were stripped of their mail and weapons, and the horses of their bridles and saddles. Then Father Hobb prayed over the dead while the archers counted their spoils. The enemy was gone by mid-morning. They left 200 of dead men, and twice that number had been wounded, but not a single Welsh or English archer had died. Duke Charles's men slunk back to Gangon. Lannion had been destroyed, they had been humiliated, and Will Skeet's men celebrated in La Roche-Derrien. They were the Helka, they were the best, and they could not be beaten. The following morning, Thomas, Sam, and Jake left La Roche-Derrien before daybreak. They rode west towards Lannion, but once in the woods they swerved off the road and picketed their horses deep among the trees. Then, moving like poachers, they worked their way back to the wood's edge. Each had his own bow slung on his shoulder, and carried a crossbow too, and they practiced with the unfamiliar weapons as they waited in a swathe of bluebells at the wood's margin, from where they could see La Roche-Derrien's western gate. Thomas had only brought a dozen bolts, short and stub-feathered, so each of them shot just 2 times. Will Skeet had been right. The weapons did kick up as the archers loosed, so that their first bolts went high on the trunk that was their target. Thomas's second shot was more accurate, but nothing like as true as an arrow shot from a proper bow. The near miss made him apprehensive of the morning's risks, but Jake and Sam were both cheerful at the prospect of larceny and murder. "Can't really miss," Sam said after his second shot had also gone high. "Might not catch the bastard in the belly, but we'll hit him somewhere." He levered the cord back, grunting with the effort. No man alive could haul a crossbow string by arm power alone, and so a mechanism had to be employed. The most expensive crossbows, those with the longest range, used a jack screw. The archer would place a cranked handle on the screw's end and wind the cord back, inch by creaking inch, until the pawl above the trigger engaged the string. Some crossbowmen used their bodies as a lever. They wore thick leather belts to which a hook was attached, and by bending down, attaching the hook to the cord and then straightening, they could pull the twisted strings back. But the crossbows Thomas had brought from Lannion used a lever, shaped like a goat's hind leg, that forced the cord and bent the short bow shaft, which was a layered thing of horn, wood, and glue. The lever was probably the fastest way of cocking the weapon, though it did not offer the power of a screw-cocked bow, and was still slow compared to a yew-shaft. In truth, there was nothing to compare with the English bow, and Skeet's men debated endlessly why the enemy did not adopt the weapon. "Because they're daft," was Sam's curt judgment, though the truth, Thomas knew,
was that other nations simply did not start their sons early enough. To be an archer meant starting as a boy, then practicing and practicing until the chest was broad, the arm muscles huge, and the arrow seemed to fly without the archer giving its aim any thought. Jake shot his second bolt into the oak and swore horribly when it missed the mark. He looked at the bow. "Piece of shit," he said. "How close are we going to be?" "Close as we can get," Thomas said. Jake sniffed. "If I can poke the bloody bow into the bastard's belly, I might not miss." 30, 40 feet should be all right, Sam reckoned. "Aim at his crotch," Thomas encouraged them, "and we should gut him." "It'll be all right," Jake said. "3 of us. One of us has got to skewer the bastard." "In the shadows, lads," Thomas said, gesturing them deeper into the trees. He had seen Jeanette coming from the gate, where the guards had inspected her pass, then waved her on. She sat sideways on a small horse that Will Skeet had lent her, and was accompanied by 2 grey-haired servants, a man and a woman, both of whom had grown old in her father's service, and now walked beside their mistress's horse. If Jeanette had truly planned to ride to Luanic, then such a feeble and aged escort would have been an invitation for trouble. But trouble, of course, was what she intended, and no sooner had she reached the trees than the trouble appeared, as Sir Simon Jekyll emerged from the archway's shadow, riding with 2 other men. "What if those 2 bastards stay close to him?" Sam asked. "They won't," Thomas said. He was certain of that, just as he and Jeanette had been certain that Sir Simon would follow her, and that he would wear the expensive suit of plate he had stolen from her. "She's a brave lass," Jake grunted. "She's got spirit," Thomas said. "Knows how to hate someone." Jake tested the point of a quarrel. "You and her?" he asked Thomas. "Doing it, are you?" "No, but you'd like to." "I would." "I don't know," Thomas said. He thought Jeanette beautiful, but Skeet was right. There was a hardness in her that repelled him. "I suppose so," he admitted. "Of course you would," Jake said. "Be daft not to." Once Jeanette was among the trees, Thomas and his companions trailed her, staying hidden and always conscious that Sir Simon and his 2 henchmen were closing quickly. Those 3 horsemen trotted once they reached the wood and succeeded in catching up with Jeanette in a place that was almost perfect for Thomas's ambush. The road ran within yards of a clearing where a meandering stream had undercut the roots of a willow. The fallen trunk was rotted and thick with disc-like fungi. Jeanette, pretending to make way for the 3 armored horsemen, turned into the clearing and waited beside the dead tree. Best of all, there was a stand of young alders close to the willow's trunk that offered cover to Thomas. Sir Simon turned off the road, ducked under the branches, and curbed his horse close to Jeanette. One of his companions was Henry Colley, the brutal yellow-haired man who had hurt Thomas so badly, while the other was Sir Simon's slack-jawed squire, who grinned in expectation of the coming entertainment. Sir Simon pulled off the snouted helmet and hung it on his saddle's pommel, then smiled triumphantly. "It is not safe, madame," he said, "to travel without an armed escort." "I am perfectly safe," Jeanette declared. Her 2 servants cowered beside her horse as Colley and the squire hemmed Jeanette in place with their horses. Sir Simon dismounted with a clank of armour. "I had hoped, dear lady," he said, approaching her, "that we could talk on our way to Luanic." "You wish to pray to the Holy Eve?" Jeanette asked. "What will you beg of him? That he grants you courtesy?" "I would just talk with you, madame," Sir Simon said. "Talk of what?" "Of the complaint you made to the Earl of Northampton. You fouled my honour, lady." "Your honour?" Jeanette laughed. "What honour do you have that could be fouled? Do you even know the meaning of the word?" Thomas, hidden behind the straggle of alders, was whispering a translation to Jake and Sam. All 3 crossbows were cocked and had their wicked little bolts lying in the troughs. "If you will not talk to me on the road, madame, then we must have our conversation here," Sir Simon declared. "I have nothing to say to you." "Then you will find it easy enough to listen," he said, and reached up to haul her out of the saddle. She beat at his armoured gauntlets, but no resistance of hers could prevent him from dragging her to the ground. The 2 servants shrieked protests, but Colley and the squire silenced them by grabbing their hair, then pulling them out of the clearing to leave Jeanette and Sir Simon alone. Jeanette had scrabbled backwards and was now standing beside the fallen tree. Thomas had raised his crossbow, but Jake pushed it down, for Sir Simon's escort was still too near. Sir Simon pushed Jeanette hard so that she sat down on the rotting trunk. Then he took a long dagger from his sword belt and drove its narrow blade hard through Jeanette's skirts so that she was pinned to the fallen willow. He hammered the knife hilt with his steel-shod foot to make sure it was deep in the trunk. Collie and the squire had vanished now, and the noise of their horses' hooves had faded among the leaves. Sir Simon smiled, then stepped forward and plucked the cloak from Jeanette's shoulders. "When I first saw you, my lady," he said, "I confess I thought of marriage. But you have been perverse, so I have changed my mind." He put his hands at her bodice's neckline and ripped it apart, tearing the laces from their embroidered holes. Jeanette screamed as she tried to cover herself, and Jake again held Thomas's arm down. "Wait till he gets the armor off," Jake whispered. They knew the bolts could pierce mail, but none of the three knew how strong the plate armor would prove. Sir Simon slapped Jeanette's hands away. "There, madame," he said, gazing at her breasts. "Now we can have discourse." Sir Simon stepped back and began to strip himself of the armor. He pulled off the plated gauntlets first, unbuckled the sword belt, then lifted the shoulder pieces on their leather harness over his head. He fumbled with the side buckles of the breast and back plates that were attached to a leather coat that also supported the rear braces and vambraces that protected his arms. The coat had a chain skirt, which, because of the weight of the plate and ring mail, made it a struggle for Sir Simon to drag over his head. He staggered as he pulled at the heavy armor, and Thomas again raised the crossbow, but Sir Simon was stepping back and forward as he tried to steady himself, and Thomas could not be sure of his aim, and so kept his finger off the trigger. The armor-laden coat thumped onto the ground, leaving Sir Simon tousle-haired and bare-chested, and Thomas again put the crossbow stock into his shoulder. But now Sir Simon sat down to strip off the cuisses, greaves, polaines, and boots, and he sat in such a way that his armored legs were towards the ambush and kept getting in the way of Thomas's aim. Jeanette was struggling with the knife, scared out of her wits that Thomas had not stayed close, but tug as she might, the dagger would not move. Sir Simon pulled off the sollerets that covered his feet, then wriggled out of the leather breeches to which the leg plates were attached. "Now, madame," he said, standing whitely naked, "we can talk properly." Jeanette heaved a last time at the dagger, hoping to plunge it into Sir Simon's pale belly, and just then Thomas pulled his trigger. The bolt scraped across Sir Simon's chest. Thomas had aimed at the knight's groin, hoping to send the short arrow deep into his belly, but the bolt had grazed one of the whip-like alder boughs and been deflected. Blood streaked on Sir Simon's skin, and he dropped to the ground so fast that Jake's bolt whipped over his head. Sir Simon scrambled away, going first to his discarded armor. Then he realized he had no time to save the plate, and so he ran for his horse, and it was then that Sam's bolt caught him in the flesh of his right thigh, so that he yelped, half fell, and decided there was no time to rescue his horse either, and just limped naked and bleeding into the woods. Thomas loosed a second bolt that rattled past Sir Simon to whack into a tree, and then the naked man vanished. Thomas swore. He had meant to kill, but Sir Simon was all too alive. End of Side 7. Side 8. "I thought you weren't here," Jeanette said as Thomas appeared. She was clutching her torn clothing to her breasts. "We missed the bastard," Thomas said angrily. He heaved the dagger free of her skirts, while Jake and Sam thrust the armor into 2 sacks. Thomas threw down the crossbow and took his own black bow from his shoulder. What he should do now, he thought, was track Sir Simon through the trees and kill the bastard. He could pull out the white-feathered arrow and put a crossbow bolt into the wound, so that whoever found him would believe that bandits or the enemy had killed the knight. "Search the bastard's saddle pouches," he told Jake and Sam. Jeanette had tied the cloak round her neck, and her eyes widened as she saw the gold pour from the pouches. "You're going to stay here with Jake and Sam," Thomas told her. "Where are you going?" she asked. "To finish the job," Thomas said grimly. He loosed the laces of his arrow bag and dropped one crossbow bolt in among the longer arrows. "Wait here,"
he told Jake and Sam. "I'll help you," Sam said. "No," Thomas insisted. "Wait here and look after the Countess." He was angry with himself. He should have used his own bow from the start and simply removed the telltale arrow and shot a bolt into Sir Simon's corpse, but he had fumbled the ambush. But at least Sir Simon had fled westwards, away from his 2 men-at-arms, and he was naked, bleeding, and unarmed. Easy prey, Thomas told himself, as he followed the blood drops among the trees. The trail went west, and then, as the blood thinned, southwards. Sir Simon was obviously working his way back towards his companions, and Thomas abandoned caution and just ran, hoping to cut the fugitive off. Then, bursting through some hazels, he saw Sir Simon, limping and bent. Thomas pulled the bow back, and just then Colley and the squire came into view, both with swords drawn and both spurring their horses at Thomas. He switched his aim to the nearest and loosed without thinking. He loosed as a good archer should, and the arrow went true and fast, smack into the mailed chest of the squire, who was thrown back in his saddle. His sword dropped to the ground as his horse swerved hard to its left, going in front of Sir Simon. Colley wrenched his reins and reached for Sir Simon, who clutched at his outstretched hand, and then half ran and was half carried away into the trees. Thomas had dragged a second arrow from the bag, but by the time he loosed it, the 2 men were half hidden by trees, and the arrow glanced off a branch and was lost among the leaves. Thomas swore. Colley had stared straight at Thomas for an instant. Sir Simon had also seen him, and Thomas, a third arrow on his string, just stared at the trees as he understood that everything had just fallen apart. In one instant, everything. He ran back to the clearing by the stream. "You're to take the Countess to the town," he told Jake and Sam, "but for Christ's sake, go carefully. They'll be searching for us soon. You'll have to sneak back." They stared at him, not understanding, and Thomas told them what had happened. How he had killed Sir Simon's squire, and how that made him both a murderer and a fugitive. He had been seen by Sir Simon and by the yellow-haired Colley, and they would both be witnesses at his trial and celebrants at his execution. He told Jeanette the same in French. "You can trust Jake and Sam," he told her, "but you mustn't be caught going home. You have to go carefully." Jake and Sam argued, but Thomas knew well enough what the consequences of the killing arrow were. "Tell Will what happened," he told them. "Blame it all on me, and say I'll wait for him at Quatre-Vents." That was a village the Elka had laid waste south of La Roche-Derrien. "Tell him I'd like his advice." Jeanette tried to persuade him that his panic was unnecessary. "Perhaps they did not recognize you," she suggested. "They recognized me, my lady," Thomas said grimly. He smiled ruefully. "I am sorry, but at least you have your armor and sword. Hide them well." He pulled himself into Sir Simon's saddle. "Quatre-Vents," he told Jake and Sam, then spurred southwards through the trees. He was a murderer, a wanted man and a fugitive, and that meant he was any man's prey, alone in the wilderness made by the Elka. He had no idea what he should do or where he could go, only that if he was to survive, then he must ride like the devil's horseman that he was. So he did. Quatre-Vents had been a small village, scarce larger than Hookton, with a gaunt, barn-like church, a cluster of cottages where cows and people had shared the same thatched roofs, a water-mill, and some outlying farms crouched in sheltered valleys. Only the stone walls of the church and mill were left now. The rest was just ashes, dust, and weeds. The blossom was blowing from the untended orchards when Thomas arrived on a horse sweated white by its long journey. He released the stallion to graze in a well-hedged and overgrown pasture, then took himself into the woods above the church. He was shaken, nervous, and frightened, for what had seemed like a game had twisted his life into darkness. Not a few hours before, he had been an archer in England's army, and, though his future might not have appealed to the young men with whom he had rioted in Oxford, Thomas had been certain he would at least rise as high as Will Skeet. He had imagined himself leading a band of soldiers, becoming wealthy, following his black bow to fortune and even rank. But now he was a hunted man. He was in such panic that he began to doubt Will Skeet's reaction, fearing that Skeet would be so disgusted at the failure of the ambush that he would arrest Thomas and lead him back to a rope-dancing end in La Roche-Derrien's marketplace. He worried that Jeanette would have been caught going back to the town. Would they charge her with murder too? He shivered as night fell. He was 22 years old. He had failed utterly. He was alone and he was lost. He woke in a cold, drizzling dawn. Hares raced across the pasture where Sir Simon Jekyll's destrier cropped the grass. Thomas opened the purse he kept under his mailed coat and counted his coins. There was the gold from Sir Simon's saddle pouch and his own few coins, so he was not poor. But like most of the Harlequin, he left the bulk of his money in Will Skeet's keeping. Even when they were out raiding, there were always some men left in La Roche-Derrien to keep an eye on the hoard. What would he do? He had a bow and some arrows, and perhaps he could walk to Gascony, though he had no idea how far that was. But at least he knew there were English garrisons there who would surely welcome another trained archer. Or perhaps he could find a way to cross the channel, go home, find another name, start again. Except he had no home. What he must never do was find himself within a hanging rope's distance of Sir Simon Jekyll. The Harlequin arrived shortly after midday. The archers rode into the village first, followed by the men-at-arms, who were escorting a one-horse wagon that had wooden hoops supporting a flapping cover of brown cloth. Father Hobb and Will Skeet rode beside the wagon, which puzzled Thomas, for he had never known the Harlequin use such a vehicle before. But then Skeet and the priest broke away from the men-at-arms and spurred their horses towards the field where the stallion grazed. The two men stopped by the hedge, and Skeet cupped his hands and shouted towards the woods, "Come on out, you daft bastard!" Thomas emerged, very sheepishly, to be greeted with an ironic cheer from the archers. Skeet regarded him sourly. "God's bones, Tom," he said, "but the devil did a bad thing when he humped your mother." Father Hobb tutted at Will's blasphemy, then raised a hand in blessing. "You missed a fine sight, Tom," he said cheerfully. "Sir Simon coming home to La Roche, half naked and bleeding like a stuck pig. I'll hear your confession before we go." "Don't grin, you stupid bastard," Skeet snapped. "Sweet Christ, Tom, but if you do a job, do it proper. Do it proper. Why did you leave the bastard alive?" "I missed." "Then you go and kill some poor bastard squire instead. Sweet Christ, but you're a goddamn bloody fool." "I suppose they want to hang me?" Thomas asked. "Oh, no," Skeet said in feigned surprise. "Of course not. They want to feast you, hang garlands round your neck, and give you a dozen virgins to warm your bed. What the hell do you think they want to do with you? Of course they want you dead, and I swore on my mother's life I'd bring you back if I found you alive." "Does he look alive to you, Father?" Father Hobb examined Thomas. "He looks very dead to me, Master Skeet." "He bloody deserves to be dead, the daft bastard." "Did the Countess get safe home?" Thomas asked. "She got home, if that's what you mean," Skeet said. "But what do you think Sir Simon wanted the moment he'd covered up his shriveled prick? To have her house searched, Tom, for some armor and a sword that were legitimately his. He's not such a daft fool. He knows you and she were together." Thomas cursed, and Skeet repeated the blasphemy. "So they pressed her two servants, and they admitted the Countess planned everything." "They did what?" Thomas asked. "They pressed them," Skeet repeated, which meant that the old couple had been put flat on the ground and had stones piled on their chests. "The old girl squealed everything at the first stone, so they were hardly hurt," Skeet went on. "And now Sir Simon wants to charge her ladyship with murder. And naturally had her house searched for the sword and armour, but they found nought, because I had them and her hidden well away. But she's still as deep in the shit as you are. You can't just go about sticking crossbow bolts into knights and slaughtering squires, Tom. It upsets the order of things." "I'm sorry, Will," Thomas said. "So the long and the brief of it," Skeet said, "is that the Countess is seeking the protection of her husband's uncle." He jerked a thumb at the cart. "She's in that, together with her bairn, two bruised servants, a suit of armour, and a sword." "Sweet Jesus," Thomas said, staring at the cart. "You put her there," Skeet growled, "not him. And I had the devil's own business keeping her hid from Sir Simon. Dick Toachum suspects I'm up to no good, and he don't approve, though he took my word in the end, but I still had to promise to drag you back by the scruff of your miserable neck." but I haven't seen you, Tom."
"I'm sorry, Will," Thomas said again.
"You bloody well should be sorry," Skeet said,
though he was exuding a quiet satisfaction that he had managed to clean up Thomas's mess so efficiently. Jake and Sam had not been seen by Sir Simon or his surviving man-at-arms, so they were safe. Thomas was a fugitive, and Jeanette had been safely smuggled out of La Roche-Derrien before Sir Simon could make her life into utter misery.
"She's travelling to Gangum," Skeet went on, "and I'm sending a dozen men to escort her, and God only knows if the enemy will respect their flag of truce. If I had a lick of bloody sense, I'd skin you alive and make a bow cover out of your hide."
"Yes, Will," Thomas said meekly.
"Don't bloody yes will me," Skeet said. "What are you going to do with the few days you've got left to live?"
"I don't know."
Skeet sniffed. "You could grow up for a start, though there's probably scant chance of that happening." "Right, lad." He braced himself, taking charge. "I took your money from the chest, so here it is." He handed Thomas a leather pouch. "And I've put 3 sheaves of arrows in the lady's cart, and that'll keep you for a few days. If you've got any sense, which you ain't, then you'd go south or north. You could go to Gascony, but it's a hell of a long walk. Flanders is closer and has plenty of English troops, who'll probably take you in if they're desperate. That's my advice, lad. Go north, and hope Sir Simon never goes to Flanders."
"Thank you," Thomas said.
"But how do you get to Flanders?" Skeet asked.
"Walk?" Thomas suggested.
"God's bones," Will said, "but you're a useless, worm-eaten piece of lousy meat. Walk dressed like that and carrying a bow, and you might just as well just cut your own throat. It'll be quicker than letting the French do it."
"You might find this useful," Father Hobb intervened, and offered Thomas a black cloth bundle, which, on unrolling, proved to be the robe of a Dominican friar. "You speak Latin, Tom," the priest said, "so you could pass for a wandering preacher. If anyone challenges you, say you're traveling from Avignon to Aachen." Thomas thanked him. "Do many Dominicans travel with a bow?" he asked. "Lad," Father Hobb said sadly, "I can unbutton your breeches, and I could point you downwind, but even with the good Lord's help, I can't piss for you."
"In other words," Skeet said, "work it out for yourself. You got yourself in this bloody mess, Tom, so you get yourself out. I enjoyed your company, lad. Thought you'd be useless when I first saw you, and you weren't, but you are now. But be lucky, boy."
He held out his hand, and Thomas shook it.
"You might as well go to Gangump with the Countess," Skeet finished, "and then find your own way. But Father Hobb wants to save your soul first. God knows why."
Father Hobb dismounted and led Thomas into the roofless church, where grass and weeds now grew between the flagstones. He insisted on hearing a confession, and Thomas was feeling abject enough to sound contrite. Father Hobb sighed when it was done. "You killed a man, Tom," he said heavily, "and it is a great sin." "Father," Thomas began. No, Tom, no excuses. The Church says that to kill in battle is a duty a man owes to his Lord, but you killed outside the law. That poor squire, what offense did he give you? And he had a mother, Tom. Think of her. No, you've sinned grievously, and I must give you a grievous penance." Thomas, on his knees, looked up to see a buzzard sliding between the thinning clouds above the church's scorched walls. Then Father Hobb stepped closer, looming above him. "I'll not have you muttering Pater Nosters, Tom," the priest said, "but something hard, something very hard." He put his hand on Thomas's hair. "Your penance is to keep the promise you made to your father." He paused to hear Thomas's response, but the young man was silent. "You hear me?" Father Hobb demanded fiercely. "Yes, Father." "You will find the lance of St. George, Thomas, and return it to England. That is your penance. And now," he changed into execrable Latin, "in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit, I absolve you." He made the sign of the cross. "Don't waste your life, Tom." "I think I already have, Father. You're just young.
It seems like that when you're young. Life's nothing but joy or misery when you're young. He helped Thomas up from his knees. You're not hanging from a gibbet, are you? You're alive, Tom, and there's a deal of life in you yet. He smiled. I have a feeling we shall meet again. Thomas made his farewells, then watched as Will Skeet collected Sir Simon Jekyll's horse and led the Harlequin eastwards, leaving the wagon and its small escort in the ruined village. The leader of the escort was called Hugh Boltby, one of Skeet's better men-at-arms, and he reckoned they would likely meet the enemy the next day, somewhere close to Guingamp. He would hand the Countess over, then ride back to join Skeet. And you'd best not be dressed as an archer, Tom, he added. Thomas walked beside the wagon that was driven by Pierre, the old man who had been pressed by Sir Simon. Jeanette did not invite Thomas inside. Indeed, she pretended he did not exist. The next morning, after they had camped in an abandoned farm, she laughed at the sight of him dressed in the friar's robe. I'm sorry about what happened, Thomas said to her. Jeanette shrugged. It may be for the best. I probably should have gone to Duke Charles last winter. Why didn't you, my lady? He hasn't always been kind to me, she said wistfully, but I think that might have changed by now. She had persuaded herself that the Duke's attitude might have altered because of the letters she had sent to him, letters that would help him when he led his troops against the garrison at La Roche-Derrien. She also needed to believe the Duke would welcome her, for she desperately needed a safe home for her son, Charles, who was enjoying the adventure of riding in a swaying, creaking wagon. Together they would both start a new life in Guingamp, and Jeanette had woken with optimism about that new life. She had been forced to leave La Roche-Derrien in a frantic hurry, putting into the cart just the retrieved armor, the sword, and some clothes, though she had some money that Thomas suspected Will had given to her. But her real hopes were pinned on Duke Charles, who, she told Thomas, would surely find her a house and lend her money in advance of the missing rents from Plabennec. He is sure to like Charles, don't you think? She asked Thomas. I'm sure, Thomas said, glancing at Jeanette's son, who was shaking the wagon's reins and clicking his tongue in a vain effort to make the horse go quicker. But what will you do? Jeanette asked. I'll survive, Thomas said, unwilling to admit that he did not know what he would do. Go to Flanders, probably, if he could ever reach there. Join another troop of archers, and pray nightly that Sir Simon Jekyll never came his way again. As for his penance, the lance, he had no idea how he was to find it or, having found it, retrieve it. Jeanette, on that second day of the journey, decided Thomas was a friend after all. When we get to Guingamp, she told him, you find somewhere to stay, and I shall persuade the Duke to give you a pass. Even a wandering friar will be helped by a pass from the Duke of Brittany. But no friar ever carried a bow, let alone a long English war bow, and Thomas did not know what to do with the weapon. He was loath to abandon it, but the sight of some charred timbers in the abandoned farmhouse gave him an idea. He broke off a short length of blackened timber and lashed it crosswise to the unstrung bowstave so that it resembled a pilgrim's cross-staff. He remembered a Dominican visiting Hookton with just such a staff. The friar, his hair cropped so short he looked bald, had preached a fiery sermon outside the church until Thomas's father became tired of his ranting and sent him on his way. And Thomas now reckoned he would have to pose as just such a man. Jeanette suggested he tied flowers to the staff to disguise it further, and so he wrapped it with clovers that grew tall and ragged in the abandoned fields. The wagon, hauled by a bony horse that had been plundered from Lannion, lurched and lumbered southwards. The men-at-arms became ever more cautious as they neared Guingamp, fearing an ambush of crossbow bolts from the woods that pressed close to the deserted road. One of the men had a hunting horn that he sounded constantly to warn the enemy of their approach and to signal that they came in peace, while Boltby had a strip of white cloth hanging from the tip of his lance. There was no ambush, but a few miles short of Guingamp they came in sight of a ford where a band of enemy soldiers waited. 2 men-at-arms and a dozen crossbowmen ran forward, their weapons cocked, and Boltby summoned Thomas from the wagon. "Talk to them," he ordered. Thomas was nervous. "What do I say?" "Give them a bloody blessing, for Christ's sake," Boltby said, disgusted, "and tell them we're here in peace." So, with a beating heart and a dry mouth, Thomas walked down the road. The black gown flapped awkwardly about his ankles as he waved his hands at the crossbowmen. "Lower your weapons," he called in French. "Lower your weapons. The Englishmen come in peace." One of the horsemen spurred forward. His shield bore the same white ermine badge that Duke John's men carried, though these supporters of Duke Charles had surrounded the ermine with a blue wreath on which fleur-de-lis had been painted. "Who are you, father?" the horseman demanded. Thomas opened his mouth to answer, but no words came. He gaped up at the horseman, who had a reddish moustache and oddly yellow eyes. A hard-looking bastard, Thomas thought, and he raised a hand to touch St. Guinefort's paw. Perhaps the saint inspired him, for he was suddenly possessed of devilment and began to enjoy playing a priest's role. "I am merely one of God's humbler children, my son," he answered unctuously. "Are you English?" the man-at-arms demanded suspiciously. Thomas's French was near perfect, but it was the French spoken by England's rulers rather than the language of France itself. Thomas again felt panic fluttering in his breast, but he bought time by making the sign of the cross, and as his hand moved, so inspiration came to him. "I am a Scotsman, my son," he said, and that allayed the yellow-eyed man's suspicions. The Scots had ever been France's ally. Thomas knew nothing of Scotland, but doubted many Frenchmen or Bretons did either, for it was far away and by all accounts a most uninviting place. Skeet always said it was a country of bog, rock, and heathen bastards who were twice as difficult to kill as any Frenchman. "I am a Scotsman," Thomas repeated, "who brings a kinswoman of the Duke out of the hands of the English." The man-at-arms glanced at the wagon. "A kinswoman of Duke Charles? Is there another Duke?" Thomas asked innocently. "She is the Countess of Armorica," he went on, "and her son, who is with her, is the Duke's grandnephew and a count in his own right. The English have held them prisoner these 6 months, but by God's good grace they have relented and set her free. The Duke, I know, will want to welcome her." Thomas laid on Jeanette's rank and relationship to the Duke as thick as newly skimmed cream, and the enemy swallowed it whole. They allowed the wagon to continue, and Thomas watched as Hugh Boltby led his men away at a swift trot, eager to put as much distance as possible between themselves and the crossbowmen. The leader of the enemy's men-at-arms talked with Jeanette, and seemed impressed by her hauteur. He would, he said, be honoured to escort the Countess to Guingamp, though he warned her that the Duke was not there, but was still returning from Paris. He was said to be at Rennes now, a city that lay a good day's journey to the east. "You will take me as far as Rennes?" Jeanette asked Thomas. "You want me to, my lady?" "A young man is useful," she said. "Pierre is old," she gestured at the servant, "and has lost his strength. Besides, if you're going to Flanders, then you will need to cross the river at Rennes." So Thomas kept her company for the 3 days that it took the painfully slow wagon to make the journey. They needed no escort beyond Guingamp, for there was small danger of any English raiders this far east in Brittany, and the road was well patrolled by the Duke's forces. The countryside looked strange to Thomas, for he had become accustomed to rank fields, untended orchards, and deserted villages, but here the farms were busy and prosperous. The churches were bigger and had stained glass, and fewer folk spoke Breton. This was still Brittany, but the language was French. They stayed in country taverns that had fleas in the straw. Jeanette and her son were given what passed for the best room, while Thomas shared the stables with the 2 servants. They met 2 priests on the road, but neither suspected that Thomas was an impostor. He greeted them in Latin, which he spoke better than they did, and both men wished him a good day and a fervent Godspeed. Thomas could almost feel their relief when he did not engage them in further conversation. The Dominicans were not popular with parish priests. The friars were priests themselves, but were charged with the suppression of heresy, so a visitation by the Dominicans suggested that a parish priest had not been doing his duty, and even a rough, wild, and young friar like Thomas was unwelcome. They reached Rennes in the afternoon. There were dark clouds in the east, against which the city loomed, larger than any place Thomas had ever seen. The walls were twice as high as those at Lannion or La Roche-Derrière, and had towers with pointed roofs every few yards to serve as buttresses from which crossbowmen could pour bolts on any attacking force. Above the walls, higher even than the turrets, the church towers, or the cathedral, was the citadel, a stronghold of pale stone hung with banners. The smell of the city wafted westwards on a chill wind, a stink of sewage, tanneries, and smoke. The guards at the western gate became excited when they discovered the arrows in the wagon, but Jeanette persuaded them that they were trophies she was taking to the Duke. Then they wanted to levy a customs duty on the fine armor, and Jeanette harangued them again, using her title and the Duke's name liberally. The soldiers eventually gave in and allowed the wagon into the narrow streets, where shop wares protruded onto the roadway. Beggars ran beside the wagon, and soldiers jostled Thomas, who was leading the horse. The city was crammed with soldiers. Most of the men-at-arms were wearing the wreathed white ermine badge, but many had the green Grail of Genoa on their tunics, and the presence of so many troops confirmed that the Duke was indeed in the city, and readying himself for the campaign that would eject the English from Brittany. They found a tavern beneath the cathedral's looming twin towers. Jeanette wanted to ready herself for her audience with the Duke, and demanded a private room, though all she got for her cash was a spider-haunted space beneath the tavern's eaves. The innkeeper, a sallow fellow with a twitch, suggested Thomas would be happier in the Dominican friary that lay by the Church of Saint-Germain, north of the cathedral. But Thomas declared his mission was to be among sinners, not saints, and so the innkeeper grudgingly said he could sleep in Jeanette's wagon that was parked in the inn yard. "But no preaching, father," the man added. "No preaching. There's enough of that in the city without spoiling the 3 keys." Jeanette's maid brushed her mistress's hair, then coiled and pinned the black tresses into ram's horns that covered her ears. Jeanette put on a red velvet dress that had escaped the sack of her house, and which had a skirt that fell from just beneath her breasts to the floor, while the bodice, intricately embroidered with cornflowers and daisies, hooked tight up to her neck. Its sleeves were full, trimmed with fox fur, and dropped to her red shoes, which had horn buckles. Her hat matched the dress and was trimmed with the same fur and a blue-black veil of lace. She spat on her son's face and rubbed off the dirt, then led him down to the tavern yard. "Do you think the veil is right?" she asked Thomas anxiously. Thomas shrugged. "It looks right to me." "No, the color. Is it right with the red?" He nodded, hiding his astonishment. He had never seen her dressed so fashionably. She looked like a countess now, while her son was in a clean smock and had his hair wetted and smoothed. "You're to meet your great-uncle," Jeanette told Charles, licking a finger and rubbing at some more dirt on his cheek. "And he's nephew to the King of France, which means you're related to the king." "Yes, you are. Aren't you a lucky boy?" Charles recoiled from his mother's fussing, but she did not notice, for she was busy instructing Pierre, her manservant, to stow the armor and sword in a great sack. She wanted the Duke to see the armor. "I want him to know," she told Thomas, "that when my son comes of age, he will fight for him." Pierre, who claimed to be 70 years old, lifted the sack and almost fell over with the weight. Thomas offered to carry it to the citadel instead, but Jeanette would not hear of it. "You might pass for a Scotsman among the common folk, but the Duke's entourage will have men who may have visited the place." She smoothed wrinkles from the red velvet skirt. "You wait here," she told Thomas, "and I'll send Pierre back with a message, maybe even some money. I'm sure the Duke is going to be generous. I shall demand a pass for you. What name shall I use? A Scots name? Just Thomas the Friar? As soon as he sees you," she was now talking to her son, "he'll open his purse, won't he? Of course he will." Pierre managed to hoist the armor onto his shoulder without falling over, and Jeanette took her son's hand. "I shall send you a message," she promised Thomas. "God's blessing, my child," Thomas said, "and may the blessed St. Guinevere watch over you." Jeanette wrinkled her nose at that mention of St. Guinevere, who she had learned from Thomas was really a dog. "I shall put my trust in Saint Renan," she said reprovingly, and with those words she left. Pierre and his wife followed her, and Thomas waited in the yard, offering blessings to ostlers, stray cats, and tapmen. "Be mad enough," his father had once said, and they will either lock you away or make you a saint.
The night fell, damp and cold, with a gusting wind sighing in the cathedral's towers and rustling the tavern's thatch. Thomas thought of the penance that Father Hobb had demanded. Was the lance real? Had it truly smashed through a dragon's scales, pierced the ribs, and riven a heart in which cold blood flowed? He thought it was real. His father had believed, and his father, though he might have been mad, had been no fool. And the lance had looked old, so very old. Thomas had used to pray to St. George, but he no longer did, and that made him feel guilty, so that he dropped to his knees beside the wagon and asked the saint to forgive him his sins, to forgive him for the squire's murder, and for impersonating a friar. "I do not mean to be a bad person," he told the dragon killer, "but it is so easy to forget heaven and the saints. And if you wish," he prayed, "I will find the lance, but you must tell me what to do with it. Should he restore it to Hookton, that, so far as Thomas knew, no longer existed? Or should he return it to whoever had owned it before his grandfather stole it? And who was his grandfather? And why had his father hidden from his family? And why had the family sought him out to take the lance back?" Thomas did not know, and for the past 3 years he had not cared. But suddenly, in the tavern yard, he found himself consumed by curiosity. He did have a family somewhere. His grandfather had been a soldier and a thief. But who was he? He added a prayer to St. George to allow him to discover them. "Praying for rain, Father?" one of the ostlers suggested. "I reckon we're going to get it. We need it." Thomas could have eaten in the tavern, but he was suddenly nervous of the crowded room where the Duke's soldiers and their women sang, boasted, and brawled. Nor could he face the landlord's sly suspicions. The man was curious why Thomas did not go to the friary, and even more curious why a friar should travel with a beautiful woman. "She is my cousin," Thomas had told the man, who had pretended to believe the lie. But Thomas had no desire to face more questions, and so he stayed in the yard and made a poor meal from the dry bread, sour onions, and hard cheese that was the only food left in the wagon. It began to rain, and he retreated into the wagon and listened to the drops patter on the canvas cover. He thought of Jeanette and her little son being fed sugared delicacies on silver plates before sleeping between clean linen sheets in some tapestry-hung bedchamber, and then began to feel sorry for himself. He was a fugitive. Jeanette was his only ally, and she was too high and mighty for him. Bells announced the shutting of the city's gates. Watchmen walked the streets, looking for fires that could destroy a city in a few hours. Sentries shivered on the walls, and Duke Charles's banners flew from the citadel's summit. Thomas was among his enemies, protected by nothing more than wit and a Dominican's robe. And he was alone. Jeanette became increasingly nervous as she approached the citadel, but she had persuaded herself that Charles of Blois would accept her as a dependent once he met her son, who was named for him, and Jeanette's husband had always said that the Duke would like Jeanette if only he could get to know her better. It was true that the Duke had been cold in the past, but her letters must have convinced him of her allegiance, and at the very least she was certain he would possess the chivalry to look after a woman in distress. To her surprise, it was easier to enter the citadel than it had been to negotiate the city gate. The sentries waved her across the drawbridge, beneath the arch, and so into a great courtyard ringed with stables, mews, and storehouses. A score of men-at-arms were practicing with their swords, which, in the gloom of the late afternoon, generated bright sparks. More sparks flowed from a smithy where a horse was being shoed, and Jeanette caught the whiff of burning hoof, mingling with the stink of a dung-heap and the reek of a decomposing corpse which hung in chains high on the courtyard wall. A laconic and misspelled placard pronounced the man to have been a thief. A steward guided her through a second arch, and so into a great cold chamber where a score of petitioners waited to see the Duke. A clerk took her name, raising an eyebrow in silent surprise when she announced herself. "His Grace will be told of your presence," the man said in a bored voice, then dismissed Jeanette to a stone bench that ran along one of the hall's high walls.
Pierre lowered the armour to the floor and squatted beside it, while Jeanette sat. Some of the petitioners paced up and down, clutching scrolls and silently mouthing the words they would use when they saw the Duke, while others complained to the clerks that they had already been waiting 3, 4, or even 5 days. How much longer? A dog lifted its leg against a pillar. Then 2 small boys, 6 or 7 years old, ran into the hall with mock wooden swords. They gazed at the petitioners for a second, then ran up some stairs that were guarded by men-at-arms. Were they the Duke's sons? Jeanette wondered, and she imagined Charles making friends with the boys. "You're going to be happy here," she told him. "I'm hungry, Mama. We shall eat soon." She waited. 2 women strolled along the gallery at the head of the stairs, wearing pale dresses made of expensive linen that seemed to float as they walked, and Jeanette suddenly felt shabby in her wrinkled red velvet. "You must be polite to the Duke," she told Charles, who was getting fretful from hunger. "You kneel to him. Can you do that? Show me how you kneel." "I want to go home," Charles said. "Just for Mama. Show me how you kneel." "That's good." Jeanette ruffled her son's hair in praise, then immediately tried to stroke it back into place. From upstairs came the sound of a sweet harp and a breathy flute, and Jeanette thought longingly of the life she wanted. A life fit for a countess, edged with music and handsome men, elegance and power. She would rebuild Plabennec, though with what she did not know, but she would make the tower larger and have a staircase like the one in this hall. An hour passed, then another. It was dark now, and the hall was dimly lit by 2 burning torches that sent smoke into the fan tracery of the high roof. Charles became even more petulant, so Jeanette took him in her arms and tried to rock him to sleep. 2 priests, arm in arm, came slowly down the stairs, laughing, and then a servant in the Duke's livery ran down, and all the petitioners straightened and looked at the man expectantly. He crossed to the clerk's table, spoke there for a moment, then turned and bowed to Jeanette. She stood. "You will wait here," she told her 2 servants. The other petitioners stared at her resentfully. She had been the last to enter the hall, yet she was the first to be summoned. Charles dragged his feet, and Jeanette struck him lightly on the head to remind him of his manners. The servant walked silently beside her. "His Grace is in good health?" Jeanette asked nervously. The servant did not reply, just led her up the stairs, then turned right down the gallery, where rain spat through open windows. They went under an arch and up a further flight of steps, at the top of which the servant threw open a high door. "The Count of Armorica," he announced, "and his mother." The room was evidently in one of the citadel's turrets, for it was circular. A great fireplace was built into one side, while cruciform arrow slits opened onto the grey wet darkness beyond the walls. The circular chamber itself was brilliantly lit by 40 or 50 candles that cast their light over hanging tapestries, a great polished table, a chair, a prie-dieu carved with scenes from Christ's Passion, and a fur-covered couch. The floor was soft with deerskins. 2 clerks worked at a smaller table, while the Duke, gorgeous in a deep blue robe edged with ermine and with a cap to match, sat at the great table. A middle-aged priest, gaunt, white-haired and narrow-faced, stood beside the prie-dieu and watched Jeanette with an expression of distaste. Jeanette curtsied to the Duke and nudged Charles. "Kneel," she whispered. Charles began crying and hid his face in his mother's skirts. The Duke flinched at the child's noise, but said nothing. He was still young, though closer to 30 than to 20, and had a pale, watchful face. He was thin, had a fair beard and moustache, and long, bony white hands that were clasped in front of his downturned mouth. His reputation was that of a learned and pious man, but there was a petulance in his expression that made Jeanette wary. She wished he would speak, but all 4 men in the room just watched her in silence. "I have the honor of presenting your Grace's grand-nephew," Jeanette said, pushing her crying son forward, "the Count of Armorica." The Duke looked at the boy. His face betrayed nothing. "He is named Charles," Jeanette said, But she might as well have stayed silent, for the Duke still said nothing. The silence was broken only by the child's whimpering and the crackle of flames in the great hearth. "I trust your Grace received my letters," Jeanette said nervously. The priest suddenly spoke, making Jeanette jump with surprise. "You came here," he said in a high voice, "with a servant carrying a burden. What is in it?" Jeanette realized they must have thought she had brought the Duke a gift, and she blushed, for she had not thought to bring one. Even a small token would have been a tactful gesture, but she had simply not remembered that courtesy. "It contains my dead husband's armor and sword," she said, "which I rescued from the English, who have otherwise left me with nothing. Nothing. I am keeping the armor and sword for my son, so that one day he can use them to fight for his liege lord." She bowed her head to the Duke. The Duke steepled his fingers. To Jeanette it seemed he never blinked, and that was as unsettling as his silence. "His Grace would like to see the armor," the priest announced, though the Duke had shown no sign of wishing anything at all. The priest snapped his fingers, and one of the clerks left the room. The second clerk, armed with a small pair of scissors, went round the big chamber, trimming the wicks of the many candles in their tall iron holders. The Duke and the priest ignored him. "You say," the priest spoke again, "that you wrote letters to his Grace, concerning what?" "I wrote about the new defences at La Roche-Derrien, Father, and I warned his Grace of the English attack on Lannion." "So you say," the priest said. "So you say." Charles was still crying, and Jeanette jerked his hand hard in the hope of stilling him, but he just whined more. The clerk, head averted from the Duke, went from candle to candle. The scissors snipped, a puff of smoke would writhe for a heartbeat, then the flame would brighten and settle. Charles began crying louder. "His Grace," the priest said, "does not like snivelling infants." "He is hungry, Father," Jeanette explained nervously. "You came with 2 servants?" "Yes, Father," Jeanette said. "They can eat with the boy in the kitchens," the priest said, and snapped his fingers towards the candle-trimming clerk, who, abandoning his scissors on a rug, took the frightened Charles by the hand. The boy did not want to leave his mother, but he was dragged away, and Jeanette flinched as the sound of his crying receded down the stairs. End of Side 8. Side 9. The Duke, other than steepling his fingers, had not moved. He just watched Jeanette with an unreadable expression. "You say," the priest took up the questioning again, "that the English left you with nothing." "They stole all I had." The priest flinched at the passion in her voice. "If they left you destitute, madame, then why did you not come for our help earlier?" "I did not wish to be a burden, Father." "But now you do wish to become a burden." Jeanette frowned. "I have brought his Grace's nephew, the Lord of Plabennec. Or would you rather that he grew up among the English?" "Do not be impertinent, child," the priest said placidly. The first clerk re-entered the room carrying the sack, which he emptied on the deerskins in front of the Duke's table. The Duke gazed at the armor for a few seconds, then settled back in his high carved chair. "It is very fine," the priest declared. "It is most precious," Jeanette agreed. The Duke peered again at the armor. Not a muscle of his face moved. "His Grace approves," the priest said, then gestured with a long white hand, and the clerk, who seemed to understand what was wanted without words, gathered up the sword and armor and carried them from the room. "I am glad your Grace approves," Jeanette said, and dropped another curtsy. She had a confused idea that the Duke, despite her earlier words, had assumed the armor and sword were a gift, but she did not want to inquire. It could all be cleared up later. A gust of cold wind came through the arrow slits to bring spots of rain and to flicker the candles in wild shudders. "So what," the priest asked, "do you require of us?" "My son needs shelter, Father," Jeanette said nervously. "He needs a house, a place to grow and learn to be a warrior." "His Grace is pleased to grant that request," the priest said. Jeanette felt a great wash of relief. The atmosphere in the room was so unfriendly that she had feared she would be thrown out as destitute as she had arrived. But the priest's words,
though coldly stated, told her that she need not have worried. The Duke was taking his responsibility, and she curtsied for a third time. "I am grateful, Your Grace." The priest was about to respond, but to Jeanette's surprise, the Duke held up one long white hand, and the priest bowed. "It is our pleasure," the Duke said in an oddly high-pitched voice, "for your son is dear to us, and it is our desire that he grows to become a warrior like his father." He turned to the priest and inclined his head, and the priest gave another stately bow, then left the room. The Duke stood and walked to the fire, where he held his hands to the small flames. "It has come to our notice," he said distantly, "that the rents of Plabennec have not been paid these 12 quarters. The English are in possession of the domain, Your Grace." "And you are in debt to me," the Duke said, frowning at the flames. "If you protect my son, Your Grace, then I shall be forever in your debt," Jeanette said humbly. The Duke took off his cap and ran a hand through his fair hair. Jeanette thought he looked younger and kinder without the hat, but his next words chilled her. "I did not want Henri to marry you." He stopped abruptly. For a heartbeat, Jeanette was struck dumb by his frankness. "My husband regretted Your Grace's disapproval," she finally said in a small voice. The Duke ignored Jeanette's words. "He should have married Lisette of Picard. She had money, lands, tenants. She would have brought our family great wealth. In times of trouble, wealth is a—" He paused, trying to find the right word. "It is a cushion. You, madame, have no cushion." "Only Your Grace's kindness," Jeanette said. "Your son is my charge," the Duke said. "He will be raised in my household and trained in the arts of war and civilization, as befits his rank." "I am grateful." Jeanette was tired of groveling. She wanted some sign of affection from the Duke, but ever since he had walked to the hearth, he would not meet her eyes. Now, suddenly, he turned on her. "There is a lawyer called Bellard in La Roche-Derrien." "Indeed, Your Grace." "He tells me your mother was a Jewess." He spat the last word. Jeanette gaped at him. For a few heartbeats, she was unable to speak. Her mind was reeling with disbelief that Bellard would say such a thing. But at last she managed to shake her head. "She was not," she protested. "He tells us, too," the Duke went on, "that you petitioned Edward of England for the rents of Plabennec." "What choice did I have?" "And that your son was made a ward of Edward's?" the Duke asked pointedly. Jeanette opened and closed her mouth. The accusations were coming so thick and fast, she did not know how to defend herself. It was true that her son had been named a ward of King Edward's, but it had not been Jeanette's doing. Indeed, she had not even been present when the Earl of Northampton made that decision. But before she could protest or explain, the Duke spoke again. "Bellard tells us," he said, "that many in the town of La Roche-Derrien have expressed satisfaction with the English occupiers." "Some have," Jeanette admitted. "And that you, madame, have English soldiers in your own house, guarding you." "They forced themselves on my house," she said indignantly. "Your Grace must believe me. I did not want them there." The Duke shook his head. "It seems to us, madame, that you have given a welcome to our enemies. Your father was a vintner, was he not?" Jeanette was too astonished to say anything. It was slowly dawning on her that Bellard had betrayed her utterly. Yet she still clung to the hope that the Duke would be convinced of her innocence. "I offered them no welcome," she insisted. "I fought against them." "Merchants," the Duke said, "have no loyalties other than to money. They have no honor. Honor is not learned, madame. It is bred. Just as you breed a horse for bravery and speed, or a hound for agility and ferocity, so you breed a nobleman for honor. You cannot turn a plough horse into a destrier, nor a merchant into a gentleman. It is against nature and the laws of God." He made the sign of the cross. "Your son is the Count of Armorica, and we shall raise him in honor, but you, madame, are the daughter of a merchant and a Jewess." "It is not true," Jeanette protested. "Do not shout at me, madame," the Duke said icily. "You are a burden on me.
You dare to come here, tricked out in fox fur, expecting me to give you shelter? What else? Money? I will give your son a home, but you, madame, I shall give you a husband.
He walked towards her, his feet silent on the deerskin rugs.
You are not fit to be the Count of Armorica's mother. You have offered comfort to the enemy. You have no honor.
Jeanette began to protest again, but the Duke slapped her hard across the cheek.
You will be silent, madame,
He commanded.
silent.
He pulled at the laces of her bodice, and when she dared to resist, he slapped her again.
You are a whore, madame.
The Duke said, then lost patience with the intricate cross laces, retrieved the discarded scissors from the rug, and used them to cut through the laces to expose Jeanette's breasts. She was so astonished, stunned, and horrified that she made no attempt to protect herself. This was not Sir Simon Gico, but her liege lord, the king's nephew, and her husband's uncle.
You are a pretty whore, madame,
The Duke said with a sneer.
How did you enchant Henri? Was it Jewish witchcraft?
No, Jeanette whimpered.
Please, no.
The Duke unhooked his gown, and Jeanette saw he was naked beneath.
No,
She said again.
please, no.
The Duke pushed her hard so that she fell on the bed. His face still showed no emotion, not lust, not pleasure, not anger. He hauled her skirts up, then knelt on the bed and raped her with no sign of enjoyment. He seemed, if anything, angry, and when he was done, he collapsed on her, then shuddered. Jeanette was weeping. He wiped himself on her velvet skirt.
I shall take that experience,
He said,
as payment of the missing rents from Plabennec.
He crawled off her, stood and hooked the ermine edges of his gown.
You will be placed in a chamber here, madame, and tomorrow I shall give you in marriage to one of my men-at-arms. Your son will stay here, but you will go wherever your new husband is posted.
Jeanette was whimpering on the bed. The Duke grimaced with distaste, then crossed the room and kneeled on the prie-dieu.
Arrange your gown, madame,
He said coldly.
and compose yourself.
Jeanette rescued enough of the cut laces to tie her bodice into place, then looked at the Duke through the candle flames. "You have no honor," she hissed. "You have no honor." The Duke ignored her. He rang a small handbell, then clasped his hands and closed his eyes in prayer. He was still praying when the priest and a servant came and, without a word, took Jeanette by her arms and walked her to a small room on the floor beneath the Duke's chamber. They thrust her inside, shut the door, and she heard a bolt slide into place on the far side. There was a straw-filled mattress and a stack of brooms in the makeshift cell, but no other furnishing. She lay on the mattress and sobbed till her broken heart was raw. The wind howled at the window, and rain beat on its shutters, and Jeanette wished she was dead. The city's cockerels woke Thomas to a brisk wind and pouring rain that beat on the cart's leaking cover. He opened the flap and sat watching the puddles spread across the cobbles of the inn yard. No message had come from Jeanette, nor, he thought, would there be one. Will Skeet had been right. She was as hard as mail, and now she was in her proper place, which in this cold, wet dawn was probably a deep bed in a room warmed by a fire, tended by the Duke's servants. She would have forgotten Thomas. And what message, Thomas asked himself, had he been expecting? A declaration of affection? He knew that was what he wanted, but he persuaded himself he merely waited so Jeanette could send him the pass signed by the Duke. Yet he knew he did not need a pass. He must just walk east and north and trust that the Dominican's robe protected him. He had little idea how to reach Flanders, but had a notion that Paris lay somewhere close to that region, so he reckoned he would start by following the River Seine, which would lead him from Rennes to Paris. His biggest worry was that he would meet some real Dominican on the road who would quickly discover Thomas had only the haziest notion of the Brotherhood's rules and no knowledge at all of their hierarchy. But he consoled himself that Scottish Dominicans were probably so far from civilization that such ignorance would be expected of them. He would survive, he told himself. He stared at the rain spattering in the puddles. Expect nothing from Jeanette, he told himself, and to prove that he believed that bleak prophecy, he readied his small baggage. It irked him to leave the mail coat behind, but it weighed too much, so he stowed it in the wagon, then put the 3 sheaves of arrows into a sack. The 72 arrows were heavy, and their points threatened to tear open the sack, but he was reluctant to travel without the sheaves that were wrapped in hempen bowstring cord, and he used one cord to tie his knife to his left leg where, like his money pouch, it was hidden by the black robe. He was ready to go, but the rain was now hammering the city like an arrow storm. Thunder crackled to the west. The rain pelted on the thatch, poured off the roofs, and overflowed the water butts to wash the inn's night soil out of the yard. Midday came, heralded by the city's rain-muffled bells, and still the city drowned. Wind-driven dark clouds wreathed the cathedral's towers, and Thomas told himself he would leave the moment the rain slackened, but the storm just became fiercer. Lightning flickered above the cathedral, and a clap of thunder rocked the city. Thomas shivered, awed by the sky's fury. He watched the lightning reflected in the cathedral's great west window, and was amazed by the sight. So much glass. Still it rained, and he began to fear that he would be trapped in the cart till the next day. And then, just after a peal of thunder seemed to stun the whole city with its violence, he saw Jeanette. He did not know her at first. He just saw a woman standing in the arched entrance to the inn's yard, with the water flowing about her shoes. Everyone else in Rennes was huddling in shelter, but this woman suddenly appeared, soaked and miserable. Her hair, which had been looped so carefully over her ears, hung lank and black down the sopping red velvet dress, and it was the dress that Thomas recognized. Then he saw the grief on her face. He clambered out of the wagon. "Jeanette!" She was weeping, her mouth distorted by grief. She seemed incapable of speaking, but just stood and cried. "My lady," Thomas said. "Jeanette!" "We must go," she managed to say. "We must go." She had used soot as a cosmetic about her eyes, and it had run to make grey streaks down her face. "We can't go in this," Thomas said. "We must go!" she screamed at him angrily. "We must go!" "I'll get the horse," Thomas said. "There's no time, there's no time." She plucked at his robe. "We must go, now!" She tried to tug him through the arch into the street. Thomas pulled away from her and ran to the wagon, where he retrieved his disguised bow and the heavy sack. There was a cloak of Jeanette's there, and he took that too, and wrapped it about her shoulders, though she did not seem to notice. "What's happening?" Thomas demanded. "They'll find me here, they'll find me," Jeanette declared in a panic, and she pulled him blindly out of the tavern's archway. Thomas turned her eastwards onto a crooked street that led to a fine stone bridge across the Seine, and then to a city gate. The big gates were barred, but a small door in one of the gates was open, and the guards in the tower did not care if some fool of a drenched friar wanted to take a madly sobbing woman out of the city. Jeanette kept looking back, fearing pursuit, but still did not explain her panic or her tears to Thomas. She just hurried eastwards, insensible to the rain, wind, and thunder. The storm eased towards dusk, by which time they were close to a village that had a poor excuse for a tavern. Thomas ducked under the low doorway and asked for shelter. He put coins on a table. "I need shelter for my sister," he said, reckoning that anyone would be suspicious of a friar traveling with a woman. "Shelter, food, and a fire," he said, adding another coin. "Your sister?" The tavern keeper, a small man with a face scarred by the pox and bulbous with wens, peered at Jeanette, who was crouched in the tavern's porch. Thomas touched his head, suggesting she was mad. "I am taking her to the shrine of St. Guinefort," he explained. The tavern keeper looked at the coins, glanced again at Jeanette, then decided the strange pair could have the use of an empty cattle byre. "You can put a fire there," he said grudgingly, "but don't burn the thatch." Thomas lit a fire with embers from the tavern's kitchen, then fetched food and ale. He forced Jeanette to eat some of the soup and bread, then made her go close to the fire. It took over 2 hours of coaxing before she would tell him the story, and telling it only made her cry again. Thomas listened, appalled. "So how did you escape?" he asked when she was finished. A woman had unbolted the room, Jeanette said, to fetch a broom. The woman had been astonished to see Jeanette there, and even more astonished when Jeanette ran past her. Jeanette had fled the citadel, fearing the soldiers would stop her, but no one had taken any notice of her, and now she was running away. Like Thomas, she was a fugitive, but she had lost far more than he. She had lost her son, her honor, and her future. "I hate men," she said. She shivered, for the miserable fire of damp straw and rotted wood had scarcely dried her clothes. "I hate men," she said again, then looked at Thomas. "What are we going to do?" "You must sleep," he said, "and tomorrow we'll go north." She nodded, but he did not think she had understood his words. She was in despair. The wheel of fortune that had once raised her so high had taken her into the utter depths. She slept for a time, but when Thomas woke in the grey dawn, he saw she was crying softly, and he did not know what to do or say, so he just lay in the straw until he heard the tavern door creak open, then went to fetch some food and water. The tavern-keeper's wife cut some bread and cheese, while her husband asked Thomas how far he had to walk. "St. Guinefort's shrine is in Flanders," Thomas said. "Flanders?" the man said, as though it was on the far side of the moon. "The family doesn't know what else to do with her," Thomas explained, "and I don't know how to reach Flanders. I thought to go to Paris first." "Not Paris," the tavern-keeper's wife said scornfully. "You must go to Fougères." Her father, she said, had often traded with the North Countries, and she was sure that Thomas's route lay through Fougères and Rouen. She did not know the roads beyond Rouen, but was certain he must go that far, though to begin, she said, he must take a small road that went north from the village. It went through woods, her husband added, and he must be careful, for the trees were hiding places for terrible men escaping justice. But after a few miles he would come to the Fougères highway, which was patrolled by the Duke's men. Thomas thanked her, offered a blessing to the house, then took the food to Jeanette, who refused to eat. She seemed drained of tears, almost of life, but she followed Thomas willingly enough as he walked north. The road, deep-rutted by wagons and slick with mud from the previous day's rain, twisted into deep woods that dripped with water. Jeanette stumbled for a few miles, then began to cry. "I must go back to Rennes," she insisted. "I want to go back to my son." Thomas argued, but she would not be moved. He finally gave in, but when he turned to walk south, she just began to cry even harder. The Duke had said she was not a fit mother. She kept repeating the words. "Not fit, not fit." She screamed at the sky. "He made me his whore." Then she sank onto her knees beside the road and sobbed uncontrollably. She was shivering again, and Thomas thought that if she did not die of an ague, then the grief would surely kill her. "We're going back to Rennes," Thomas said, trying to encourage her. "I can't," she wailed. "He'll just whore me. Whore me!" She shouted the words, then began rocking back and forwards and shrieking in a terrible high voice. Thomas tried to raise her up, tried to make her walk, but she fought him. She wanted to die, she said. She just wanted to die. "A whore!" she screamed, and tore at the fox-fur trimmings of her red dress. "A whore! He said I shouldn't wear fur. He made me a whore." She threw the tattered fur into the undergrowth. It had been a dry morning, but the rain clouds were heaping in the east again, and Thomas was nervously watching as Jeanette's soul unraveled before his eyes. She refused to walk, so he picked her up and carried her, until he saw a well-trodden path going into the trees. He followed it, to find a cottage so low and with its thatch so covered with moss that at first he thought it was just a mound among the trees, until he saw blue-grey wood smoke seeping from a hole at its top. Thomas was worried about the outlaws who were said to haunt these woods, but it was beginning to rain again, and the cottage was the only refuge in sight, so Thomas lowered Jeanette to the ground and shouted through the burrow-like entrance. An old man, white-haired, red-eyed, and with skin blackened by smoke, peered back at Thomas. The man spoke a French so thick with local words and accent that Thomas could scarcely understand him. but he gathered the man was a forester and lived here with his wife, and the forester looked greedily at the coins Thomas offered, then said that Thomas and his woman could use an empty pig shelter. The place stank of rotted straw and shit, but the thatch was almost rainproof, and Jeanette did not seem to care. Thomas raked out the old straw, then cut Jeanette a bed of bracken. The forester, once the money was in his hands, seemed little interested in his guests, but in the middle of the afternoon, when the rain had stopped, Thomas heard the forester's wife hissing at him, and a few moments later the old man left and walked towards the road, but without any of the tools of his trade. No axe, billhook, or saw. Jeanette was sleeping, exhausted, so Thomas stripped the dead clover plants from his black bow, unlashed the crosspiece, and put back the horn tips. He strung the yew, thrust 6 arrows into his belt, and followed the old man as far as the road, and there he waited in a thicket. The forester returned towards evening with 2 young men, whom Thomas presumed were the outlaws of whom he had been warned. The old man must have reckoned that Thomas and his woman were fugitives, for though they carried bags and money, they had sought a hiding place, and that was enough to raise anyone's suspicions. A friar did not need to skulk in the trees, and women wearing dresses trimmed with torn remnants of fur did not seek a forester's hospitality. So doubtless the 2 young men had been fetched to help slit Thomas's throat and then divide whatever coins they found on his body. Jeanette's fate would be similar, but delayed. Thomas put his first arrow into the ground between the old man's feet, and the second into a tree close by. "The next arrow kills," he said, though they could not see him, for he was in the thicket's shadows. They just stared wide-eyed at the bushes where he was hiding, and Thomas made his voice deep and slow. "You come with murder in your souls," he said, "but I can raise the Elka from the deeps of hell. I can make the devil's claws cut to your heart and have the dead haunt your daylight. You will leave the friar and his sister alone." The old man dropped to his knees. His superstitions were as old as time and scarcely touched by Christianity. He believed there were trolls in the forest and giants in the mist. He knew there were dragons. He had heard of black-skinned men who lived on the moon and who dropped to earth when their home shrank to a sickle. He understood there were ghosts who hunted among the trees. All this he knew as well as he knew ash and larch, oak and beech, and he did not doubt that it was a demon who had spat the strangely long arrow from the thicket. "You must go," he told his companions. "You must go." The 2 fled, and the old man touched his forehead to the leaf mold. "I meant no harm." "Go home," Thomas said. He waited till the old man had gone, then he dug the arrow out of the tree, and that night he went to the forester's cottage, crawled through the low doorway, and sat on the earthen floor facing the old couple. "I shall stay here," he told them, "until my sister's wits are recovered. We wish to hide her shame from the world, that is all. When we go, we shall reward you. But if you try to kill us again, I shall summon demons to torment you, and I will leave your corpses as a feast for the wild things that lurk in the trees." He put another small coin on the earth floor. "You will bring us food each night," he told the woman, "and you will thank God that though I can read your hearts, I still forgive you." They had no more trouble after that. Every day the old man went off into the trees with his billhook and axe, and every night his wife brought her visitors gruel or bread. Thomas took milk from their cow, shot a deer, and thought Jeanette would die. For days she refused to eat, and sometimes he would find her rocking back and forth in the noxious shed and making a keening noise. Thomas feared she had gone mad forever. His father would sometimes tell him how the mad were treated, how he himself had been treated, how starvation and beating were the only cures. "The devil gets into the soul," Father Ralph had said, "and he can be starved out or he can be thrashed out, but there is no way he will be coaxed out. Beat and starve, boy, beat and starve. It is the only treatment the devil understands." But Thomas could neither starve nor beat Jeanette, so he did his best by her. He kept her dry, he persuaded her to take some warm milk fresh from the cow. He talked with her through the nights, he combed her hair and washed her face, and sometimes, when she was sleeping and he was sitting by the shed and staring at the stars through the tangled trees, he would wonder whether he and the Harlequin had left other women as broken as Jeanette. He prayed for forgiveness. He prayed a lot in those days, and not to St. Guinevere, but to the Virgin and to St. George. The prayers must have worked, for he woke one dawn to see Jeanette sitting in the shed's doorway, with her thin body outlined by the bright new day. She turned to him, and he saw there was no madness in her face any more, just a profound sorrow. She looked at him a long time before she spoke. "Did God send you to me, Thomas?" "He showed me great favor if he did," Thomas replied. She smiled at that, the first smile he had seen on her face since Rennes. "I have to be content," she said very earnestly, "because my son is alive, and he will be properly cared for, and one day I shall find him." "We both shall," Thomas said. "Both?" He grimaced. "I have kept none of my promises," he said. "The lance is still in Normandy, Sir Simon lives, and how I shall find your son for you I do not know. I think my promises are worthless, but I shall do my best." She held out her hand so he could take it, and she let it stay there. "We have been punished, you and I," she said, "probably for the sin of pride. The Duke was right. I am no aristocrat. I am a merchant's daughter, but thought I was higher. Now look at me." "Thinner," Thomas said, "but beautiful." She shuddered at that compliment. "Where are we?" "Just a day outside Rennes." "Is that all?" "In a pig shed," Thomas said, "a day out of Rennes." 4 years ago I lived in a castle," she said wistfully. "Plabennec wasn't large, but it was beautiful. It had a tower and a courtyard and 2 mills and a stream, and an orchard that grew very red apples." "You will see them again," Thomas said, "you and your son." He regretted mentioning her son, for tears came to her eyes, but she cuffed them away. "It was the lawyer," she said. "Lawyer?" "Bella. He lied to the Duke." There was a kind of wonderment in her voice that Bella had proved so traitorous. "He told the Duke I was supporting Duke Jean." "Then I will, Thomas. I will. I will support your Duke. If that is the only way to regain Plabennec and find my son, then I shall support Duke Jean." She squeezed Thomas's hand. "I'm hungry." They spent another week in the forest while Jeanette recovered her strength. For a while, like a beast struggling to escape a trap, she devised schemes that would give her instant revenge on Duke Charles and restore her son. But the schemes were wild and hopeless, and as the days passed, she accepted her fate. "I have no friends," she said to Thomas one night. "You have me, my lady." "They died," she said, ignoring him. "My family died. My husband died. Do you think I am a curse on those I love?" "I think," Thomas said, "that we must go north." She was irritated by his practicality. "I'm not sure I want to go north." "I do," Thomas said stubbornly. Jeanette knew that the further north she went, the further she went from her son, but she did not know what else to do, and that night, as if accepting that she would now be guided by Thomas, she came to his bracken bed, and they were lovers. She wept afterwards, but then made love to him again, this time fiercely, as though she could slake her misery in the consolations of the flesh. Next morning they left, going north. Summer had come, clothing the countryside in thick green. Thomas had disguised the bow again, lashing the crosspiece to the stave and hanging it with bindweed and willow herb instead of clover. His black robe had become ragged, and no one would have taken him for a friar, while Jeanette had stripped the remains of the fox fur from the red velvet, which was dirty, creased, and threadbare. They looked like vagabonds, which they were, and they moved like fugitives, skirting the towns and bigger villages to avoid trouble. They bathed in streams, slept beneath the trees, and only ventured into the smallest villages when hunger demanded they buy a meal and cider in some slatternly tavern. If they were challenged, they claimed to be Bretons, brother and sister, going to join their uncle, who was a butcher in Flanders, and if anyone disbelieved the tale, they were unwilling to cross Thomas, who was tall and strong and always kept his knife visible. By preference, though, they avoided villages and stayed in the woods, where Thomas taught Jeanette how to tickle the trout out of their streams. They would light fires, cook their fish, and cut bracken for a bed. They kept close to the road, though they were forced to a long detour to avoid the drum-like fortress of Saint-Aubin-du-Cormier, and another to skirt the city of Fougères, and somewhere north of that city they entered Normandy. They milked cows in their pastures, stole a great cheese from a wagon parked outside a church, and slept under the stars. They had no idea what day of the week it was, nor even what month it was anymore. Both were browned by the sun and made ragged by traveling. Jeanette's misery was dissolved in a new happiness, and nowhere more than when they discovered an abandoned cottage, merely cob walls of mud and straw that were decaying without a roof, in a spinney of hazel trees. They cleared away the nettles and brambles and lived in the cottage for more than a week, seeing no one, wanting to see no one, delaying their future because the present was so blissful. Jeanette could still weep for her son, and spent hours devising exquisite revenges to be taken against the Duke, against Bela, and against Sir Simon Gicot. But she also revelled in that summer's freedom. Thomas had fitted his bow again so he could hunt, and Jeanette, growing ever stronger, had learned to pull it back almost to her chin. Neither knew where they were, and did not much care. Thomas's mother used to tell him a tale of children who ran away into the forest and were reared by the beasts. "They grow hair all over their bodies," she would tell him, "and have claws and horns and teeth." And now Thomas would sometimes examine his hands to see if claws were coming. He saw none. Yet if he was becoming a beast, then he was happy. He had rarely been happier, but he knew that the winter, even though far off, was nevertheless coming, and so, perhaps a week after midsummer, they moved gently north again, in search of something that neither of them could quite imagine. Thomas knew he had promised to retrieve a lance and restore Jeanette's son, but he did not know how he was to do either of those things. He only knew he must go to a place where a man like Will Skeet would employ him, though he could not talk of such a future with Jeanette. She did not want to hear about archers or armies or of men and mail coats, but she, like him, knew they could not stay forever in their refuge. "I shall go to England," she told him, "and appeal to your king." Out of all the schemes she had dreamed of, this was the only one that made sense. The Earl of Northampton had placed her son under the King of England's protection, so she must appeal to Edward and hope he would support her. They walked north, still keeping the road to Rouen in sight. They forded a river and climbed into a broken country of small fields, deep woods, and abrupt hills, and somewhere in that green land, unheard by either of them, the wheel of fortune creaked again. Thomas knew that the great wheel governed mankind. It turned in the dark to determine good or evil, high or low, sickness or health, happiness or misery. Thomas reckoned God must have made the wheel to be the mechanism by which he ruled the world while he was busy in heaven. And in that midsummer, when the harvest was being flailed on the threshing floors, and the swifts were gathering in the high trees, and the rowan trees were in scarlet berry, and the pastures were white with ox-eye daisies, the wheel lurched for Thomas and Jeanette. They walked to the wood's edge one day to check that the road was still in view. They usually saw little more than a man driving some cows to market, a group of women following with eggs and vegetables to sell. A priest might pass on a poor horse, and once they had seen a knight with his retinue of servants and men-at-arms. But most days the road lay white, dusty, and empty under the summer sun. Yet this day it was full. Folk were walking southwards, driving cows and pigs and sheep and goats and geese. Some pushed handcarts, others had wagons drawn by oxen or horses, and all the carts were loaded high with stools, tables, benches, and beds. Thomas knew he was seeing fugitives. They waited till it was dark. Then Thomas beat the worst dirt off the Dominican's gown and, leaving Jeanette in the trees, walked down to the road where some of the travellers were camping beside small, smoky fires. "God's peace be on you," Thomas said to one group. "We have no food to spare, Father," a man answered, eyeing the stranger suspiciously. "I am fed, my son," Thomas said, and squatted near their fire. "Are you a priest or a vagabond?" the man asked. He had an axe, and he drew it towards him protectively, for Thomas's tangled hair was wildly long and his face as dark as any outlaw's. "I am both," Thomas said with a smile. "I have walked from Avignon," he explained, "to do penance at the shrine of St. Guinevere." None of the refugees had ever heard of the blessed Guinevere, but Thomas's words convinced them, for the idea of pilgrimage explained his woebegone condition, while their own sad condition, they made clear, was caused by war. They had come from the coast of Normandy, only a day's journey away, and in the morning they must be up early and travelling again to escape the enemy. Thomas made the sign of the cross. "What enemy?" he asked, expecting to hear that 2 Norman lords had fallen out and were ravaging each other's estates. But the ponderous wheel of fortune had turned unexpectedly. King Edward III of England had crossed the Channel. Such an expedition had long been expected, but the king had not gone to his lands in Gascony, as many had thought he would, nor to Flanders, where other Englishmen fought, but had come to Normandy. His army was just a day away, and at the news Thomas's mouth dropped open. "You should flee them, Father," one of the women advised Thomas. "They know no pity, not even for friars." Thomas assured them he would, thanked them for their news, then walked back up the hill to where Jeanette waited. All had changed. His king had come to Normandy. They argued that night. Jeanette was suddenly convinced that they should turn back to Brittany, and Thomas could only stare at her in astonishment. "Brittany?" he asked faintly. She would not meet his eyes, but stubbornly stared at the camp fires that burned all along the road, while further north, on the night's horizon, great red glows showed where larger fires burned, and Thomas knew that English soldiers must have been ravaging the fields of Normandy, just as the Harlequin had harrowed Brittany. "I can be near Charles if I'm in Brittany," Jeanette said. Thomas shook his head. He was dimly aware that the sight of the army's destruction had forced them both into a reality from which they had been escaping in these last weeks of freedom, but he could not connect that with her sudden wish to head back to Brittany. "You can be near Charles," he said carefully, "but can you see him? Will the Duke let you near him?" "Maybe he will change his mind," Jeanette said without much conviction. "And maybe he'll rape you again," Thomas said brutally. "And if I don't go," she said vehemently, "maybe I will never see Charles again, never." "Then why come this far?" "I don't know. I don't know." She was angry, as she used to be when Thomas first met her in La Roche-Derrien. "Because I was mad," she said sullenly. "You say you want to appeal to the king," Thomas said, "and he's here." He flung a hand towards the livid glow of the fires. "So appeal to him here." "Maybe he won't believe me," Jeanette said stubbornly. "And what will we do in Brittany?" Thomas asked. But Jeanette would not answer. She looked sulky and still avoided his gaze. "You can marry one of the Duke's men-at-arms," Thomas went on. "That's what he wanted, isn't it? A pliant wife, have a pliant follower, so that when he feels like taking his pleasure, he can." "Isn't that what you do?" she challenged him, looking him in the face at last. "I love you," Thomas said. Jeanette said nothing. "I do love you," Thomas said, and felt foolish, for she had never said the same to him. Jeanette looked at the glowing horizon that was tangled by the leaves of the forest. "Will your king believe me?" she asked him. "How can he not?" "Do I look like a countess?" She looked ragged, poor, and beautiful. "You speak like a countess," Thomas said, "and the king's clerks will make inquiries of the Earl of Northampton." He did not know if that was true, but he wanted to encourage her. Jeanette sat with her head bowed. "Do you know what the Duke told me? That my mother was a Jewess." She looked up at him, expecting him to share her indignation. Thomas frowned.
"I've never met a Jew," he said. Jeanette almost exploded.
You think I have? You need to meet the devil to know he is bad? A pig to discover he stinks?
She began to weep.
I don't know what to do.
"We should go to the king," Thomas said. And next morning he walked north, and after a few heartbeats, Jeanette followed him. She had tried to clean her dress, though it was so filthy that all she could manage was to brush the twigs and leaf mold from the velvet. She coiled her hair and pinned it with slivers of wood. "What kind of man is the king?" she asked Thomas.
"They say he's a good man."
"Who says?"
"Everyone. He's straightforward."
"He's still English," Jeanette said softly, and Thomas pretended not to hear.
"Is he kind?" she asked him.
"No one says he's cruel," Thomas said, then held up a hand to silence Jeanette. He had seen horsemen in mail. Thomas had often found it strange that when the monks and scriveners made their books, they painted warfare as gaudy. Their squirrel hair brushes showed men in brightly coloured surcoats or jupons, and their horses in brilliantly patterned trappers. Yet for most of the time war was grey, until the arrows bit, when it became shot through with red. Grey was the colour of a mail coat, and Thomas was seeing grey among the green leaves. He did not know if they were Frenchmen or Englishmen, but he feared both. The French were his enemy, but so were the English until they were convinced that he was English too, and convinced, moreover, that he was not a deserter from their army. More horsemen came from the distant trees, and these men were carrying bows, so they had to be English. Still Thomas hesitated, reluctant to face the problems of persuading his own side that he was not a deserter. Beyond the horsemen, hidden by the trees, a building must have been set on fire, for smoke began to thicken above the summer leaves. The horsemen were looking towards Thomas and Jeanette, but the pair were hidden by a bank of gorse, and after a while, satisfied that no enemy threatened, the troops turned and rode eastwards.
End of Side 9. Side 10.
Thomas waited till they were out of sight, then led Jeanette across the open land, into the trees, and out to where a farm burned. The flames were pale in the bright sun. No one was in sight. There was just a farm blazing, and a dog lying next to a duck pond that was surrounded by feathers. The dog was whimpering, and Jeanette cried out, for it had been stabbed in the belly. Thomas stooped beside the beast, stroked its head and fondled its ears, and the dying dog licked his hand and tried to wag its tail, and Thomas rammed his knife deep into its heart, so that it died swiftly. It would not have lived, he told Jeanette. She said nothing, just stared at the burning thatch and rafters. Thomas pulled out the knife and patted the dog's head. "Go to St. Guinefor," he said, cleaning the blade. "I always wanted a dog when I was a child," he told Jeanette, "but my father couldn't abide them." "Why?" "Because he was strange." He sheathed the knife and stood. A track, imprinted with hoof marks, led north from the farm, and they followed it cautiously, between hedges thick with cornflowers, ox-eye, and dogwood. They were in a country of small fields, high banks, sudden woods, and lumpy hills, a country for ambush, but they saw no one until, from the top of a low hill, they glimpsed a squat stone church tower in a valley, and then the unburned roofs of a village, and after that the soldiers. There were hundreds of them, camped in the fields beyond the cottages, and more in the village itself. Some large tents had been raised close to the church, and they had the banners of nobles planted by their entrances. Thomas still hesitated, reluctant to finish these good days with Jeanette. Yet he knew there was no choice, and so, bow on his shoulder, he took her down to the village. Men saw them coming, and a dozen archers, led by a burly man in a mail hauberk, came to meet them. "What the hell are you?" was the burly man's first question. His archers grinned wolfishly at the sight of Jeanette's ragged dress. "You're either a bleeding priest who stole a bow," the man went on, "or an archer who filched a priest's robe." "I'm English," Thomas said. The big man seemed unimpressed. "Serving who?" "I was with Will Skeet in Brittany," Thomas said. "Brittany?" The big man frowned, not certain whether or not to believe Thomas. "Tell them I'm a countess," Jeanette urged Thomas in French. "What's she saying?" "Nothing," Thomas said. "So what are you doing here?" the big man asked. "I got cut off from my troop in Brittany," Thomas said weakly. He could hardly tell the truth, that he was a fugitive from justice, but he had no other tale prepared. "I just walked." It was a lame explanation, and the big man treated it with the scorn it deserved. "What you mean, lad," he said, "is that you're a bloody deserter." "I'd hardly come here if I was, would I?" Thomas asked defiantly. "You'd hardly come here if you just got lost," the man pointed out. He spat. "You'll have to go to Scoresby. Let him decide what you are." "Scoresby?" Thomas asked. "You've heard of him?" the big man asked belligerently. Thomas had heard of Walter Scoresby, who, like Skeet, was a man who led his own band of men-at-arms and archers, but Scoresby did not have Skeet's good reputation. He was said to be a dark-humoured man, but he was evidently to decide Thomas's fate, for the archers closed around him and walked the pair towards the village. "She your woman?" one of them asked Thomas. "She's the Countess of Armorica," Thomas said. "And I'm the bloody Earl of London," the archer retorted. Jeanette clung to Thomas's arm, terrified of the unfriendly faces. Thomas was equally unhappy. When things had been at their worst in Brittany, when the Harlequin were grumbling and it was cold, wet and miserable, Skeet liked to say, "Be happy you're not with Scoresby." And now it seemed Thomas was. "We hang deserters," the big man said with relish. Thomas noted that the archers, like all the troops he could see in the village, wore the red cross of St. George on their tunics. A great crowd of them were gathered in a pasture that lay between the small village church and a Cistercian monastery or priory that had somehow escaped destruction, for the white-robed monks were assisting a priest who said mass for the soldiers. "Is it Sunday?" Thomas asked one of the archers. "Tuesday," the man said, taking off his hat in honor of the sacraments. "St. James's Day." They waited at the pasture's edge, close to the village church, where a row of new graves suggested that some villagers had died when the army came, but most had probably fled south or west. One or two remained. An old man, bent double from work and with a white beard that almost reached the ground, mumbled along with the distant priest, while a small boy, perhaps 6 or 7 years old, tried to draw an English bow to the amusement of its owner. The mass ended, and the mail-clad men climbed from their knees and walked towards the tents and houses. One of the archers from Thomas's escort had gone into the dispersing crowd, and he now reappeared with a group of men. One stood out because he was taller than the others and had a new coat of mail that had been polished so it seemed to shine. He had long boots, a green cloak, and a gold-hilted sword with a scabbard wrapped in red cloth. The finery seemed at odds with the man's face, which was pinched and gloomy. He was bald, but had a forked beard, which he had twisted into plaits. "That's Scoresby," one of the archers muttered, and Thomas had no need to guess which of the approaching soldiers he meant. Scoresby stopped a few paces away, and the big archer who had arrested Thomas smirked. "A deserter," he announced proudly. "Says he walked here from Brittany." Scoresby gave Thomas a hard glance, and Jeanette a much longer look. Her ragged dress revealed a length of thigh and a ripped neckline, and Scoresby clearly wanted to see more. Like Will Skeet, he had begun his military life as an archer and had risen by dint of shrewdness, and Thomas guessed there was not much mercy in his soul's mix. Scoresby shrugged. "If he's a deserter," he said, "then hang the bastard." He smiled. "But we'll keep his woman." "I'm not a deserter," Thomas said, "and the woman is the Countess of Armorica, who is related to the Count of Blois, nephew to the King of France." Most of the archers jeered at this outrageous claim, but Scoresby was a cautious man, and he was aware of a small crowd that had gathered at the churchyard's edge. 2 priests and some men-at-arms wearing noblemen's escutcheons were among the spectators, and Thomas's confidence had put just enough doubt in Scoresby's mind. He frowned at Jeanette, seeing a girl who looked at first glance like a peasant, but despite her tanned face, she was undoubtedly beautiful, and the remnants of her dress suggested she had once known elegance. "She's who?" Scoresby demanded. "I told you who she was," Thomas said belligerently, "and I will tell you more. Her son has been stolen from her, and her son is a ward of our king's. She has come for his Majesty's help." Thomas hastily told Jeanette what he had said, and to his relief she nodded her agreement. Scoresby gazed at Jeanette, and something about her increased his doubt. "Why are you with her?" he asked Thomas. "I rescued her," Thomas said.
He says,
A voice spoke in French from the crowd, and Thomas could not see the speaker, who was evidently surrounded by men-at-arms, all wearing a green and white livery.
he says that he rescued you, madame. Is that true?
"Yes," Jeanette said. She frowned, unable to see who was questioning her.
Tell us who you are.
The unseen man demanded.
I am Jeanette, Dowager Countess of Armorica. Your husband was who?
The voice suggested a young man, but a very confident young man. Jeanette bridled at the tone of the question, but answered it.
Henri Chenier, Comte d'Armorique. And why are you here, madame? Because Charles of Blois has kidnapped my child, Jeanette answered angrily. A child who was placed under the protection of the King of England.
The young man said nothing for a while. Some in the crowd were edging nervously away from the liveried men-at-arms who surrounded him, and Scoresby was looking apprehensive.
Who placed him under that protection?
He eventually asked.
William Boone, Jeanette said, Earl of Northampton. I believe her, the voice said, and the men-at-arms stepped aside so that Thomas and Jeanette could see the speaker, who proved to be scarce more than a boy. Indeed, Thomas doubted he had even begun to shave, though he was surely full-grown, for he was tall, taller even than Thomas, and had only stayed hidden because his men-at-arms had been wearing green and white plumes in their helmets. The young man was fair-haired, had a face slightly burned by the sun, was dressed in a green cloak, plain breeches, and a linen shirt, and nothing except his height explained why men were suddenly kneeling on the grass.
"Down!" Scoresby hissed at Thomas, who, perplexed, went on one knee.
Now only Jeanette,
The boy, and his escort of 8 tall men-at-arms were standing.
The boy looked at Thomas. Did you really walk here from Brittany? He asked in English, though, like many noblemen, his English was touched with a French accent. We both did, sire, Thomas said in French. Why? He demanded harshly. To seek the protection of the King of England, Thomas said, who is the guardian of my lady's son, who has been treacherously taken prisoner by England's enemies.
The boy looked at Jeanette with much the same wolfish appreciation that Scoresby had shown. He might not shave, but he knew a beautiful woman when he saw one. He smiled.
You are most welcome, madame, he said. I knew of your husband's reputation. I admired him, and I regret that I will never have a chance to meet him in combat.
He bowed to Jeanette, then untied his cloak and walked to her. He placed the green cape over her shoulders to cover the torn dress.
I shall ensure, madame, he said, that you are treated with the courtesy your rank demands, and will vow to keep whatever promises England made on your son's behalf.
He bowed again. Jeanette, astonished and pleased by the young man's manner, put the question that Thomas had been wanting answered.
Who are you, my lord?
She asked, offering a curtsy.
I am Edward of Woodstock, madame, he said, offering her his arm.
It meant nothing to Jeanette, but it astonished Thomas.
He is the king's eldest son,
he whispered to her. She dropped to one knee, but the smooth-cheeked boy raised her and walked her towards the priory. He was Edward of Woodstock, Earl of Chester, Duke of Cornwall and Prince of Wales. And the wheel of fate had once again spun Jeanette high. The wheel seemed indifferent towards Thomas. He was left alone, abandoned. Jeanette walked away on the prince's arm and did not so much as glance back at Thomas. He heard her laugh. He watched her. He had nursed her, fed her, carried her, and loved her. And now, without a thought, she had discarded him. No one else was interested in him. Scoresby and his men, cheated of a hanging, had gone to the village, and Thomas wondered just what he was supposed to do.
God damn,
he said aloud. He felt conspicuously foolish in his tattered robe.
God damn,
he said again. Anger, thick as the black humor that could make a man sick, rose in him. But what could he do? He was a fool in a ragged robe, and the prince was the son of a king. The prince had taken Jeanette to the low grassy ridge where the big tents stood in a colourful row. Each tent had a flagpole, and the tallest flew the quartered banner of the Prince of Wales, which showed the golden lions of England on the 2 red quarters and golden fleurs-de-lis on the 2 blue. The fleurs-de-lis were there to show the king's claim to the French throne, while the whole flag, which was that of England's king, was crossed with a white-toothed bar to show that this was the banner of the king's eldest son. Thomas was tempted to follow Jeanette, to demand the prince's help, but then one of the lower banners, the one furthest away from him, caught the small warm wind and sluggishly lifted its folds. He stared at it. The banner had a blue field and was slashed diagonally with a white band. 3 rampant yellow lions were emblazoned on either side of the bar, which was decorated with 3 red stars that had green centres. It was a flag Thomas knew well, but he scarcely dared believe that he was seeing it here in Normandy, for the arms were those of William Bohun, Earl of Northampton. Northampton was the king's deputy in Brittany, yet his flag was unmistakable, and Thomas walked towards it, fearing that the wind-rippled flag would turn out to be a different coat of arms, similar to the Earl's but not the same. But it was the Earl's banner, and the Earl's tent, in contrast to the other stately pavilions on the low ridge, was still the grubby shelter made from 2 worn-out sails. A half-dozen men-at-arms wearing the Earl's livery barred Thomas's way as he neared the tent. "Have you come to hear his lordship's confession or put an arrow in his belly?" one asked. "I would speak to his lordship," Thomas said, barely suppressing the anger provoked by Jeanette's abandonment of him. "But will he talk to you?" the man asked, amused at the ragged archer's pretensions. "He will," Thomas said with a confidence he did not entirely feel. "Tell him the man who gave him La Roche-Derrien is here," he added. The man-at-arms looked startled. He frowned, but just then the tent flap was thrown back and the Earl himself appeared, stripped to the waist, to reveal a muscled chest covered in tight red curls. He was chewing on a goose-bone and peered up at the sky as though fearing rain. The man-at-arms turned to him, indicated Thomas, then shrugged as if to say he was not responsible for a madman showing up unannounced. The Earl stared at Thomas. "Good God," he said after a while. "Have you taken orders?" "No, my lord." The Earl stripped a piece of flesh from the bone with his teeth. "Thomas, ain't that right?" "Yes, my lord." "Never forget a face," the Earl said, "and I have cause to remember yours, though I hardly expected you to fetch up here. Did you walk?" Thomas nodded. "I did, my lord." Something about the Earl's demeanour was puzzling, almost as though he was not really surprised to see Thomas in Normandy. "Will told me about you," the Earl said. "Told me all about you. So Thomas, my modest hero from La Roche-Derrien, is a murderer, eh?" He spoke grimly. "Yes, my lord," Thomas said humbly. The Earl threw away the stripped bone, then snapped his fingers, and a servant tossed him a shirt from within the tent. He pulled it on and tucked it into his hose. "God's teeth, boy, do you expect me to save you from Sir Simon's vengeance? You know he's here." Thomas gaped at the Earl, said nothing. Sir Simon Jekyll was here, and Thomas had just brought Jeanette to Normandy. Sir Simon could hardly hurt her so long as she was under the prince's protection, but Sir Simon could harm Thomas well enough, and delight in it. The Earl saw Thomas blanch, and he nodded. "He's with the king's men because I didn't want him, but he insisted on travelling because he reckons there's more plunder to be had in Normandy than Brittany, and I dare say he's right. But what will truly put a smile on his face is the sight of you. Ever been hanged, Thomas?" "Hanged, my lord?" Thomas asked vaguely. He was still reeling from the news that Sir Simon had sailed to Normandy. He had just walked all this way to find his enemy waiting. "Sir Simon will hang you," the Earl said with indecent relish. "He'll let you strangle on the rope, and there'll be no kindly soul tugging on your ankles to make it quick. You could last an hour, 2 hours, in utter agony. You could choke for even longer. One fellow I hanged lasted from matins till prime and still managed to curse me. So I suppose you want my help, yes?" Thomas belatedly went onto one knee. "You offered me a reward after La Roche-Derrien, my lord. Can I claim it now?" The servant brought a stool from the tent, and the Earl sat, his legs set wide. Murder is murder, he said, picking his teeth with a sliver of wood.
Half Wilskeat's men are murderers, my lord, Thomas pointed out.
The Earl thought about that, then reluctantly nodded. But they're pardoned murderers, he answered. He sighed. I wish Will was here, he said, evading Thomas's demand. I wanted him to come, but he can't come until Charles of Blois is put back into his cage.
He scowled at Thomas.
If I give you a pardon, the Earl went on, then I make an enemy out of Sir Simon. Not that he's a friend now, but still, why spare you?
For La Roche-Derrien, Thomas said.
Which is a great debt, the Earl agreed. A very great debt. We'd have looked bloody fools if we hadn't taken that town, miserable goddamn place though it be. God's teeth, boy, but why didn't you just walk south? Plenty of bastards to kill in Gascony.
He looked at Thomas for a while, plainly irritated by the undeniable debt he owed the archer and the nuisance of paying it.
He finally shrugged. I'll talk to Sir Simon, offer him money, and if it's enough, he'll pretend you're not here. As for you...
He paused, frowning as he remembered his earlier meetings with Thomas.
You're the one who wouldn't tell me who your father was, ain't I right?
I didn't tell you, my lord, because he was a priest.
The Earl thought that was a fine jest. God's teeth! A priest! So you're a devil's whelp, are you? That's what they say in Guyenne, that the children of priests are the devil's whelps.
He looked Thomas up and down, amused again at the ragged robe.
They say the devil's whelps make good soldiers, he said. Good soldiers and better whores.
I suppose you've lost your horse? Yes, my lord.
All my archers are mounted, the Earl said, then turned to one of his men-at-arms. Find the bastard a sway-back nag till he can filch something better, then give him a tunic and offer him to John Armstrong.
He looked back to Thomas.
You're joining my archers, which means you'll wear my badge. You're my man, devil's whelp, and perhaps that will protect you if Sir Simon wants too much money for your miserable soul.
I shall try to repay your lordship, Thomas said.
Pay me, boy, by getting us into Caen. You got us into La Roche-Derrien, but that little place is nothing compared to Caen. Caen is a true bastard. We go there tomorrow, but I doubt we'll see the backside of its walls for a month or more, if ever. Get us into Caen, Thomas, and I'll forgive you a score of murders.
He stood, nodded a dismissal, and went back into the tent. Thomas did not move. Caen, he thought. Caen. Caen was the city where Sir Guillaume d'Evêque lived, and he made the sign of the cross, for he knew fate had arranged all this. Fate had determined that his crossbow arrow would miss Sir Simon Jekyll, and it had brought him to the edge of Caen, because fate wanted him to do the penance that Father Hobart demanded. God, Thomas decided, had taken Jeanette from him because he had been slow to keep his promise. But now the time for the keeping of promises had come, for God had brought Thomas to Caen. Part 2. Normandy. The Earl of Northampton had been summoned from Brittany to be one of the Prince of Wales's advisers. The prince was just 16, though John Armstrong reckoned the boy was as good as any grown man. "Ain't nothing wrong with young Edward," he told Thomas. "Knows his weapons. Headstrong, maybe, but brave." That, in John Armstrong,